Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very big week. We are coming off of a lot of volatility last week. I'm sure you could feel it. There is a lack of global tension here. That's where some of the relief is coming in. A lot of the safe havens, they went the other way here to start off the week, but it's a huge week of earnings. You have over 30 companies worth over $100 billion. I think over half of the Mag 7 comes out. You get PCE at the end of the week, and then you're also going to get a lot of data. So it's very interesting here. Halfway through April, it has not been good. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar at the setup. So we got a little bit of relief here. We'll see if this lasts. Keep an eye on bonds, but this week has a lot in store, and it leads us into PAL and more earnings and the end of the month. And before you know it, it's going to be summer Chattadonia Bachata. What's up, baby? Happy Monday. Good to see you. Good morning. What's up, Malcolm? Professional, baby. Positive vibes. Mopar, most dope. Najee Wolf. Gary Avari, baby. Carissa Hines. Good morning. What up, Shay McBride? Troy Lemon, baby. What up, El Chapato? Me, Nacho. Christina. Monica. Fox. Open face sandwich, baby. Good morning, Adam. Hobby. JGB. Dizzle, baby. Vex. NRG. Humble Business in the house. Laura Diaz. Ben Stone. Mark J. Greg. Ale. Me, not you, baby. Winnie Loser. Good morning, baby. Jason Steinhauer. Or is that Justin? I don't know. I went by fast, baby. Mark J. Yay! Oh, good morning, baby. Don't move. Scott Baker. Riley Matt Gaber. Oh, Ben Stone again. The Theo Rabulio. J.R. Straw Hat. Robo Handtech. Josh Jacobs. S-Dub for Mayor. Uncle Terry. 10% Alex, baby. Good morning. What up, Lucky Soldier? What up, Mr. Buddha? Carson Bolt in the house. Oh, Wazda. Good morning, baby. Connor, Skinny, Queen, Jay Samuels, Sean, Ray, Yosef, Uncle Terry, Papa, most dope Andy, baby. 4-Lane. What up, Connor? What up, Philip Hamilton? What up, Wandering, Healthwave, Matthew, Keldrick? Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday, baby. So I hope you guys had a great weekend. I hope you're ready, man. There's a lot. There is a lot in store. 100 billion market cap, bro. 30 companies. I'm telling you, I don't know if it crept up on us, but this week has a lot of big companies reporting added to everything else that we have already gone through. So happy Monday, baby. Let's get into it. I have the news. We're going to go over some plays. We'll get a random play, too, and then we'll see where this morning takes us. But good morning, Chad. Like the video. U.S. futures rise with big tech earnings in focus. U.S. equity futures gained as investors' focus shifted from Middle East tensions to a raft of company earnings scheduled for this week, including 4 of the magnificent 7 cohort of tech megacaps that have dominated the past year's bull market. S&P 500 futures advanced by about 0.6% after the U.S. gauge recorded its worst week since March 2023. Demand for havens eased as traders took comfort from the absence of further escalation from Iran following Israel's retaliatory strike. A Bloomberg dollar index was steady while the yield on 10-year U.S. Treasury yields rose 3 basis points. Oil and gold both fell. Nvidia Corp rebounded almost 3% in pre-market trading after the artificial intelligence favorite shed nearly $212 billion of its market capitalization in Friday's broad tech sell-off. Software maker Salesforce Inc. rose 3.6% after Bloomberg reported that takeover talks with Informatica Inc. have cooled. Retail wireless provider Verizon Inc. advanced after an earnings beat. On the downside, Tesla Inc., which is set to report earnings on Tuesday, dropped more than 3% after announcing announcing price cuts for its electric vehicles. We are seeing a relief rally underway this morning as geopolitical risks subside, said Kyle Rada, a senior market analyst at Capital.com in Melbourne. The move basically squares the ledger now and allows the markets to go back to focus on macroeconomic and corporate fundamentals. The Stoxx Europe 600 index gained about 0.4%, recovering some of last week's slide. Prosus NV shares jumped as much as 5% as Tencent Holdings Limited, in which it is a major shareholder, rallied after nailing down an earlier than anticipated debut of one of the year's most eagerly awaited mobile games. Among other individual movers, Gulp Energia SGPS SA surged as much as 19% after the Portuguese oil company provided an update on a commercial oil find off the coast of Namibia. Sandoz Group AG climbed more than 4% to a record after the Swiss pharma company confirmed the European Commission's approval of its Pyzchiva psoriasis drug. Robust earnings from corporate America will pull the S&P 500 index out of its latest morass, despite rising concerns about a significant jump in bond yields. According to Bloomberg's latest Markets Live Pulse survey, nearly 2/3 of 409 respondents said they expect earnings to give the U.S. equity benchmark a boost. That's the highest vote of confidence for corporate profits since the poll began asking the question in October 2022. Profits for the 7 biggest growth companies in the S&P 500, Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon.com Inc., Nvidia Corp, Meta, and Tesla are on course to surge 38% in the first quarter, according to Bloomberg Intelligence. When excluding them, the rest of the benchmark index's profits are anticipated to shrink by 3.9%. Traders are also recalibrating their positions after a solid run of U.S. data forced the Fed to reset the clock on its first interest rate cut. Data prints later in the week are likely to help finesse policy bets with both U.S. growth and the Fed's preferred measure of inflation due, and a hefty slate of Treasuries auctions will be a major test of whether yields have peaked for the year. Higher than expected interest rates amid persistent inflation are perceived as the biggest threat to financial stability among market participants and observers, the Fed said in its semi-annual financial stability report published Friday. Key events this week: Eurozone consumer confidence Monday, ECB President Christine Lagarde speaks Monday, Eurozone S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, S&P Global Services PMI Tuesday, UK S&P Global CIPS Manufacturing PMI Tuesday, Australia CPI Wednesday, Indonesia rate decision Wednesday, IBM Boeing, Meta Platforms earnings Wednesday, Malaysia CPI Thursday, South Korea GDP Thursday, Turkey rate decision Thursday, U.S. GDP wholesale inventories, initial jobless claims Thursday, Microsoft, Alphabet, Airbus, Caterpillar earnings Thursday, Japan rate decision, Tokyo CPI, inflation, and GDP forecast Friday, U.S. personal income and spending, University of Michigan consumer sentiment Friday, stocks recover, U.S. stock futures are rising in line with a bounce in European and Asian equities as fears about tensions in the Middle East eased and the focus shifted back to company earnings and upcoming economic data. That followed the worst weekly decline for the S&P 500 since March 2023, a sell-off which took the index back below 5,000 points. Bitcoin, meanwhile, is barely moving after a much-anticipated halving software update was completed. Nvidia slammed. The slump for U.S. stocks on Friday was powered by the tech sector, and particularly Nvidia, which dropped by 10%, its worst decline since March 2020, and wiping out about $212 billion in market value. AI-related stocks more broadly took the brunt of the hit. People seem to think the AI trade would go up forever. It got crowded, and now it is unwinding something fierce. said Dennis Dick, a proprietary trader at Triple D Trading. Mag 7 on horizon. The earnings calendar is quite light for Monday, but really gets moving through the remainder of the week, most notably with reports ahead from Microsoft, Meta Platforms, Alphabet, and Tesla. The latest Markets Live Pulse survey showed confidence that strong earnings will help to lift the S&P 500 out of its morass in spite of worries about a jump in bond yields, though Wall Street strategists are split on whether corporate America will be able to deliver dollar strength. A strong dollar is providing a stark wake-up call for markets too. Investors had come into the year betting on the greenback sliding amid U.S. rate cuts, but a robust U.S. economy and sticky inflation are sparking a significant rethink in bets on the Federal Reserve reducing borrowing costs. Bond traders, meanwhile, face a test from a large slate of auctions in the Treasury market, which will help determine whether yields have peaked. Inflation persistence. The Fed's preferred inflation gauge is coming up this week, with the PCE price index expected to provide further confirmation that progress on tackling inflation has stalled. That would support the shift in tone from policymakers to keep interest rates higher for longer than had been anticipated. The central bank's semi-annual financial stability report on Friday showed persistent inflation was seen as the biggest threat to stability. Top overnight news. Blinken will travel to China on April 24th, 26th, and plans to warn Beijing the U.S. will take punitive steps unless weapons-related shipments to Russia are halted. FT. China's state fund Central Huijin purchased $41B worth of stocks in Q1 as part of a government-coordinated campaign to bolster the country's equities market. RTRS. SNB increases the minimum reserve requirement for banks from 2.5% to 4%, a move aimed at reducing the amount of money the central bank has to pay out to lenders. BBG. Israel had planned a much larger counterstrike against Iran last week, but dialed back the mission in part because of pressure from the U.S. and other allies. NYT. Iran continues to significantly downplay the Israeli strike from Thursday night Friday morning, the latest sign of Tehran's desire to de-escalate tensions in the region. WAPO, Paris apartment rental demand for the upcoming Olympics has been sluggish, disappointing owners hoping for a large boost around the games. TSLA slash prices on vehicles and FSD, full self-driving software, over the weekend as the company aims to bolster sales amid myriad pressures. BBG. The UAW scored a major win when workers at VW's Tennessee factory voted to join the union. This is the first time a Southern plant outside of GM/Ford/Chrysler has been organized, and the group is hoping for similar success at a Mercedes plant next month. NYT. Trump's national lead over Biden head-to-head cut to 2 points in a new NBC poll, down from 5 points in Jan, and Biden actually pulls ahead by 2 points if Kennedy is included, as RFK Jr. captures more from Trump than Biden. NBC News. There it is. There's a little bit more, baby. S&P futures are up by 0.4 in Monday morning trading off of the best pre-market levels. Comes after U.S. equities sold off last week, with the S&P now down just over 3%. Its third straight weekly pullback and biggest since the regional banking flare-up of last March. NASDAQ 100 fell nearly 5.5, biggest weekly decline since November 2022. Treasuries weaker with the curve steepening, another big backup in rates last week. Dollar is up by 0.1. Gold is down by 2.2. Bitcoin futures up by 2.4. And WTI is off by 0.9. Market trying to bounce amid talk of recent sell-off, more technical than fundamental. In addition, 5.5% drawdown from recent peak viewed as fairly orderly and shallow from a historical perspective. Also, some reprieve from lack of further escalation of Middle East tensions. Start of big tech earnings is also expected to put the focus on high-profile secular growth themes, particularly AI. While there has been concerns about a very high bar for these names, the group fell for a sixth consecutive session last Friday and suffered a 7.5% weekly pullback, its biggest since November November 2022. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar today and fairly quiet overall. Notable releases include durable goods on Wednesday, Q1 advanced GDP on Thursday, and core PCE on Friday. No Fed speak scheduled with the central bank in blackout period now until their May 1st meeting, with macro quiet, micro very busy, with 40% of the S&P scheduled to report this week, including Magnificent Seven names: Tesla Tuesday, Meta Wednesday, Alphabet Thursday, and Microsoft Thursday. UBS downgraded big tech 6+ names: Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia to neutral from overweight, cited difficult comps and cycle forces. Also cautious story over the weekend in financial press about ramp up in competition facing AI leader Nvidia. Tesla cut prices of models across China, Europe, and US, while also slashing price of FSD in the US by a third. CRM in talks or takeover talks with the Infa have reportedly broken down over price. Verizon beat and said they are on track for positive consumer postpaid net ads for the year. FDA reportedly reviewing reports of adverse events related to Librela from Zoetis. TFC missed on net income interest and NIM, though fee income was better. There's a little more. So strategists split on if U.S. companies can deliver robust earnings for this year. Friday's pullback in U.S. stocks to test dip buyers. Tesla follows up on U.S. price cuts with similar moves of other major markets like China and Germany. Musk robo-taxi dreams put Tesla further into chaos. Auto Union UAW wins historic vote at Volkswagen Tennessee factory. Automakers weigh up financial cut or two as a way of EV charging becomes real. Salesforce takeover talks with Informatica cool with both parties unable to agree on terms. Traditional and alternative asset managers now rule Wall Street, controlling twice as many assets as U.S. banks. Nike reverses course amid stalling innovation and competitive pressures from rivals. Express files Chapter 11 bankruptcy and intends to close more than 100 stores. Repricing of China growth forces some Western financial firms to cut costs. Sources say ECB officials worried Fed-style dot plot would invite political pressure. ECB Villeroy flags that oil uncertainty won't stop June rate cut from happening. Investors expect Bank of England to follow U.S. rate path, while Bank of England sees UK situation more similar to Europe. SNB raises required reserves for banks to 4 to 2 to reduce payouts. Ukraine may have gotten more funding from the U.S., but doubts remain over 2025 supplies. China braces to become a punching bag at U.S. election amid drumbeat of U.S. trade actions. U.S. Commerce Secretary says Huawei's latest phone shows China behind U.S. in cutting-edge chip technology. Wow, that was a lot of news, but we got through it. We got through it, baby. So I got a couple of plays. You got FMS. They're trading up 6.5 here. No headline, believe it or not. Nokia's up 4.4. SE up 4.3. Bank of America upgrade. Snap up 3 off nothing. CRM up 2.9. To talks to Informatica reportedly fell through. VOD up 2.6. Verizon up 1.6 off earnings. First Solar up 1.6 nothing. AZZ 5.4 off earnings. Cura 4.4 receives breakthrough therapy designation for zittermanibib in NPM1 mutant AML. VSTO up 3.5, confirms discussion with MNC Capital advisors to increase their offer price. Zion up 2.7 off earnings. MLEC up 120. APHIS of USDA concluding regulatory status review. CLSLR up 47.2%. Initial memo regarding short report. CEO converted 5 million CLSR debt to equity. NKGN up 38%. TRSG up 17. Recent RPO. Poet up 14. GLYC up 10. CHMI up 7 to explore strategic alternatives. CAPT up 4, CGC up 3, AISP up 3, Bitcoin futures trading up 2.7. Elite Auto down 7.5, cuts price of Mega by CNY 30K to 530. Infa down 6.4. Salesforce quarter reportedly fell through. Cardinal down 4.5. Non-renewal of Optum contract to expire in June reaffirms guidance. CNHI down 4.3. CEO change. Tesla down 3.7. Price cuts. SMCI down 3. TFC down 2.8 off earnings. DJT down 4. EH down 4.2. 8 at the money sales settlement agreement for up to 100 million. TFPM down 3.7. MDGL down 3.2. Vert down 2.6. Sound down 2.3. RXRX down 2. Lucid down 2. City resumes at neutral. Vax to voluntarily delist down 60. Job down 21. G concludes review of strategic alternatives. TWG recent IPO down 16. MDIA down 11. And then gold futures and gold stocks all trading lower. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So Chatadonia, it's good time. We're making great, excellent time. So on that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I come back, I hope you guys have plays. We've gone over a lot now. It should only be heating up. So, Chad, God bless you, and I will be RB. Follow me on Instagram, and then like the video too. I don't know. What are we all? Well, the likes. Oof. Oof.
In China, it's really interesting because the mix or blend of sales skewed towards China has been important for the bottom line. The concern is that the price cuts continuing and deepening in China mean that those units sold there may not even hit break even from an EBIT perspective and have negative EBIT. And take all of this in its entirety. The layoffs continued last night. We reported as part of the big take that Musk was targeting not more than 10%, as he said in his internal memo and regulatory filing, but it will probably be nearer to 20%. Around 20,000 staff or more will be gone. And so I think investors just look at it and say, just give us a sign or a signal what the big picture is here.
Well, the market hasn't taken this sign of a 10% headcount cut as being something constructive. And if we're hanging our hats on robo-taxis, is that a pipe dream relative to what it actually is? Robo-taxis are not going to turn the entire narrative of Tesla around. Or correct me, feel free.
No, it's a really good question. Historically, in the technology industry, job cuts signal prudence. Investors cheer that because they think lower costs protect the bottom line. What I reported over the weekend is that the headcount reduction had nothing to do with targeting cost savings, really. My understanding is that Musk was pretty angry at the first quarter deliveries. He said if deliveries were down 20% sequentially, we should cut headcount by 20%. Why keep everyone on their toes? Classic Elon Musk psychology, paranoia that they got too big. And it doesn't relate to robotaxi.
If sales drop, we fired 20%.
Musk has been away from...
No, they were going after Elon, though, over the weekend, and then those price cuts did not help out. But Chad Adonia, you're here right now. Again, your first little relief after 6 days in a row of red. But you're here right now. You've heard the news. You've heard the television. I don't know if you heard anybody else in the chat, but tell me, Chad Adonia, what is your first play of the day? What do you got for me? And Carissa's giving the last like warning, baby. Tesla. SPY calls, gold puts, SPY puts after 8 minutes, Tesla, GM, puts on everything, Riot calls, SMCI put, Tesla, Apple calls, Celsius, SPY calls, SPY calls, SPY puts, SMCI puts, Meta calls, like it up, watch in, more red to come, gold up for sure, short everything, ZHGI, GL calls, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple calls, Tesla puts, Mara calls, HD calls, bounce long, NQ, Zebra, run, PM calls for earnings, Meta, sitting on hands, Mara, NVIDIA put, ARM calls, SMCI, QQQ, Tesla, do we do random, best play, SMCI, SPY calls, Pfizer, Axon, NVIDIA, TMF, Halliburton, Tesla, Mara puts, random play, ARM call, Mara calls, Tesla short, Celsius, buy more Pfizer, Tesla, SMCI, and the final plays. Long Verizon, SMCI, calls on calls, WDC and Skechers calls, and buy cold. Wow, let's go, baby. Chatadonia. We've gone over the plays. I have a couple for you. So I'm going to be watching Meta, Google, Microsoft, again, some of the bigger ones. Verizon, I do like it. Again, Verizon usually does bad. They did good on their last earnings, so they have 2 in a row. It's only up 2.5 right now, so let's see if that would move. CRM, I really like now that they got some good news, but their earnings is in a month. Then IBM from the watch list, and then Tesla just with all of the drama going on. But we have a little bit of time left here. So, Chad, I hope you like the video, but now I didn't forget the random play, baby. So God bless the chat. If you guys commented on the watch list with the random play, as of right now, it will be included. So thank you, and Lord bless it. Let's get a good random play in here. Let's get a good random play. It says only 14 comments? No way. Peach can't stop the sell-off. Let's go, baby. Amen, amen. I swear there was more random plays than that. Oh, wait, no, I'm using the wrong video. That's why. I'm on the wrong video. My bad. False alarm, wrong video. That was from the Iran live stream. You guys remember that? That was crazy. That's 12, I think. 9, 10, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Let's go. We have time? We got like 2 more minutes. Random play. Vanny, $2 call, 40 cents, expiration June 17th, a biotech. Oh, I'm down for it, baby. The Iran live stream, we were doing a live watch list when the attack went down on Thursday night. So futures dropped like 1.5, gold and oil went up 4, So we actually had it all live. But Vanny, I like that play. That's going to be our random play. So we are locked and loaded. We got about 1 minute, Chattadonia, until the pledge. So if you have any questions, man, let me know. Now is the time. Our random play is going to be a Vanny. So I'm down with it. Hit that like button. Again, if you have anything this week is going to be big. The title is to insinuate that you have the biggest amount of 100 billion market cap companies this week. 40% of the S&P is reporting. Surprisingly, this morning, a lot of people are even downplaying some of the effects there that we're going to be getting with the data. So we'll see how that all plays out as well, too. But am I bullish on snow? Am I still bullish? I don't know if I ever was. I always say I don't really know much about the company. I know a lot of Chads are bullish. I think it could move around a lot, but I don't really look into it like that to be able to make an answer. Your random got picked the first time. It is Vanny, baby. Let's go. Morning, baby. Where are the likes? I don't know. Maybe they're there in spirit. We'll find out. The likes will be on the way. It's a big week, man, with earnings and everything in between. So Chattadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded, but what's more important than all of it? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service and dedication, everything you've given up, whether or not you agreed with orders. You did it for Americans you have never met, and it was always bigger than you. So thank you, and I hope all of you, the least we could do is show our love and appreciation to the vets. So veterans, thank you all, and big shout out to the family, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it all happens. So thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, baby! Oh, no! Let's go! Where is it? Oh, I'm missing a horn. Hold on. I cleaned my room. I don't know where it's... There it is. We got one. Oh, Chattadonia. Happy Monday. Let's go. So, Chattadonia, this is it, man. Again, last week was a shit show. So, I hope you guys are ready, man. Let's see where these earnings take us. Again, today is very quiet on a data front. I mean, you already got a little bit of the earnings there with Verizon and a couple of others. So, we will see what happens. We will see what happens. And then random plays of Vanny. We got about 1 minute and 30 seconds until the bell. So this is your final last call to get 1,000 likes on the video and your last call for any questions. Otherwise, you could ask them during the day. And then you have anything else, plays, news, anything, you let me know. Trade? How do I trade it? No. I don't want that trade. I'm setting up the random because every time I'm on Schwab, it just takes forever to get it set up. So what was the random play? A June $2 call for 40 cents. Nice. All right. Wow, we need 100 likes, and we have 1 minute till the bell. Oh, my goodness. The daily morning like stress. I never know. It always surprises me. He said, what, $4 call? $2 call. He said, give me that $2 call. All right. All right, 30 seconds remaining. We need 5 more likes. Let's do it. Imagine if you stopped answering questions as soon as market opened. That'd be crazy. That'd be teach you Arabic. I don't know if I can. It's crazy. I saw a video the other day, and and I understood it. It was in Egyptian, and the guy was like, "Bro, people love Mokhea, and they don't even love you. Think about it. I got dissed by an Arab dude on TikTok. It was crazy though. It hit because he was speaking facts. He was like, they love Mokhea, but they don't love you. I was like, damn. All right, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, Chad. So again, you're opening up here. The theme of the day is relief. Every time, though, last week, we sold that off almost immediately. So keep that in mind. Again, Verizon, that's one of your other earnings there. You got a lot of news there on Tesla as well. Looks like, damn, you're up 3/4 on the NASDAQ, 0.5 on the SPY, Russell and Dow 0.4. So not bad at all. Mara. Watch Coinbase. They're up, even though, again, I think gold is the thing down and oil. But crypto got up there. Micron's on the high. Again, chips are doing good, but SMCI, they are actually green. So SMCI was down 3. Supreme Court will review Biden administration ghost gun rule. SWBI. BBG. All right, man. Well, chips are up for now, some more than others. See how long it holds. ARM's up 3. Then NVIDIA, again, they had a very big sell-off on Friday. I'd watch SMCI, though. That one's definitely interesting. I'm going to come back here to Verizon. Oh, I didn't do the random. I set it up and everything. All right, I grabbed the random. Random Vanny $2 call has been executed. All right. Tesla, no way. Tesla's at 130? About to be. So, Chad, this is the level, though. So, this is the danger. I was like, no way it did it that fast. But 140. So, again, remember, I've been saying this for weeks now. Once this starts showing like 140, 139, this is literally the floodgates that open up to $1. And then bonds sold off already. I guess they were already down there a little bit, but bonds again. So if the market does go up, keep in mind that lag. ECB cuts this year could exceed 100 basis points, says Centeno. Tesla 139. MPW got murdered on Friday. And then again, oh yeah, it was ex-dividend. I forgot. So yeah, MPW's past ex-divvy now. But they did get murdered after that. LVS, watch oil plays too. Again, oil is starting off red. Google is on the high. So again, they're going to be one of the bigger techs that report this week. Tesla 139, JD. Yeah, Tesla 139 flat now. It's actually about to break. That's crazy. Your roommate's car just blew up in your driveway? Oh, man. Call the fire department. Nordstrom's popping. I forgot about that. GM and Ford and Morgan Stanley. So don't forget. I don't think those MSs ended up going, though, huh? That's crazy. Yeah, those MSs didn't hit. I guess we only spent $13 on them. The Twitch is unbanned. So we can go back on Twitch now. But I told you I'm going to ban them myself. So today's my first day of banning Twitch. I didn't want to set it up in the morning. I wanted to enjoy one more day of being good, of just having one chat, enjoying it, and let Twitch know that, holding on to some of my dignity. Tesla's 139 flat. Amazon's on the high. Again, LMT and RTX. You guys know these are tomorrow morning. So defense stocks are actually going to be reporting. Tesla 135 shows. Well, anything below here, if it shows, there's going to be a lot of pressure. Anything, if it just stays below 140. I do not like that price on Tesla. Again, like you guys have been asking me for a couple weeks now, and I just said that's where it really gets nuts. But if it does hit 100, that could be a good place to start scalping it or flipping it. Micron on the high. NVIDIA is back up to 3. Again, SMCI went red again, like I was telling you there. PayPal. Bro, Google's actually waking up. So, again, they're going to be reporting here. And, yeah, gold and silver just getting murked. So, again, the little bit of relief here on the day. And then, once again, too, bond yields also clapped as well. Oh, where is SMH? I forgot about that. Yeah, SMH actually moved. I totally forgot. Keep your eyes out on just the whole index. But remember that little correction element. Google's just going straight up. So your pre-earnings is actually like going. Again, Amazon, Google, Microsoft even, man. So there is a strong smell of pre-earnings buys happening right now. If you like Tesla at 100, you're going to love it at 20. I do want it at 20 for the long term. Everyone gets mad when I say that. But I'll flip. Again, the last time, I haven't flipped Tesla shares since that last time. Again, I wound up making money on it, but it was painful. But I haven't flipped Tesla shares in a minute. It hasn't really been like exciting. You know, it's been the underperformer on the S&P and all these other things happening, but we will see now. What you doing, NVIDIA? NVIDIA is bouncing because, again, NVIDIA was, oh, whoa, never mind. NVIDIA just dropped $10. Yo, what was that, $10 in one candle? Bro, that's 786 to 775 in 1 minute. My goodness. And then again, Google and Amazon, those are on fire in terms of big tech. Bro, do you see? That's a real candle. I was like, what do you mean? Homie said it's selling off. I was like, no, they're killing it. And then $10 in one, $11 in one candle. Yeah, the Elon just got a lot of hit pieces over the weekend. People were not showing him love, but then he was supposed to meet with the president of India to like announce something, and then last minute they canceled it. So it's kind of crazy. And then SPY's actually just chilling. So again, pre-market, we didn't do much. I mean, you stayed literally pinned. So we had bigger moves leading into this. Now you're pinned near the low. I mean, honestly, today's theme is relief, but it's not too good. You're trading actually below 5,000 on the SPX still. So that whole thing, we have not gone above 5,000. Is that Alcoa, Verizon coming back after earnings, coming down? MIVGA, make volatility great again. It's getting there. Alcoa's on the low. Microsoft's on the high now. That's the next one. So, again, Microsoft and Google literally all day. Red is winning. Tesla on the high. High. So, bounced off 139, $2 higher. Again, Microsoft and Google. Apple, PayPal, all day, been 8 minutes. Hey, man, that's all day. That's all day. I don't make the rules. JP Morgan. Where's the other one? Fanning. That was the random again, and they are on May 18th. ARM is still holding. They're just pinned, though. SMCI is the interesting one. Microsoft again. NVO woke up. Again, remember there was Eli Lilly news? They had to straighten another approval last week, and they still sold off. It's a wild, wild time. Tesla's going up now. 1.4. So literally, Tesla hit the low level. That was the death zone. It bounced off of it. So watch, it might either retest it again at one point. Otherwise, that'll be a baby bottom depending on the headlines. Remember, Tesla has earnings too. You guys know that Tesla is tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow, Wednesday. I like CRM a lot. They just have a high premium, and then they report a little bit later. SLV bounced a little bit. Oil's on the low too. Oil's down 1.5. Tomorrow post-market, let's get it. Baptized in the name of the Lord and spending time with my buddies every day. Could not be better. Good morning, Mr. Gasio. Amen. Finger to the sky. Oh, TSM. I forgot about them. Back to 127. I mean, it's not bad, but they just were at 140. Pinduoduo's waking up here. Baidu, not really. Baba. Baba actually sold off a little. And NVIDIA's trying to come up again. Had that weird $10 candle. Yeah, Verizon did good. They beat. But Verizon, I'm surprised they sold off. Ain't no love in the heart of the earnings. Ain't no love in the heart of earnings. Is the Twitch not back? I said it. The Twitch is back up, but I'm banning them for my day. Like I said, I'm going to ban them when I come back. Just, for out of sheer principle. So I didn't want to set it up this morning, but we should hopefully this week, depending on how things play. MSOS still down. 870. This is like the first price I want to buy, but last time I bought, I was down $1,000 quick. So I think like lower sevens, high sevens. Amazon's killing it alongside Microsoft. Again, a lot of big tech. Even Meta was up to a lot today. Shit, bro. Even Snapchat was up 3%. They sold off, though. I was like, dude, none of that made any sense. Pinduoduo, Lululemon going up. Puts on SMCI. I'm still shocked it's down again. And then, well, first it was down and then it went up, but Friday was, dude, hideous. Para hasn't heard from Sony, moving a little bit. Good morning. What up, Senpai? What up, Rahon? Good morning. Again, if you guys are just getting here, the broader theme is relief. Getting ready for earnings. There was no bad news over the weekend. You didn't have any more war headlines, escalation, and then we're just still kind of just chilling at the bottom. But we are below 5,000 on the SPY. What we went through last week was absolutely massive and hideous. Micron. They're up 2.0. Remember, they were one of the other ones. And Dell, too. But Dell's actually holding up better than a lot of the chip companies in terms of how they've given up their earnings or not. What was the other one? Dell and Micron. JD still, again, some of these China plays. Yeah, Micron gave up a decent amount. But even then, Micron was just at 130. That's a crazy. Yeah, Verizon did give up all of it. Kind of whack. I don't know. Their conference call, I want to say it's going to be happening soon. Let me double check, but that could be it. Pfizer battling resistance. Oh, yeah, Para. They're going down. Well, even if they heard from Sony, this Para reminds me of the what's it called deal. What was that soccer team, Manchester United? That's what that reminds me of. You can't get a high-low ticker on TOS. That's why I do it like this. I have my E-Trade, and then when I do pull up my TOS, I set up my window so I could see the high-low ticker. But unfortunately, this is just a hybrid of Thinkorswim and E-Trade. Why do they want to buy Para? It's good assets. I mean, like, think about it, dude. Like, Paramount Plus, don't they have HBO? And a couple of others. Like, they own a lot of shit. Like, and it's a lot of good materials that, again, if they didn't have other debt and whatnot and other problems, I mean, you could probably monetize it very well. But they own good quality assets. And then Para's still on the low there. Again, NVIDIA trying to hold up. Verizon, man, I can't believe that one. So, again, they had back-to-back good earnings. But remember, Verizon is showing you guys, like, unfortunately, the problem with, like, the last 2 weeks here, earnings are even if they come in good, the stocks are selling off. That just means the bars are high. We've ran up a lot leading into it, but you're not getting, like, I mean, even on a good beats, you're not really getting a good response. Delta back on the high in coin. So coin's coming back up. Again, Verizon's red after being positive 3%. Coinbase up 6. SPY trying to bounce off the bottom. Bonds already near the high. Dollar came down, but still in the red. Again, silver came back up, but gold still worked. Silver's down double, though. Silver's literally down 5. Oh, actually. There was a big gap down on silver. Shop GE on the high and AMD and SLV now. And then Las Vegas Sands with SPY trying to move. Again, AMD, remember, they actually took it on the chin compared to all of them. The Tesla. Well, Tesla was cheap last time. So remember, Tesla was actually, besides JP Morgan, Tesla was one of my worst earnings plays last quarter because it was expensive and then it didn't hit. But I love Tesla last time because I was like, wow, it's so cheap. It was pricing in 2 standard deviations for like $70, but Tesla does not really move on earnings. And then again, now that they've already had their little report there with order deliveries, it's kind of already baked in. So Tesla was cheap last time. That's the info I can give to you. So last time, 2 standard deviations was fairly priced, but they still didn't hit. SoFare's Boeing 787 lost the wheel from landing gear shortly after departing Johannesburg International Airport. Lee Auto on the high, and then SPY back at VWAP. So literally started off with relief, spent the first like 10 minutes dumping, and now these are your first candles. Again, we're below 5,000. So remember, even Friday you couldn't even get above 5,000 after you sold below it. So we're still there. TXN on the high. Their earnings are Tuesday or Thursday after the bell. SE running. Coin. Tesla did good again. Tesla 5 minutes, hit that flush level and then bounced off of it. So maybe you'll visit it again. ARM is coming back up to the lower end of earnings finally. That was insane the other day. I think Nordstrom's is up here a little bit. Macy's is breaking out. NVIDIA as well. PM. Remember Friday, there was a lot of value plays that did good yesterday or on Friday. Yeah, coin's doing amazing. And then bonds too. Bonds actually making a climb here. Like I said, dollar earlier was giving up some. Again, gold near the bottom. GL already reported. Globe Life was on Tuesday, I think, or Friday. Apple. Tesla's still going. All right, we'll take it. Then coin and then SPY right under where we open. Airbnb on the high. NASDAQ up 0.8. Russell 0.2. Dow 0.14 and SPY 0.4. So it's literally just NASDAQ and SPY. You've been here for 17 minutes. X on the high. Airlines again too. Again, I do think airlines and financials have been your only bright spot so far. And once again, JP Morgan is on the high. Remember, Shop had an upgrade on Friday. I think that's what woke it up. Was it Friday or Thursday? Something about it got woken up there. But their earnings is right around the corner. Lulu's been on the high all day. I think they were even doing good on Friday. I forgot about Netflix. Yeah, Netflix, keep in mind if that does sell. High ticker, kind of going nuts. TSM, I think chips are popping. Bonds coming off the high and SPY right back here in the open. I did forget about that. Netflix. He really got no love. Let me see. MSTR 112. SPY getting kind of good. Again, those last 4 or 5 candles just went from low of the day to now you're back near the high of the day. Again, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, big tech leading chips in the recovery from Friday. That's a big part. Verizon's down 1.6 now. Yeah, Matterport, didn't you post in the morning? They're getting bought out, I think, or offer for $5. So that's actually big. They haven't been at $5 in a while, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's crazy. It's a good deal. I mean, they're still It's still going to be like a 90% loss for anybody in the early days, but not bad. Yeah. I think they're getting bought out for $550. That's the offer for Matterport. Who was it? CoStar? I think. Troy posted it like at 6 a.m. How do you say MTTR? TTR. Oh, shop earnings is tomorrow? Well, shit. Yeah. CoStar to acquire Matterport, valued at $550 a share. Cash and stock deal, reflecting enterprise value of 1.6. Shareholders will receive $275 in cash and $275 in CoStar shares. So there it is. So again, it's cash and stock, but the deal pretty much enterprise value 1.6, $5.50, and then CS. What is it? CSGP is CoStar. So then you get $250 in CoStar shares. So as this moves up and down too with it, that'll pretty much affect the value since now they're technically linked. And then SPY near the high. ARM. Yeah, it's still going. Matterport 493. And Datadog breaking out 185. High ticker's doing very good. I'm seeing CLF. I saw X earlier. Why are these material plays going up? Yeah, materials are starting to wake up, even though gold and silver wrecked. Where's oil? Oil's coming up tier 2, but oil's down 0.85. I mean, SPY 5,000 is stubborn. I'm surprised considering, I mean, we danced around it a lot. But, you know, I didn't think we were going to be below it. And then I guess it's only been 20 minutes. Maybe I think very highly of the market. Would you sell Matterport or hold till after the sale? It depends. Like, do you want to take the value? Like, it depends if how much money you're making or losing off of selling. But the thing is, with Matterport, like, if you like CoStar, I would look into research into CoStar because you're going to get shares of CoStar. So you're going to get cash no matter what if you hold the shares for the deal. But then whatever remaining shares is going to convert into another equity. So if you like it, I mean, you don't necessarily have to you don't have to leave. You could just, if you want to hold CoStar and like the combination, I mean, you could just wind up getting a $250 dividend from your shares and then keep whatever shares honestly, you could just walk away with free shares in CoStar because you're going to get cash and then the same amount you're going to get in shares. So Matterport's still going up, though. I'm surprised considering how high. Again, it's already trading near the deal amount. Data on the high. CXAI. Tesla's recovered a lot here to start off. Microsoft been killing it all day. Baba's coming up here. Microsoft and then Google. I think Google outperforming, though. And then I think Amazon's the best. Oh, yeah. Intel, is he still dying? Waking up. That's good. But I mean, if you wanted to bounce today, there's other chip makers already doing 3 and 4. Intel's still soft. SLV and gold was just, again, a lot of tension over the last 2 weeks, and again in the last 48 hours. I mean, your biggest tension was the Ryan Garcia fight, and then he ended up winning. But I do think a lot of easing tensions overseas and calming down here, just getting ready for the setup for earnings. You don't have a crazy headline to drive it. Jesus is king, baby. Jesus is king. That was a good fight. I watched the highlight, but I'm glad. Like I said, I was like, he's either really crazy or it was just all a stunt to get him off guard. But apparently they were saying he was drinking like apple juice. I was like, damn. I don't know. I only watched the highlights, but I was very impressed. DJT. Remember, it did good on Friday. GTLS, CVI, JP Morgan's still going. Again, Macy's was at the high. Nordstrom's went red. I love how those flip. ASML on the high. So remember, they had earnings. Meta's now selling off. That one's interesting because Meta was actually really green, Meta and Snap. So again, I think Google, I don't know, is Apple in the green? Apple's bare, I guess, 0.4. But Google and Microsoft, those are Google, Microsoft, Amazon. And then again, there was a big set of downgrades this morning. Again, who was it? Was it UBS? They downgraded 6 of the 7 mega cap tech stocks, saying that the bar was too high for earnings. Yeah, ARM had the ARM, and where's AMD? AMD's up 2. I think Micron's up 3. 2-4. Dell came up. So again, Friday was carnage and chips. Today's a little bit of relief, but unfortunately, I mean, I still, if you get one bad day tomorrow, I mean, this could just look like a dead cat, and then that's it. And we're back to the plan. But then again, we do need the earnings results because last week was a lot of reaction with a little bit of data. This week now we are going to get the data that corresponds. Yeah, Matterport, again, they're getting bought out. They got an offer from CoStar for $550, $275 cash, $275 in CSGP shares. Matterport's been up here for the last 7 minutes, top right. If you could get your attention towards the screen, you'll find it. But yeah, the news was in the AM. Dude, Verizon, it sucks. I wanted to play that. Maybe if Verizon bounces, but then again, Verizon has still been holding a lot of rally, I think, from October. But yeah, they're good earnings. That didn't hold. So once again, ASML, Netflix, no matter what. I mean, no, I think UAL or Delta, what the hell is happening? I think Delta was the only one that held up. Yeah, Netflix still too. Let me check those premiums. Verizon at the low. Oh, Habibi. Still expands, Habibi. GTL RTX, little pop. Again, their earnings AM tomorrow. RTX, they are going up. I don't know. Are we going to get any war headlines? See if that factors into it. Your Matterport average is 979. What would you do in your short? I'm still underwater. So I'd look into CoStar and ask yourself if you want to hold CoStar. Because that's all it is. You're just going to, because then by holding the CoStar is the only way you could get your money back. Otherwise, you could just take the 550 and then you're going to lose 50% or 40%. Otherwise, if you let it convert to the shares, you'll get the cash and then you could ride it out. But I did make a play. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with a Netflix next week call. It's a little bit, I think it's a little bit over 2 standard deviations. I grabbed a 607.5 for 77 cents. You will lose money, not a recommendation. And if you ask me about this play in the future, I'm going to tell you to come back here or to the watch list, okay? So that's good. Thanks. All right, perfect. But yeah, it's my first earnings play for Netflix. I didn't make a play prior. So we're going to go with the pre-earnings at 2. I think it could still go. I think there's still a little bit of downside at the 540 or 530, wherever the earnings gap fill is, but I'm kind of down. Yeah, 537. It's like another, what? 37, like $10, $7. So folds. I don't know if you're trying to like make a joke for it, but I got you 24 hours in the gulag. I don't know if you're like making fun of the people who keep asking the questions, but yeah, you wound up in the gulag. Good morning, though. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Good morning. And then bonds going up still. And then SPY, you're generally still holding up this relief from the morning. So again, both the SPY and just all of the indexes, you're up 3/4 on the NASDAQ. UUP. Yeah, so Netflix should have waited a little bit. Those plays are already a lot cheaper. Yeah, Netflix already reported. So I wanted to post earnings on Friday, but I was just saying the contracts, they didn't get cheaper. So like at least finally all the contracts dropped like 50, 60% this morning compared to like Friday, even though we spent 7 hours. A lot of the Netflix names are or the contracts are still pricey. SPY coming up here. I just saw SPY on the high again, banks leading. So SPY 4995. Remember, we topped out literally after you broke below it. Again, in the morning, 5,000 was chill, but from Friday later in the day, I mean, we were not able to get above here. So we'll see. Baidu Citron tweet again. He's doing pump round 2. Citron and Baidu. Remember, last time he brought it up like $12. I don't know if it'll do it again. Baidu has the most compelling AI product on the market with Comate. Riley on the high. Again, RTX, they stopped moving. MSTR's coming up. Again, Coinbase was ripping and then Win. Bro, banks are insane. I'm telling you. It has been good. They like still gap down a lot, but they're still holding up great. And then Netflix at the low. Amazon came down 1%. So did Microsoft. They came down like 3/4. And then Google's all day has been on fire. And then Baidu's reacting to the Citron tweet or quote, whatever. And then bonds coming down. Israel Netanyahu says the days ahead we will see increased military and diplomatic efforts to secure the freedom of our hostages. So that's your first Israel war headline in a while. I guess all through. Actually, technically there was actually an attack in Syria last night. Sunday there was an attack in Syria, but we didn't attach it to Israel Iran. So that's part of it, but you got an Israel Netanyahu quote right now. Pinduoduo's on the high. That's another trying to play again by Dude. Pinduoduo's ripping prior. EDBL, LAZ. High ticker's still doing good. Futu on the high, another China name. Yeah, Amazon, they might flush. Netflix lower, so that one's going to be a dud. Maybe watch again. 537. If it doesn't bounce from there, then unfortunately, you're going to have to wait for another leg. Goldman on the high too, and then Baidu is still working. Netflix flushing. SPY still holding up and getting a little stronger. Again, more names on the high ticker, less names on the low ticker. And I'm surprised the SPY's not going up, but again, we are going to need a little bit of pressure to break above here. Again, you're 4 points, 6 points away from 5,000. Is oil still climbing? Let's see. Yeah, it's still holding near the highs of the futures. I guess like 50 cents off of it. Pfizer massive candle. It came back. I thought it was a little lower today. It's Friday, 25-26. Snap earnings, they're Thursday, I believe. Will we get pump it up at 5,000? Nah, man, we haven't even negotiated to pump it up. And that, if anything, it's a long way. Pfizer is going up. WDC on the high. Boeing on the high. Win. Bonds just sold off. So, again, I think today might be one of your lagging days. Because, again, I mean, gold is down. Dollar is still up. The bonds are doing their own thing while the market's getting relief. So, keep that in mind for tomorrow. Because then bonds might go up tomorrow. And then market will be free to move. Wells Fargo, 3 big candles. Again, I don't know if it's just them, but it seems like all the banks, and then SPY still going up. Again, Pfizer is at 26.20 for some reason. Again, they just started waking up. Bank of America, Wells Fargo has the biggest candles, it looks like. Lilly acquires new injectable medicine manufacturing facility from Nexus. Oh, that sounds like a good acquisition. They have everything. CLF still going. Again, check X, and then bonds, big bounce after that. But yeah, steel and material plays are doing oddly well. Again, materials, they bounced up. It still shows red, but again, that bounce intraday was wild. Pfizer had EU approval yesterday and today. The long term, if you go to this channel, if you just like click on this channel, like the actual main channel of this channel. So like here's the chat. If you like go here and like click on the channel, it'll take you to the channel, and then just click on the community tab, and then you'll see the latest update a month ago, and you'll see all the portfolios. It has all of them. Yeah. There's a couple of earnings in the morning today, but tomorrow morning and then tomorrow after the bell, you're going to get a lot more. Again, 40% of the S&P 500 reports this week. So literally just under 200 S&P names are all going to be reporting this week. And then 30 $100 billion plus market cap companies are reporting. So it's actually, and then I think the week after that or 2 weeks is the biggest week. And then there you go. But this is one of the bigger ones. And then Pfizer, 26.25. Again, that's been waking up. Again, value plays, they did good on Friday. Then they got smashed a little bit this morning. But it seems like some of them are coming up. There's even Altria. No, there is bond auctions this week, actually. And then we've been here for 38 minutes. Let me get you a breakdown. Again, NASDAQ up 3/4. SPY up 1/2. Russell up just under 1/2. That did very good here in the last 20 minutes. And then Dow Jones up by 0.3. As far as greens and red, Dow Jones, you have 21 green, 9 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 78 in the green, 23 in the red. And then S&P 500, you have 391 in the green, 110 in the red. So again, today, still more strength than not. That relief, the underlying relief, you could feel it. Yeah, bro. Pfizer's getting kind of active now. And then Netflix got flushed. Actually came back to the price, but they just flushed the contracts on that. MDT. Medtronic. I don't know. Is this healthcare names? XLV was red. and now they're coming up, and then you got 3M. I think SMCI backed out of the plans to sell the shares. I don't know, but at this point, I mean, the drama is that they announced their earnings, but they didn't give any guidance. Pepsi's earnings are tomorrow morning, I think. And then SPY, a little bit of a chicle here. And then again, value names. I'm seeing Pfizer on the high, J&J, Sherwin-Williams, even Crocs. But high ticker's still going. You're getting a little bit of a Raul. But we have not gone above 5,000. No 5,000 break today. Yeah, Matterport buyout news. They're getting bought out by CoStar, $275 cash, $275 in shares. So $550 total, I believe. Snap, I mean, I don't know. I think they have the opportunity to maybe surprise. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same story, but they really haven't done good on earnings. The one, like I said, I think Meta and IBM, those will probably be the big ones, and Intel this week. But Snap, I don't know. Snap, it's been a while since they've had a good one. So they have a lot of potential, but how they act on that or how they execute, I mean, it's been over a year since we've seen any good signs of that. Pfizer European approves Emblavio for patients with multi-drug resistant infections. Yeah, was that EU one? That's what Chad said earlier. VD. Baba's still going up. And then Tesla is coming down a little bit. SPY had that little Raul, didn't shake it. High ticker now even stronger. So you have more names going up here. Boeing to China, GDX. Is that gold? No, gold is still at the low. And then oil still near the highs, but still red on the day. And then again, Ford and GM, while Tesla's not doing good, they've done very well. And then Baba's at the high. They're starting to break out. So is SPY. Baidu went up a little bit off of those comments. And then we have Pfizer. And then again, banks too. That's all literally all day since Thursday. SPY's not moving though. Again, still hugging right under 5,000. SLV, the SPY chart sideways. Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, now I was saying in the morning we didn't do much, but now you could kind of hold it. But we have been doing a lot of barcoding right at this under 5,000 level. But then it just sucks because today we don't really have any events. Service now, it's a big earnings runner, so we'll go over those previews again. They report this week, but I don't have a play on it currently. Service now. Where's NVIDIA? Where's NVIDIA and SMCI? The NVIDIA's up 25. SMCI still got work. That's double. So again, I think they might be the only one that's red. At least everybody tried to put together a little balance, but SMCI still red. And then weed stocks selling off a little bit more. Again, I think you show me something with sevens, I'm down. Baidu is waking up on the Citron thing again. All of the China names too, though. Again, Baba's been surprisingly good, and then same thing with Pinduo. Ash, CCK, Wingstop. Thank you, Shub. Antero. Did Amazon give it back up? Again, Amazon was literally up 2.5% in the morning. So they've already sold 1.5 from the high. I mean, Microsoft's holding down, but they might even go negative. And then Google, that's the one that's like really, really crazy. The sell pressure. I mean, I don't feel it as heavy today, but definitely I mean, it seems like there's somewhat of a ceiling here at 5,000, or, it's not going to come without working. And we have a gap to fill. That's the crazy part. You have like another 24 points. Yeah, you have 24 points to fill a gap. And then SIG on the high, Citi, Riley. So again, more financials. Signet, I feel like we watched that move a couple of weeks ago. And then Nasdaq's 0.6 now, so it's starting to give up. It was holding a solid 3/4 more. But we still generally pinned barcoding in the same range from the morning. Russell's doing very good because Russell was down in the morning. And then Boeing on the high and BABA once again. Pfizer had that little run. You just had an earthquake in Taipei. Probably just an aftershock. Oh, no. I hope everything's good. That's crazy. You're out there right now. MP Dub. XOM on the high. Again, XLE. So energy might be going green. Let's see. Yeah, oil is trying to climb up still. It's still red on the day on the futures. SVE on the high. United Steel once again. I'm sure Cleveland Cliffs too. And again, XLE is positive. Can you go over cash secure puts on Tesla versus keeping cash in bonds? Yeah. I mean, do you have a time frame in mind? Like, what time are you trying to sell it on? So, like, what's the duration pretty much? With 3 months, 1 month, 6 month, 1 year, how long are you trying to sell puts for? Six to 12 months. All right. Well, 4.99 divided by 12. So we get 0.415 a month. That's all you have to be above, 0.415. So Tesla 6 months out is what? October? Why, dude? I don't want to do this anymore, Jamar. You just reminded me 6 months from now, the year is almost over. That's kind of crazy. So we'll go with October. Okay. So like what price now? What type of discount? I'd say 100. I don't know. I feel like $100 is the level everybody wants, So $100 contract, let's say, that's worth $10,000. So $100 a share for 100 shares. That's about 10,000. So you'll get back 505. So 505 divided by $10,000. You'll be getting back about 5%. So that's literally 5% in 6 months. It's exactly the same, it seems like. Because then if you put $10,000 down times, what was it, 0.412 or something? No. That's on the... Was that? I think it was a 0.05. Times 6. Yeah, you get like 270. Yeah, 5% in 6 months means 10%. Yeah, on the year. So honestly, it's better. It is better at $100. So I don't know about the other ones, but quite frankly, I mean, it's not that bad. So you're going to commit $10,000 for 6 months to get back about 5% in 6 months, versus getting 5% in a year. So you're getting double the return that the bonds would provide. So it's not a bad deal. But now you have to ask yourself if 100 in the commitment, it's a 40% discount from here. And then if it bounces, you still get paid. So honestly, not too bad. Again, CLF, JD on the high. I don't know what's going on with these materials, man. And then Verizon on the low. Sad. How we doing, Chad? Good, man. Got a little relief. Feel like the relief helped out. Remember Friday last week was insane. So we're going to see what happens here. That's 10% a year, no brainer. No, it's a brainer. You have to think because like you're committing to buy a stock that is very, very volatile. So, I mean, at some point, if you made that same play during the last volatility, I mean, you risked another 10%. So, like, you have risk. Because, again, if the stock goes to 90, what went from a, 5-10% gain on the year, you're now down 10%. If it goes to 80, you're down 20%. So there's risk. It's, again, compared to the 5% option, that's a no-brainer because there's no risk. So you don't have to even think about how can I lose. You don't even have to think about it. But in this case, you do have to brain and think about how you can lose money. The yield is enticing and it's offering you something, but it's not without risk. We're talking about a cash-secured put on Tesla. Jamar asked to see the value, and we just calculated it for 6 months of time, and it pays out really good. So it pays out 10%. It's paying you out a very good return on the put, but it's at $100, so it's not bad either. It's 40% lower, but then if Tesla flushes anything from there, that's essentially the risk you take. Anyone looked into buying corporate bonds like Tesla? I have, but not Tesla. So the one is what I showed you the other day, MPW. So those corporate bonds that mature in 2024 and even 2023, because we just know they sold off a bunch of shit to pay them back. Those are high-yield bonds that are quite enticing because then they offer 10%, and then you could still make money off of the price depending on what they do. Where is it? Is the yield static? Well, on the bond, it's static, but depending on what the worry of the company, the value of the price of it changes. So the price of the bond changes, and then therefore altering the yield. The yield offered, that bond was sold 10 years ago. So it's still the same. I'm trying to get you the chart of it. I'm trying to see it. I don't know how did I get that last time? I had them, but maybe just not. I'm looking at the September. So there's a September MPW bond, and it pays. So that bond, literally MPW has to pay that back by September or they default. But that's one where the yield on that's fluctuating an extra 2 or 3% depending on the updates that MPW is giving. And then SPY flushing out of nowhere here. What's going on? So again, you did not get above 5,000, and oddly enough, bonds are going up. So you just sold off about 14 points in about 6 minutes. Something just happened. Gold got a pop there again. Oil was leading into that. Watch if any of the big tech. Yeah, oil popped up about 0.75%. We could gap fill. I mean, you got a little bit more room there. But, again, the whole get stuck at 5,000 is playing out again. It's not as dramatic, but once again, I mean, we're coming off of 6 days of red. And then I think gold's starting to come back up right now off of that. Yeah, gold, $3 off the bottom. EU says TikTok has until April 23rd to submit risk assessment. And then J&J on the high. Watch if those values. I see Procter & Gamble now and Pepsi. That's pre-earnings. Sox S on the low. So that's not good. And then banks. Yeah, hold on. Chips are once again dumping. And then Pepsi, Big Green, your values are all coming back now. Again, Pepsi, Big Green, they're at the high. Procter & Gamble, Medtronic going up. J&J. So high tickers, low tickers still active too. And then that's weird that the bonds popped with it. 10 earthquakes in Taiwan. Yeah, Chad, we have a Chad there in Taipei. He just said there was one. McDonald's. Amazon on the low now. Amazon might even go red. Microsoft went red. They were green. If Google goes red, that'll be ugly because they were really strong. Now Meta's even red. They were up 3. SMCI is literally down 5. That's huge. So again, SMCI chips are about to continue the downside. Again, ARM and a couple of others recovered there, or they have some gains, but all of that is quickly declining literally out of nowhere. Starbucks green. Again, bonds now getting their red. Did the dollar climb? But nope, dollar didn't do anything. Boeing's on the high. And then Verizon still more weed stocks on the low too. But now that big tech is just big tech and chips. So that was your relief there, but it's that's it. All right, you're going a little bit lower. Again, Pepsi and other pre-earnings popping. Just keep in mind, value on the high now and tech on the low. NASDAQ went from the strongest on the day to the weakest. NASDAQ is literally about to go negative here in 0.1%. SPY is in the middle of trying to fill the gap, but this is kind of a flush and support zone of Friday. But once again, I mean, you're well below 5,000 here, 49.78. So remember, 49.53, 49.50, then like 49.37. That's it. I mean, I'm sure Pfizer, see if Verizon pops with value, but yeah. You've been in Taipei last 2 weeks, just felt, no, how many of y'all are in Taipei? What's going on? That's crazy, Chad. What's up, Oscar? Yeah, Pfizer was already up. Again, bonds started slipping. SPY, you're in the middle of no man's land. TikTok ban. I mean, watch Meta and Snap. We got a couple of updates there because, again, they passed that Ukraine bill. So I do believe it was part of it. But, Chad, I know there's a lot of carnage and the market is going crazy, but I think I need to go to the restroom. So I love you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, if you're going to attend the Chad convention in Taipei, hopefully we see you there. Apparently, y'all all went to Taipei. I don't know why. I didn't think we had that many Chad. Can I say Winnie the Pooh? Is that safe? Are you in danger? Winnie the Pooh ×2? What? I don't know. Anyways, but I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay? I love you. And I will see you in a little bit. I don't think I have a commercial. Do I have a commercial? Can we get a commercial break in here?
Transfer American.
There you go.
Imperial foreign nation or foreign state interference. But to just ban 170 million Americans who engage in speech and livelihood.
A TikTok spokesman said in a statement that TikTok was important because it was used by 170 million Americans. They also pointed to the economic benefit, the number of small businesses that use TikTok, the amount that has been raised and brought to the U.S. economy via the app. That's a really big case that they've been making throughout this entire push, really putting their creators forward. And guys, we'll be seeing exactly what happens to this bill when it comes to the Senate tomorrow.
Emily, in a way, though, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's up to the Chinese. When Secretary Janet Yellen was in China a few weeks ago, when I went with her, they brought that up. They brought up the TikTok bill, and their concern is that the U.S. is using issues of national security to try to squash successful Chinese companies in the U.S. So ultimately, won't any sale, even if the bill does pass and President Biden signs it, be shut down by China?
I mean, they will definitely have to see exactly what the courts do here. I mean, TikTok has been successful in a number of its lawsuits against other state rules. I'm thinking of the one in Montana that tried to have a TikTok ban. That got struck down. But you do have lawmakers kind of pointing out here that it's not like TikTok's a little bit different from some of the other apps, just because, number one, of the tie to ByteDance. And number two, they say, look, we're not against TikTok. We're fine having TikTok in the U.S. It just needs to have the break between TikTok and the parent company. That's really been the thing that lawmakers have been emphasizing here.
Yeah, no, I guess I was referring to the sale more, that they would stand in the way of a potential sale to a U.S. group of investors, say to Bobby Kotick or Steve
Mnuchin's group. No, it seems
interested.
unlikely that they,
Yeah.
I mean, based on what we've heard and what I assume you heard as well when you were in China, that in fact they would allow it should that ban take place, and then that during that interim period. You're right, Sarah.
And that it would be more, it would stoke some pretty intense, I think, trade tensions on the Chinese front.
It would,
Yeah.
potentially, yeah.
Emily, thank you.
Although they banned all of our social media
True.
apps.
No, absolutely.
No.
Emily, thanks. We'll turn to you on any development.
Yeah. So we went a little bit lower, 4977. That's the low of the day here. You bounced up a little bit off of that, but Raul came out of nowhere. Sanofi to pay $100 million to settle Zantac cancer lawsuit. That does not seem like a lot. I think that's good, yeah. Yeah, they're popping off. I think people thought the liability was going to be huge. So they're up. Both of those are up 1% on that, SNY, GSK. And then SPY's still near the low. Again, the high ticker still has stuff, but at this point, it's probably the Russell and the Dow. And now SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow Jones are all matched up. Russell is the outperformer on the day. The gap has not been filled, no. Unfortunately. You're like right in the middle. That's why I just like it leaves a lot of room. And then Pepsi's still going up, but the gap gets filled at 49.66. Procter Gamble still going. So again, remember they were good earnings. They didn't do too hot though on Friday, or I guess they sold off and then they bounced up. But now they're starting to break out a little bit more. HLF on the high, AbbVie now. There's still more Procter Gamble. Tesla's coming back down, Chattadonia. So that 140 level, it bounced right off of it, but that's what we got to watch out. Hershey's a value, AbbVie value, those are all on the high. And then where's oil? Again, gold bounced off of the low a little bit, but still down 2.5 on the day. Oil's rocketing. Oil's climbing up here to 82 now. So oil might go green on the day. Who could afford TikTok? Steve Mnuchin. I mean, a lot of companies have money. And again, I think TikTok's valued at like 30 or 40 billion. Which is still a lot, but I mean, there's people there. I mean, I've seen some random biotechs sell for more. Bro, Procter Gamble's actually low-key doing good. Again, Microsoft, I said that's not good, but then if Google flips, I think that'll be a really bad sign. Because that thing was up too, them and Amazon. Those GSKs, 90% now. Good work. Is it still going? GSK and who was the other one? Sanofi. Yeah, they're up 1.8. That's 2%. J&J still popping. And then YPF. Ande. Baba, Baidu. All China names doing great. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. So hit a low, like what, 49.70 or something? 77? And 82. I mean, my goodness. We've literally done this for a week. Because the range is not that big yet, but the whole start off with relief and then make the move. We'll see how this Monday goes. JNUG on the high, so gold starting to move. I don't know. I think JNUG's moving more than gold futures. Matterport 550. So you get 275 in shares, 275 in cash. So it's a little bit harder to finesse, but that's kind of the deal. Did I listen to TaylorMade? What are your thoughts? No, what's that? I listened to some of the Taylor Swift album my girlfriend showed me. Other than that, nothing. I don't know what Taylor like. Golf, or are we talking like Wiz Khalifa? Oh, it's Drake's new diss track. No, I actually didn't hear it. No. Tyler, man, you remember that? Tyler gang. TFC Meso, where's weed? Bro, bonds down. So SPY gave up a decent amount. SPY and everything else still green, but the bonds came right back to open. Tesla cuts roughly 40 person growth content advertising team. Elon. That's great. Did you hear what they said this morning? They said apparently Elon said that like if sales drop 20%, then why would we have 20% staff? But like, do you realize like I think he's getting rid of like 20% of the company. And it's kind of all just out of nowhere. Tesla is getting back to the one. I mean, a lot of things kind of washed away, though. Again, Google, everything from this morning with relief. I mean, it may test it by the end of the day. Maybe we bounce up, but definitely, I mean, started off on a stronger foot. But that has been the narrative of every day for the last 6 days. Bad quarter. He's in war mode. Well, and you already know that, too. So, like, you know, again, they have the report coming out in a couple of days, but remember that deliveries number already came out, and that right there is where everything's been based off of. He's rooting out the snitch who said the Model 2's canceled. GLD on the high. So, again, it's high of the day, but I mean, last night it was up a lot more. So it's crazy. The gap down is huge, but you are finally hitting intraday highs on gold. And then same thing with silver. Amgen on the hop. Okay. There will be 2 Elons when we look back pre and post Neuralink. I don't think he's going to get the Neuralink. I think he'll invent it, but he won't get it. You're crazy. Tesla. But yeah, watch 140. MO's on the high now too. So they were on fire on Friday, then they came down, and now they're back up again. So they're continuing. Again, all the value, so pre-earnings is sell-off growth, sell-off anything that hasn't reported, and buy value for now. I mean, and rates are near 5%, 4.75. I wonder where all the money being made off gold is going to go. Probably to other places, but don't forget the money lost on it too. Because that's, again, I mean, in the same way, you see how that short has messed with me. Imagine the same reverse on any of the highs. It's still at the same price. So gold has been pretty much at the same price for the last like week and a half with, you know, almost $100 fluctuations. So depending on where you're positioning for, or how you if you position higher or lower, it's wild. Oh, video. And then MO, again, more value still going up. And then YPF, that's Argentina, right? Yeah, they're up 3. SPY coming back down again. So these little candles here. Remember, we were pinned most of the morning here. Now you're kind of doing that here towards the low, but you did finally start moving. Bidunius and Babushka and JD. The China plays is, again, there wasn't really anything out of China. They're going to have rate cuts this week, but they're not going to cut rates. Just the announcement. EU regulators suspect TikTok of prima facie infringement of EU online content rules. EU could suspend TikTok Lite on Wednesday if satisfactory response is not provided. And then XLE is ripping again. Oil has moved a lot. Oil was red on the day, and I think it's green now. It's down 0.3. But oil, I mean, it's up almost $2 off the futures low. So oil has moved a decent amount. And then there's SPY off the bottom. Who's the other one? Stellara. And then Tesla's still, it's not below the danger zone, so that's good. And then SPY, this was to the first low of the day before you set that one there. Pfizer 2640. Hey, man, I'll take it. I think that's around where we bought it last. And then SPY, what's the volume looking like? 12 million. And we're a little bit over it. Volume's not that big. I mean, it's not small either, but it's still not. Again, the last couple of days, it's been a little bit more aggressive. No, yeah, Pfizer's still waking up on the value. Even MO, too. That one definitely, because remember, Altria was up the last 2 days, too, when we were dumping up, or we were dumping, selling off. MU still down. Dell, Intel, Philip Morris following behind Altria. MO earnings are what, Wednesday or Thursday, I believe? Doesn't MO have dividend coming up? Or am I tripping? No, theirs was March 22nd. Yeah, so the dividend should pay, actually. Wait a minute. Do we have a pay date? QQ SPY, green candle, still working its way up. It sucks, though, because you guys remember what happened. Was it Friday? Wasn't it Friday? We started off slow, and then we had that, but that was within 10 minutes. But we've done a couple of these sell off, hit the low, and then do the bounce. Or I think was that Thursday. Yeah, Thursday was about 30 minutes, an hour in. We hit the lows, and then we bounced up, but then you still sold it off. So, again, we're still in this weird little gulag, but back to 49.87 again. 5,000 is going to be an area that we're going to talk about probably all day. I want to see if the I think Ultra dividend should be paying. Again, Netflix. Hi. Good guy, man. Good guy. MO pays on the 30th. Yeah, pay date the 30th. All right. So maybe it is going to run up. Because they like to give it to us expensive, you know. I like KSS too. It's really risky. It sucks because their company isn't good. Like Kohl's as a company is pretty dog shit, but their real estate is just they have a floor, and that's why everybody, the buyout stuff back and forth. So, but like there's always still the element of that shitty business catching up with them and some deal not materializing. But I view it as one of those speculative buyout plays. Bonds came back up too. So, again, SPY had like half the rally back up to VWAP and then even coming back down. But TLT is starting to rocket. Pfizer should be in 3 days. Haven't heard anything. I think they'll announce. I'm not too worried about Pfizer's divvy. tap on the high. API. The last day to buy, you have to wait a long time. So ex-dividend was March 22nd. I think it was when we bought it that one time. So like March 22nd, I mean, you have to wait probably till like May or June will be the next dividend date, but it's not going to pay out for another 3 months. Why isn't Pfizer divvy pretty decent? No, it is good. I'm not worried. I'm saying I'm not worried about because like some people get worried that Pfizer's gonna cut their dividend, but they have signaled the exact opposite. But you never know. But that's what I was in reference to. Yeah, ex-divi on Altria was March. Pays out on the 30th. I thought it would pay out today, but end of the month. But I like, you get the dividend, and the dividend will make another dividend. It's all very good, Habibi. Yeah, 40% of the S&P 500 reports this week. So, yeah, MO, Philip Morris, again, value. It's holding up, and now you at least have tech playing along. Surprisingly, though, Russell is outperforming the tech, the NASDAQ, and then SPY is too. My goodness. Netflix did start waking up. Those contracts went up. So our contracts, they're very widespread, though. That's the only thing that sucks with it. Look how many quakes in Taiwan. Dude, do you know how many Chads we have in Taipei right now? Like, it's crazy. So 55, 2.5 plus earthquakes in the past day. Damn, like 5, 6s and shit. These are all big. Like, these are all 5s. So yeah, 55 earthquakes in Taiwan. Above 2.5 in the last 24 hours. And bonds breaking out. I mean, this is quite the Monday, man. So you're getting our relief. We're still trading lower. All the indexes are up. But bonds are catching a bid here now. How they making so many chips when the ground shaking? Because you're looking at it wrong. It's because they making so many chips, they making the ground shake. You know what I'm saying? That's what they doing. Just all those, they get paid $1 an hour. So they got like 1 million of them out there. You don't remember? Y'all forgot? Y'all all forgot, huh? Y'all don't remember when TSM had a huge protest because the motherfuckers were living in the facility and then they locked in the chip people? Y'all forgot? And they're like, yo, we building all your chips for fucking $1 a day, dog. Y'all forgot about that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Happy Monday. UAL daily high. They're still going. Bro, I don't know what just happened to bonds right there. They said, hi. And then again, value plays going straight up. TLT on the high. You don't see that too often lately. Can't believe you're up 6% on MO despite all the selling. I mean, there were some good pickups. And even then, depending on when you bought it and how long you've held it, don't forget about your dividend. So if you're up 6% on shares and you've held that stock for 3 years, getting 7%, you're up another 21%. But hopefully you've reinvested it. Progress on the divvy goal is good. I mean, surprisingly, time is flying. I can't believe, like, again, homie asked me to do the calculation on the put, and I'm like, damn, 6 months from now is October. So we're running out of time, but I'm close. I think I'm $700 away. So if I could raise my dividends by $700 on the year, I will achieve my $6,000 goal, and therefore increasing my dividends by 50% from last year, which is still the goal. But right now I'm at 53 or 5,400. which is kind of crazy. But then again, if I could do that, that'd be high. But I still have to like, it's easier said than done. Because like I think even then, like Altria pays what? Altria is like 94 cents a share or something. 98 cents. But like, hypothetically, let's see, 42.56 divided by 3,000. Oh no, other one. So let's say if all I did was buy Altria at this price, you know, I get $70 a share times 0.98. So I'd be getting $69 a quarter times 4. That increases by 270. So I told you I need 700, right? So I would have to buy Altria at this price for the next 3 deposits to achieve that. And then let's try it with Pfizer too. So Pfizer dividends 42 cents. And then SPY coming down. Again, Chicles. So let's say we bought here at the high. Divided by 3,000. That'll give us, I did it again. 113 times 42 cents. Oh, shit. No, 113.85. So we get back 47 times 4. We get back 191 a year, so I'd have to go 2 4. I'd need 4 deposits. So if I wanted to achieve the goal, the next 3 deposits would have to go into Altria. But then think about it. At that point, it would be July. It'd be like July or August. And then if we put it into Pfizer, I'd have to put the next 4 months. So literally by August, September, I would have, which isn't bad, but hopefully you see it's like it would still take me a couple months of like only focusing on dividends to get there. So like I said, easier said than done, but we're on track. You know, if I really put the next 2 deposits towards it, I mean, I'll probably guarantee it by the end of the year, but you know, still a little bit more that we have to do. Iranian foreign ministry claimed Monday that nuclear weapons have no place in its nuclear doctrine. Statement comes after IRGC general and hardline lawmaker suggested potential changes to Iran's nuclear policy under threats. Sounds good. And then SPY, bro, I don't know what happened to TLT and the bonds. SPY's about to break down again. 1 more point is already the low of the day from previously. So see what it does here. I think the bonds are getting interesting because now if SPY goes red and bonds green, like I said, I was kind of looking for the lag, but they all look the same up until like here, right when we started dumping. Bonds started catching a bid, then they matched up here, but then all of a sudden, like that was a weird ass move, and then bonds said hi. Avail Resorts price target cut. SPY new low of the day. You're looking at it. Wait, what's that? Tesla cuts 40. I thought that was JP Morgan. So 4976. I mean, this was a low. Anything, again, remember 4973. Remember all of these levels. You guys remember 82 and 89 on Friday? You guys remember I kept telling you about those prices? And we needed to get, it's the same exact points here now, but anything below like 73, 74, you could flush a little harder, and then we fill the gap at 67, which is kind of a new point here. Dollar down 2. Is it? It was green earlier. Yeah, dollar gave it up, so everything sold off. And then even gold's down. I think oil is the only thing. And then oil's still down on the day, but it actually moved up. Volume is kind of low. I mean, it's not bad, but the first hour was like 12 million, a little bit over the first hour, which is not the worst, but it's not the best. So, I mean, depending on how middle of the day plays out, could either pick up or slow down heavily. The thing is, there's not much data for this day. I mean, we have way more earnings, 40% of the S&P this week, but you're not really going to get any economic data or events, and then you got no more Fed speakers. Fed is officially in Fed blackout period. And SPY going lower again. So watch out. I mean, high ticker has a couple of names. Remember, value's holding up, but low ticker dominating, and it's tech. NASDAQ is about to go negative. NASDAQ's only up by 0.05. Wheat pop. I haven't heard that in a while. 4976. MDB on the high. So again, I mean, any lower from here, I mean, I'd watch for velocity to see if it does. If it does a little bounce and not, otherwise, you know, if this keeps flushing, we'll just quickly fill the gap and then go from there. Reddit on the high. We have not talked Reddit. $42 still. It's not bad, right? Didn't it IPO at 47? Look at you. Baidu still holding up. Yeah, again, Citron. And then SPY. And then all the while the bonds are ripping. And then Procter & Gamble, another value play just in this automatic straight up mode. An auction on short notes. There might have been. I'd have to double check. The Google put. I have one in the random account. That's the one we made. And that play was up. I don't know after today because Google was very strong this morning. Google did very, very good. TLT still climbing. So again, we don't know what's going on with this. But at the very least, I mean, a little bit of bond relief. The interesting part is that bond relief is correlating with the market coming down. So I do think a pullback from 4.5, 4.7 is going to really ease up the market. But for now, bonds are doing good. SPY is giving up. NASDAQ is about to go red. And then Russell is the best on the day. Meta. That move is probably just getting all the contracts messed up ahead of earnings. TLT 100 by next Friday. Well, I mean, a good PCE data and GDP and depending on the earnings, I mean, you got the setup. You got the setup for a lot of things to move this week. But it just, and then again, at the same time, if all of it comes in exactly the same, I mean, you're just going to go from pricing in all the risk premium to not, and then nothing happens. So don't forget that as a potential option too. Tech earnings are bad. The market could go through another bloodbath. Yeah, and if the data is there with it, there's part of it. I mean, it can only control so much, but I will say if that earnings is bad in the tech space, like AI, then yeah, then we could, because again, you already just see it on these earlier today, right when we see a random sell-off. I mean, it just, the chips can move a ton of the market. Russian air attack on Ukraine's Kharkiv hits TV broadcast infrastructure, prompts disruptions with signal. My opinion on SoFi, I'm not the biggest fan of it. And what I mean is that I don't like that it's a SPAC, but if you were going to put like a financial in the long term, I would just go for a higher quality name. Like I would go for a big bank rather than a new bank. So I think SoFi may fight to be around in the future, but just their valuation, the SPAC, and they're still some of the best banks in the world that you could get at a pretty good price. I'm kind of down more with those. APRO. And then bonds doing it again. They're giving their little sell-off after doing their own thing. And then SPY, 2 candles off the bottom, but still red. Low ticker, has a lot of downside there. NASDAQ did not go negative yet, all the while. And then Dollar, little pop there. SPY coming right back down. Geopolitical risk is the biggest concern for credit investors. Bank of America. Interesting. Mara on the low? Weird. Isn't all the crypto... Actually, crypto plays sold off. Mara still... Oh, no. Mara flipped red. That's weird considering all the other ones are actually up there. So again, coin MSTR. Microsoft now selling off. Yeah, MSTR is up 7.6. And the peach is up 100%, baby. The first peach of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach has arrived. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Horna. Oh my God. I think I need a new. This horn seems a little bogged down. I might need another. I need a replacement horn. Bradley Frizzle, God bless you, baby. I need a... Yeah, there you go. I need a horn worthy of the peach. Oh, yeah, you see that one? That one has a turbo. That one's beautiful. You hear it spool up. Let's go, baby. It's Monday. It is. You had a weekend to relax. It's a great Monday, too, man. I mean, we'll see if we start dumping or not, because all I remember, Friday was carnage everywhere. Carnage. So we'll see, but we have been here for about an hour and a half. Volume decently slow. The relief is holding up, but definitely calling it into question a little bit. You had a couple of earnings in the morning, but most of those have already faded. We have a lot of earnings for tomorrow. No real data. You have no real war headlines either, and we've kind of just been chilling. Chilling. Geopolitical risk. That's the Bank of America headline. SPY still going lower. Bond just sold off. Again, came back to this first candle after hitting that high. And then 49.75. I mean, 49.74 is the low. 49.74.30, I think. Again, 49.66. We fill the gap, or 67. Tesla. I mean, Tesla's moved a lot, but I feel like 2 standard deviations on Tesla is going to be cheap. That's how it was last time, but then again, it still didn't move. My problem with Tesla's at a really important level now, and it's moved a lot, but Tesla's, like, its earnings don't really earnings. Again, once they come out with delivery numbers ahead of time, and that does it all. Market pricing and interest rates, we're pricing in a little bit more than 1. So we're like in between 2 and 1 rate cut being priced in. So generally the same as last week, but hawkish. I mean, you're not. Market is the bond market, Fed futures, 2-year bond. I mean, they're all more hawkish than the dot plot. And everyone talking about the TikTok ban. TikTok, because again, they passed the Ukraine bill. So we gave $60 billion to Ukraine over the weekend. So we passed that bill, but I do think the TikTok bill was piggybacked on that one. If your average on Matterport was 750, would you sell on the pop or wait for momentum? I mean, that's the weird part. A lot of people have been asking this question. So essentially, like, if you held Matterport at the high prices if you want to take the buyout and just sell out, you'll get 550. You're going to just close out for a loss, and now there's no opportunity, and then that's it. It's over. The play got bought out. Otherwise, the only other option would be to just collect the cash that they'll pay you and then let your shares convert, and then you would just convert your shares into the new company, the CSGP, CoStar, and then if the next couple of years, if CoStar really rockets, then you'll be able to, have a possibility of making your cost basis back. So if you still want to hold and believe in this now better, bigger company, then you can, because CoStar is not a bad company, but those are your only two options. You don't have any other options. You either sell out, take the money, take the valuation, or you hold on to the merger shares, and then the mergers are able to benefit you, or they don't. Thank you. I've held this long. I'm taking door number 3. I was under the impression there was only 2 doors, but what's in door number 3? Shout out the course. You're learning so much. Hey, you get on that options one, the little $5 one? Let's go, baby. Is door number 3 long term for 20 years? Woo! Wait and see company growth and whatnot. Yeah, then you're going to hold the shares. Your door number 2. There's no wait and see. So, like, you could wait and see for the shares, but it's going to culminate, like, all roads lead to either take the money and take the 550, or you end up waiting and seeing and convert into the other shares and holding. So you could hold in the meantime, but the valuation, the price you're going to get isn't going to change. The 550 value, maybe it fluctuates ahead of time, but it's either you walk away with nothing or you walk away with new shares in a new company with upside, or you end the play by taking the value. These random 5-letter tickers doing it again, like NSRG, MSGS, MSOS. Yeah, 848, so weed's down a lot. Oh, dude, no 420. Dude, what happened to even like Dogecoin, dude? That's weird, dude. Weed stocks, dude. Didn't we just have 420, dude? I thought we did legislation, dude. No, dude? No, they're just not. Okay, dude. That's cool, dude. I'm checking Dogecoin. I forgot about that. I forgot about 420. And then there was the Bitcoin halving too. Department of Defense selects Intel Foundry of Phase 3 ramp. Phase 3 of Ramp C. Short says it's old. Oh, it did. It dropped on the 19th. You had a run into 420. It's still kind of holding on Dogecoin. It's kind of weird, but it did it. Actually, never mind. It's not old. Oh, yeah. This is so emotional, Intel. Well, Intel not reacting. They're slipping up. Them and ARM gave back some. Again, a lot of the chips did. And then SMCI in the gulag. Until when is Euro? Euro closed 22 minutes. SPY near the low of the day. I don't know how Europe did. Europe killed it, actually. So maybe it's good. Damn. FTSE 100 went up 1.7. Germany 0.7. Euro stocks 50 0.45. FTSE 100 1.7. And then Hang Seng up 0.3. Not bad. So everywhere around the world did very, very good. So, I mean, right now we are the weakest link. NASDAQ just went red. Or I guess the Chinese or Japanese stocks. 4972, about 5 more points now to filling the gap. So bittersweet, but you are coming down there. And Meta. Looks like NVIDIA leading. Good time to short Meta. I think Meta is going to be very important. I said that on the watch list. So, I mean, I don't know if the earnings are going to, guarantee a gulag run, but if the earnings are bad, they will die. If the earnings are good, they'll go up. But Meta has both AI and they have the ad business, and they are up 300%. So, I mean, it has the makings of all of it. And then SPY, again, you just got to wick into another new low there. Have not filled the gap. We have Philip. Wait, what? Oh, it's May 13th. I was like, well, we shouldn't have had a Fed. I was like, why is there a Fed speaker? And then going lower again, 4972. Remember, this was one of those levels. This was like the final level from Friday, and then we started to get the flush, and then it started to create this 6.7, 6.8 level, and then we started going lower. And then 4971, low ticker getting a lot more active. You'll notice the high ticker's drying up. The last couple of times, high ticker, you were getting those value names and everything else. Again, Amazon's about to go red. Amazon was up 2% in the morning. So again, even big tech has given up a lot. Even Google, NASDAQ just hovering at red right now. SPY is only up by 0.1%. Dow up 0.8, and Russell is the leader. Bonds stopped going up. They gave up from that high. Watch whenever this shit resumes. Is Tesla right at 140? So again, once you start showing 1.3, that no look good. And then Netflix is breaking out while we're going lower, so that's a nice one for now. Your plays on that are up 26%, very widespread. Yeah, Mars dropping. Coinbase, that's slipping too. So they were leading, but it seems like they're all kind of following. Crypto is giving back some. You never thought Tesla would get to your entry point around 121? Well, when did you get it? Because, I mean, if you got it, like, it was just there a year ago. But if you bought it like several years ago, I get it. But, like, I mean, remember, actually, that was 2 years ago, I guess. I just remember child support like it was yesterday. I'll never forget. SPY a little bit off the bottom. Yeah, before the split, I think it was, like, right here. Or was that 5? It was right. I think it was here. EYPT on the low. Vanny. Uber broke below 100 day. Oh, I mean, 68, it is kind of low. Yeah, low key, Uber has given up a lot. Remember, Uber was at like 80 something. That's $10 a share on Uber. 11. Yeah, Uber's given up that whole earning. A lot of names have done this. You don't really see this too often. To like, it's one, like, usually you'll trade to the level of your earnings. Does that make sense? Like, to rip up on earnings and then sell off and then come back down to where you traded on that first day. That makes sense. But selling off and going into your post, or that's like insanity, because that's just showing you're getting a lot more. I guess you had a lot more overshoot, but you are getting people kind of a little worried considering from your last report. AMD did that too. Yeah, a lot of names have done that. ADEU on the high. TFC. Dash compared to Uber? I don't know. They're better. See, they're holding up their earnings. But then granted, they ran up with Uber, right? So they're at the low end of the high end of the Uber earnings. But then again, give them some time. That's a great, because then once Uber reports, they'll have time. But for the most part, they're holding up a little better. APP, and again, I thought we were going to get a green shoot off of there, but it's still red. Again, 4971, about to go a little bit lower. Again, a couple points off of filling the gap here right now. Two-year, 10-year. Amazon. So again, Amazon's red now. SPY flushing. I think we might get our gap fill. It's kind of doing it slower, but it's more following in line with get this out the way. Again, you had the little bounce here, but now this is where it's going to do it. Again, 2 more points. 2-3 more points. It's still kind of trying to get the air brakes pulled up. Smucker's on the high again. The value plays are doing it again. And then Google, again, I said if Google goes red, that's crazy. But Amazon already did it. Then they're dancing around green right now. Then bonds, where's the dollar? Dollar slightly up again, but remember, that's sold off on most of this. 4970, 4969. So again, 2 more points. You are hitting more lows on this. Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.3 billion. That's a lot. KRE is up a lot. It's weird considering, I mean, rates are high. It's just they're going to juggle between do rates kill them or do banks benefit. But then again, the big banks, no trouble at all. But JPM did start coming down. You are going a little lower now. So 4969 gap fill. You're staring at it, bro. You're just looking at it right now. This is it. Just waiting on that moment. 496975. It's weird. The high ticker still has a couple of those value names on the high, and then a couple of random ETFs. SPY fighting there with some of the green shoots. Apple, Morgan Stanley cuts price target to 210 from 220. And there's your green. 4969 or 67. That's your gap fill. So we just hit 4969. Your gap fill is 4967. So you just literally pop 5 points off of that. You may have to wait. You may have to wait. Good morning. How you living? Zach Boone. What's up, baby? You remember the Boone brothers in baseball? Wasn't there Boone? Was it Aaron Boone? TLT still holding? Yeah, TLT gave up from the high. I mean, market moved a lot while TLT stayed up there. Do you ever do promissory notes on real estate transactions? Yeah, if people need a loan. So I've done that before. Like I had somebody, they needed $50,000, and it was kind of sus. Like I didn't really want to, like, if I looked at them as a borrower, I wouldn't give them $50,000, but they had a paid off condo. So like literally they had a condo, it was worth like 450 grand and it had 0 payment, like no notes on it. So they had a paid off condo worth 400,000. They needed 50 grand. So I gave them $50,000 and I secured it with a 1-year promissory note on their property. So then that way, if they didn't give me my money back, I would have first title, first lien on that house. So they're useful promissory notes, secured promissory. Remember, secured is the key to that. A promissory note without security, it's just a piece of paper. Just I'm saying, get that security. So in that case, it was secured by the property. Aaron and Brett. Yeah, Brett Boone, Aaron Boone. You remember them? Good players, bro. So one of my favorites. BSX on the high. Oh, didn't Boston Scientific have something? Land in another country. I mean, it depends where. I was just talking about this over the weekend with a friend of mine. We were talking about like certain rural areas that are good, but then also like even like France, you know. But it just depends where. And then ideally, I always prefer property with a structure. Tesla reverse split. I don't think so. BSX going up. Tesla 139.77 now, and then bonds slipping. So again, last time we had the bonds sell off here too, we did give up a little bit. So watch if those sell. But again, you got news there. Apple price target lowered. They are going higher, and then Tesla is at the danger zone. Spot down 3, and then all the big names in the morning, Google, Amazon, they're either barely green or they gave it up. Nasdaq's back to green, but we were looking for the gap fill. And then gold came back to lows. Silver almost there too. ARM is still up. RGA. Bonds, I mean, the bonds are doing a lot as of late. It's hard to say what they're going to, and as far as like inverse or not, I am looking for a delay. So I do think like if bonds are green, I'm looking for the market to be red the next day and then vice versa. That's the only thing I've picked up on lately, but even then, it's not a guarantee. We'll see. Okay. But then I need to go to the bathroom. I think you guys need to talk to Megan Horniman of Veridance Capital. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. Good morning.
Deliver for us, particularly on the Big 6, Mag 7, then tech will fall away and the market will go with it. We like drama on the show, okay, but realistically, how worried are you about the stakes in the coming weeks?
I'm quite worried. We had a little bit more than a 5% correction in the market over the past couple weeks. That was not enough, in my opinion, to really warrant to look at these elevated valuations, and then also take all of these mounting risks that we have from an economics standpoint, from a geopolitical standpoint, from a Federal Reserve standpoint. I think there still is a little bit too much optimism about what the Federal Reserve can do, and our bigger risk here is, what is inflation going to do? Are we really in the midst of a reignition, I guess you could say, of inflation? If that's the case, these stocks and these earnings expectations and these valuations are just not sustainable.
Megan Horniman of Veridance Capital Advisors, really appreciate your time on the show this morning. Now, coming up, Australia is gearing up for a showdown with Elon Musk.
No.
Who else? Who else? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't help myself, Caro. What are you looking at?
We're just forcing you to talk only about one individual at the moment. And meanwhile, look, let's get out to the rest of the earnings space. We're just talking about it with Megan. Verizon, they came in and actually, look, on an intraday basis, falling hard. We're off by more than 4%. That's even as they beat analyst estimates for profit. They actually stemmed some of the losses in consumer wireless customers. But maybe there was some worry about operating revenue coming in at $33 billion. That missed Wall Street's prediction of a little bit over $33.2 billion. From New York, from San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology.
I didn't
At
feel
Roto-Rooter, we've tried everything.
I went and grabbed a drink. I didn't go pee, though. Roto-Rooter. And then we haven't dropped yet. You were dropping all day, but not through the lab. No gap field, brethren.
And
Buttigieg.
Maryland DOT is already well underway on that.
Okay. Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Department of Transportation Secretary, thanks for joining us from Las Vegas as Brightline West breaks ground. Appreciate it. Coming up later today on Closing Bell Overtime, Brightline founder Wes Edens will join me in the 4 p.m. Eastern hour for more on Brightline West, plus the investing environment, debt markets, energy, so much more.
All right, well, I guess I'll wait. I'll wait till the next one. Unless
this month's tech sell-off, we'll look at how the big names in the sector.
All coming up. All coming up. Well, I got some more water. That was at least worth it. UAL. Hi, Uncle. Literally, Apple got a price target cut and then went up. That was it. We're still near the low. I mean, a couple points off of filling the gap, but market is not wanting to do it. Sucks that we're doing the same thing, man. So let's see here in 5 minutes. Honestly, Euro close, you guys, because Europe did very well. Everywhere around the world did good, but I don't like. Are we really about to do this? Start with relief and then sell off? It's been like that for 6 days in a row. So remember, if today closes red, that will be your 7th consecutive red day on the SPY. So we will see. But SPY is working its way up. Again, Euro close is literally in 5 minutes right now. So we'll see how it plays out. New song, Fireman. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. I got to I did nothing actually on it. Marcus is the one who mixed it. So, I'm glad to be the messenger. Glad to be the messenger. Citi on the high and Bank of America. And then Netflix. It sucks that contract. They're hitting a new high, but contract was up more earlier. You still got like 20%. But Netflix still in the red. They may be one of the first ones to go green. SPY. That's probably the highest you've been in like 50 minutes. From 750, so like 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Not bad, but then this was one of the other lows. And again, 4972 to 4979, and then the 4982. Or no, it's 4973 and then 4982 to 4989. Those are the levels from Friday. 15 weeks green, 7 days red. I mean, it sucks because like 15 weeks, you did a lot of progress, but then like you literally wiped out those 7 red days, 6 red days. I mean, they did their work. They did their work, to say the least. Reuter. If you'd ever drop AI Uncle song, what do you mean? The Chad made one, right? So the Chad took one of Uncle's songs and then they made Drake rap it. There was 2 red weeks before. Well, I think we're on 3 consecutive. We had 3 consecutive. That was the first time in a while. I don't know if we'll do 4 consecutive, but even then, it's funny how we had a lot of positivity, but just several days in a row of downside really adds up. Just like the positivity did, though, on the way up, too. Gazprom, stairs up. Elevator down. God is still good, though. Amen. Amen. Always. It was like QQQ is dead. I mean, the volume is slowing down, and it was a little slower today, but I mean, just don't forget, we didn't just end up here. There's a lot of baggage. There's a lot of history from the last couple of weeks here. Everything from rates to the data to now earnings, and now we're talking chip corrections and overseas, and then back to Powell and rates. So it's been wild. That's why it's like when we see how the market is, it just, imagine if this was your chart 3 months ago, everybody's view was a lot different, right? You would just buy everything. People weren't worried. The market was invincible. But now, ever since the rates came back up in these last couple days, I mean, it's now been almost a week of every single day our relief in the morning. It's just not like really relief even. It's kind of crazy. Yo, Burford. Oh, this popping again. I swear we've seen this thing with some this or that. You see this? The New York Stock Exchange considering a proposal for 24/7 trading. I saw people talking about that, but I didn't know there was like a real like thing getting traction with it. NVO on the high. Again, Burford, I don't know if we traded this, but I feel like we've gotten headlines on it like several times. That'd be wild. I mean, what would I do though? I don't think I could stream anymore if they made it 24/7. Because what if there was like no open and closing? So like I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no bell to ring, there's no bell to close. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't. That'd be crazy. You'd have to stream 24/7 daily. There wouldn't even be an open. I'll be live 30 minutes. 30 minutes. I'll be live. And I can't. That's it. There's no opening because it doesn't close. 24/7 means it don't close. And it's the stock market. They don't even have to close it to clean the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? That's it. EU closing, we're rocketing. So remember I told you, Europe did very good today. So Europe closing in the books right now. I mean, you've done this a couple of times. This is perfect in the terms of the shape, though. You're breaking out of it. But if you wanted to sell off and continue down, the bouncy ball would keep going. But for the most part, Europe was very good. We are getting our first little reaction right there now. So let's see. Baidu is running up. And then Tesla back to 140. Amazon in barely green. Microsoft barely red. Google back to green. And then SPY just under VWAP. Last time we did it, we sold off, and then the bonds are still elevated. Again, dollar came back up, but gave up some of its gains in the morning. Again, Baidu and NVO on the high. ARM is going up, 5.5. Intel a little off the bottom. Intel went red. Niv'd up. The bill auction, I don't think there's any, so the 3-month, 6-month bills, I don't really care about them. I don't think the market cares either. Just because you have more of the Fed on those auctions. So again, short-term auctions aren't really, they're not really telling of anything. Netflix breaking out. I don't know why they're holding us on those contracts. They went up 20. We literally fucking bought it at the bottom. I guess it went a little lower and then bounced, but still. Yeah, Netflix in the green. TSM breaking out. You guys were just talking about that. Baidu is on the high now also. Let's see, man. Can I go to the bathroom? Did they come out? All right, let me go. I didn't go to the bathroom yet. Please hold.
Yeah, we had some good parties last week for the halving. You're right, it does punish the producers of the asset class. You will see, I saw headlines this morning that it came off with a whimper. That's pretty typical for halving events. It's usually 3 to 6 months where you start seeing some impacts of that supply constraint that takes place.
Supply constraint has not yet taken place. I actually want to focus on that for a minute because I think you guys had a pretty good quarter.
Yes.
And actually, since the start of the year, whether you are focused on the underlying technology or you're a participant in the marketplace for crypto-related assets, things have been quite cheery. Put that into context for us. As everyone was bracing for the halving, they were also doing business and carrying on with it.
Yes, absolutely. It's kind of interesting. You expect this big Times Square event where everything changes, the year is turned over. And in reality, it's just we've hit another block, the next 210,000th block, in which it's in our code, it's in our DNA to cut the rewards and then limit that supply. This is not happening in a vacuum either. So you've got ETFs that are taking a lion's share of these things right now. We have a few $billion of assets, client assets under custody inside of our platform. And there'll be more and more when less and less is available, which is really in contrast to the almighty dollar and the way the U.S. dollar works today. We actually reward producers of currency every 4 years with things called re-elections, right?
That I get the parallel of. We have a big part of our audience that are focused on largely the blockchain, right? They probably don't care about any given direction of the movement in Bitcoin or its current price. But there is now a big market of people that do.
Yes.
And many of them argue because of the finite supply, and I'm repeating myself to audience, we always talk about this, but Bitcoin can only ever go up in price because of that limited supply.
Because of that scarcity. Yeah.
And yet, the other story of the first quarter was liquidity. This is quite a liquid market.
Yes.
Where a lot of trades hands. How do we square those two?
How do you square that with liquidity is a difficult question. Probably bigger nerds that can handle that for you. But don't forget the divisibility of Bitcoin. It's not, you don't trade in one Bitcoin. It goes down to the 11th decimal point, which is known as a Satoshi. And as we get further and further down that scarcity, you're going to start seeing the impact where people will be, wow, you're a one Bitcoiner, and that will be a huge deal. I think it also, you can't have this conversation about Bitcoin having without talking about inflation. They're very intertwined today. I was reading a study this morning. Northwest Mutual came out. Average Americans think they need $1.5 million in order to retire comfortably, which is a pretty large number. However, what's really staggering is that just 3 years ago, the same report was at $950,000. So in just 3 years, Americans feel like they need 53% more money to retire comfortably. And that's part of why folks are looking at diversification of currency, and Bitcoin is an opportunity for that.
And look, you're looking at what we're saving for our pensions and for our retirement a little bit more because you've got it in your name, Bitcoin IRA. You don't just offer Bitcoin, you offer other cryptocurrencies. But more broadly at the moment, this coming of an ETF was meant to tempt in the so-called boomers, to get them back into allocating to and attempted to allocate into Bitcoin. But what about the rest of the altcoins, and how are you seeing interest pick up as we start to talk more of an ETH ETF too?
Yeah, the ETH ETF is starting to get some build-up. We should maybe expect that later this year. I don't get excited because I waited 7 years for the Bitcoin ETF to get approved. But there are...
Bitcoin IRA. One Bitcoin. You're a one Bitcoiner. UAL on the high. So remember, that was a good one from earnings. And lately, we have bounced off the low. You did not fill the gap. Only the NASDAQ did. Bonds came back up here. Europe has closed. Europe did good. And now we're chilling at 49.80. My goodness. How about Bitcoin on the high? Monday mornings, eh? Indeed. Well, I don't know. It's kind of just, I feel like emotions are high after last week, and every single little bit of relief comes with conditions. So, I mean, I don't know. But for the most part, you don't have any data. There's no events, no nothing. I bought Bitcoin on the high. Try more than half by July. It's a good song, man. It's a good song. How was it? TSM ripping. Again, Reddit. We saw that value plays. I don't know if they went down with that rip. No, it looks like they held up. Again, NVO, they were making some moves. This is the reverse. Well, we'll see again if that Europe win could help us out. And we keep the relief, give us one good day. And then bonds, too. Again, if bonds find a way to recover, I think that was my expectation. If any data earnings helps out bonds, I think it could help out the market a lot. There was a lot of bond pressure in the last 2 weeks, but we will find out. TSM, more chips on the high. I'm seeing UPS and UNG. UNG starting to break out. Where is it? Where's oil? Let oil go green. Oil's popping 82.07. Oil futures are down a quarter, so they're about to go green. Again, oil was down at $80 in the morning. Did Europe bounce? Oh, well, they were just up. The Europe FTSE was up 0.45, and then I think the stock 600 was up 1.5. But I think it's because regardless of their data, every person in the ECB just keeps saying they're going to cut rates. Yeah, FTSE 100 closes at record highs, surpassing 2023 closing peak. So they're hitting new highs. That's the funny part. So their data is getting a little worse, but ironically, again, if every EU headline I've read you, even on Friday, remember, they're all like, cut. We're going to cut cut. We're going to cut before Powell. Cut. Centeno, cut. So maybe that's why, but they're doing pretty good. I don't know if their data's good, but FTSE 100, all-time high. TSM, oh, that's TSN. I was like, wait a minute. And then SPY back to VWAP. Again, pre-Euro and Euro close has been bullish. So again, you were at the bottom 15 minutes before, started bouncing, got a big pre-candle of Euro close, and now we're up. We'll see how long this lasts for. But not bad. You missed anything? Anything good happen? Not really. Today, very, very lacking in terms of data, but the general idea is relief. We kind of sold it off for a little bit, but now we're climbing back up towards it. You got Fed blackout period, not going to hear much. And really just getting ready for earnings. Noise. NVO. Microsoft's still in the red, and then SPY above VWAP. I think post-Euro is all we needed for now. Well, I don't know, man. I'm just paranoid because the last couple of days, every single rally will get sold off. But, again, Europe's good. The relief is there. You're back up. You didn't fill the gap, though. You came right towards it. So that 4967 will have to be something you got to keep in mind. You missed last week, still playing catch on all the happenings. Got to binge the watch list. Last week was a shit show. It was more rates, pretty much ASML, TSM. Their earnings were like good, but not good enough. They gave bad warning signals, and that hurt some things. The bank started off weak with NIM, but then we brushed that off. And then on Friday, SMCI, they came out with their announcement for when they're going to report earnings, but this time they didn't include guidance, which last time they did, and it brought the stock up 50%. So then they sold off, and now everyone's talking chip correction. Meanwhile, all the while, the last week, it was just rates going up to 4 or 5, and then there was Israel and Iran. There was another attack, like Thursday night futures. That felt like the good old days of like volatility. Futures were down 1.5. Oil was up 4%, and it was after Israel attacked Iran, but then that all faded. But right now we're fully in earnings mode, worry about rates, a little bit on those global tensions, and then seeing whether or not the chips are going to correct and where we go from here. That's like a quick summary. But there was a lie. It was a shit show. And then it was 6 consecutive red days. So it was crazy. That was some Trump tweet level volatility. Nah, for real. Like that's what it was like. It was like Trump would say something, or there'd be like a big thing at night, and then the futures would move. But what we saw I'm still talking about it till today. I'm telling you, if you were there, it was a fun time. You got to be there. I have the video. It's on the Trading Fraternity. We were doing the Watchlist live, and then it just started. So literally, Malone, there was a live Watchlist when it happened, and we were just like, what the fuck? And then we responded to it. But it was a very good lesson on fear, because you really, really that's why I'm talking about it right now too, because it's like if you really saw what happened on that Thursday night, you saw what the fear looked like. Oil futures were literally up 4. Gold futures were up 2.5. The market, ES, NASDAQ, they were down 1-2% almost. And it was just like you saw everything move in tandem. And it was just like you haven't seen that happen in a while. Lately, it's been like, oh, market dumps, the bonds dump, or like, you know what I'm saying? It's been a very long time. Like even the Swiss franc caught a bid. And then it got to the point where the market was dumping enough and the Swiss franc was getting a bid. This is how you know it was like a fear move. Even the yen started getting a bid. and the treasury bonds. It was nuts, man. I'm telling you. So I'm glad we have it documented. Always, we had all the futures up in the real time, but the funny part is that we faded that move so fast. You know, the war shit, we got over it really quick if you think about it. And even think about now, part of the relief today is that we have no war headlines. And like, again, and there was nothing on the over the weekend with anything going on. But yeah, it was wild, bro. It was wild. P-dubs. Bye, chill it. It sucks, though, because it feels like we're just taking one level at a time. There's so much pin. We did good right there. You just went above VWAP, had a nice post-Euro rally. Bonds went with it, but back to red. So if it can't hold up and we come back lower, I mean, unfortunately, we're going to find out how strong your boy News is, or the, I guess, the Euro close. Chip's going to beat AI full steam. Well, yeah, if they beat, it will be a collective sigh of relief from the world, I would say, you know, if you go look at the chip stocks now. But if they don't, danger. Will Robinson, danger. Tesla, I don't have any plays on Tesla, but Tesla is soon. This week, I think tomorrow. And then their news, again, more price cuts, more layoffs, people, more hit pieces on Elon. I'm telling you. So now people are like, Elon's trying to make a cyber taxi and it's distracting him. And I'm like, man, I was buying Uber 4 years ago and they were like, Elon's cyber taxi, don't do it. Elon's gonna make Uber go bankrupt. And like, and isn't that weird nowadays? And then now, like, Uber is like been stronger, and now this is a weird environment. So, but yeah, like, dude, they were shitting on Elon over the weekend. Aren't they partnering? I think they are, but you had to be there. It was a couple years ago. You had to just be there. Uber was like a good $20 or so, $30 a share. And like, anytime you wanted to talk about buying it, Tesla was like up 20,000% or something. So anytime you wanted to buy Uber, everybody would tell you, why are you buying Uber? Don't you know they're going to go out of business when Elon Musk makes a robo-taxi? And then that was it. It just, that was it. It was just, there was no questions asked. I mean, a lot of it was a general idea that was really, it was taken as fact. But I guess, and nowadays, Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal's like, it's distracting him. No. Tesla. FTSE closes at record high. Nivda. And TSM, all right, we're still chilling after that little bounce. I mean, maybe watch what bonds do. Otherwise, if we do hit that low again, that'll just be, wow. You're just going to go oscillate to the lows and then just keep projecting VWAP. It'll be a long. $100 billion market cap. You have over 30 companies this week that report that have a value of over $100 billion, and 40% of the S&P 500 is reporting. We're not going to talk about how Garcia destroyed Haney. Oh, we did. We did in the morning, man. You woke up late. Jesus is king, bro. Jesus is king. Oof. Haney who? What time earnings? I think around 11. But this earnings season, I'm not doing all of the work for you guys. So just watch the tutorial and be prepared, because I will have them, but we're not going to be doing it as in depth. I am going to expect you guys to do a little bit. So feel free to prepare, get ahead, watch the video, and just, again, nothing's changing. It's the same exact thing we've been doing for a quarter already. Well, I'm going to run through them, but I'm not, again, don't expect me to calculate. I will calculate one standard deviation, and I will go over the preview, but everything after that is you will be responsible for. It was good. It's like in last time, you got baby steps. You got, you know what I'm saying? You got walk through it. Now let's go. Take off the training wheels a little bit. And that's it. UAL still going, man. That one was one I kind of wish we grabbed. Because that, bro, the last 3 days. That thing's up almost 50%. $8 away from that. Still a lot. Duolingo Microsoft partnership. Learn a new language with Copilot. Duolingo's popping off that a little bit. You got a $2 pop. Duolingo Microsoft partnership. Duolingo is actually moving SPY back below VWAP again. So that's good. PayPal. AT&T on the low. And then SPY again right here at VWAP. I can't believe, bro, Verizon, that's a 7% move. Duolingo, more volume, big pop. Earnings May 8th. Good comment. So that's right around the corner too. Bro, that actually popped decent. 1.5 on that. Bro, and then Verizon, that's 7%. Boeing came down again. I think Baba and the China names still all doing good. HSBC on the high. And then the SPY. Apple came up a little bit. Microsoft still in the red. Google's back up to 1%. So Google's getting back to where they were in the morning. So again, they were very, very strong. And then Amazon's still a little weak. But SPY back above VWAP again. Still holding. So since Euro close, we are up. As long as we don't sell off from here. I mean, you could build off of that. And then NASDAQ 0.39, Russell 0.28, SPY 0.34, and Dow 0.19. Where's the VIX? Remember the VIX was going insane? I mean, VIX was here the last 5 days. So I guess we are still in the gulag. I mean, yeah. So remember, last Monday you gapped up, sold off very heavy. It kind of looks like this if we actually ended up selling, but I mean, you're still a long way down from everything we did last week. Meta CEO just announced that they'll begin outsourcing Meta Horizon. Oh, shit. Check Meta. So they're going to make it open source? It's kind of dope. Meta's not really reacting to that. Maybe give it some time. But yeah, Mark Zuckerberg announced they'll be open sourcing Meta Horizon OS, which is the operating system and for the Metaverse and Quest headsets. PRM, NetEase. It's another China name. 0.97. SPY higher now. So a new high since your old close. Again, since the low, you have set consecutive new highs here, getting back up. I mean, if you could get back above 4987 and then 4989 again, we're going to get to do the whole little hit this level dance again, you know? And then former JetBlue CEO Robin Hayes to lead Airbus in North America. AMP, JetBlue's popping off of that. Oh, no. It should be Airbus, but JetBlue's going up. They have earnings. Still can't trust the lizard. Not. Did you see Mark Zuckerberg? You didn't see Mark Zuckerberg over the weekend? That was the most human I've ever seen him in my life. It looked like he about to get a diss track. Bro, look at this. So, like, this is how he looked. Then people photoshopped it like that. But I was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? But still, he looked kind of, you know what I'm saying, bro? No, this was it was photoshopped, I think. Yeah, bro. But, like, if he did do this, though, we'd be, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. He updated his skin suit. No. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. He looked good. He looked good, bro. We saw him at the fight. I saw him talking with, like, fighters, bro. Like, I don't know, man. He definitely got, like, a social skills update. Because, like, he out there, bro. He out there. He talking with people. He, like, dressing normal. You know, like, that's every dude. It's weird. It does look like Mark Portnoy. Like, no, but, like, dude, I forgot there was a fighter. He was interacting with somebody. And, like, I was like, wow. I was, like, shocked for a second it was Mark Zuckerberg. Because, like, he was actually, like, he was, like, dapping up a dude. And, it looked natural. And he was, like, engaging in a conversation. I was like, wow. Like, it's weird. Yeah, he definitely had the social skills update. Well, the image with him with a beard is fake. But everything else is there. He's good, man. Mark, human OS update. Yeah, bro, it's so funny. But I told you, man, I don't know. Like, I wish Mark Zuckerberg wasn't such a menace. You know, like, but, like, dude, I told you he will whoop Elon's ass. Okay, I like Elon as a person more than I like Zuckerberg, but Zuckerberg will whoop Elon's ass. And you know that bro, and the last year since we started talking about Elon and Zuckerberg, like, just look at the paths they have both taken. You know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg is just, like, leveling up more and more. And then Elon is like, fucking everyone's fired. And then the president of India is like, I'm not meeting with you anymore. We can't do this. FIFA agreement with Apple could be announced this month. Just like, they took 2 different life paths in the last year. SPY's like a little bit under open. And then again, we did have a gap up, so you're still green. NASDAQ recovered. NASDAQ's the leader on the day. Who would have thought? XOM, TLT coming down. Meta opening up operating system for Quest devices. So again, that headline's hitting again. That sounded like good news, though. Open source Quest. Seemed like a good idea, Habibi, you know? From stealing your data to stealing your girl. Hut on the high. App lab titles will soon be featured in a dedicated section of Meta Horizon Store on all devices. Interesting. EPAM, new price target raised. Rogers Communications, they have earnings April 24th. It's in 2 days. How do I feel about real estate? Good. I mean, no problems with real estate. I mean, I think a lot of potential to do both good and bad, but it's going to depend on, where everything else goes. But I'm comfortable with my money in real estate, assuming there's good prices. And Wolf, baby, gift in the chat. Oh, show him some love, baby. Oh, nah. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Wait, is that the right one? There you go. That was a good one. Thank you. Wolf, baby. Value of FIFA Apple deal may be as little as $1 billion. As little? And then SPY rocketing. So, dude, I think Euro close was it. Bro, you are literally up about 20 points, almost 30 points in the last 45 minutes from Euro close. So, again, we're at the top of the hour here, but you ran up into Euro close, and then ever since Euro close, we've taken off. But, again, above 4982 and 4989. So, if we hold above here, man, we will be good to go. Big love and blessings of the cult cannot be overstated. Amen, baby. Amen. And shout out to Law Turner. Shout out to Chaz, baby. Goldman exits robo-investing for masses in deal with Betterment. Share market and trading from the basics. Intelligent Investor. That's a great one. And there's another book. It's not really stock related, but it's money related. It's called Richest Man in Babylon. I'd look into that, but a real good, purely fundamental stock book. I stand by Intelligent Investor. So does Warren Buffett. It's a good book. It's a good book. Cap T on the high. Again, Meta didn't really react. SPY just went very, very good there. Another new high on the bonds, and then another new high, and then the market just came up. We'll see how long it lasts. Venezuela State Oil Company, PDVSA, plans to increase use of digital currency, USDT, as U.S. sanctions are set to return. Interesting. Opening up powering Meta Quest to third-party hardware. Meta lab titles will soon be featured in dedicated section of Horizon Store on all our devices. I'm really surprised Meta's not moving. That seems like big news for him. And then Ford ripping, and meanwhile, Tesla came back above 140. Apple. That's just all the bonds, man. They're all still red. That's the crazy part. I guess TLT is about to break into green right now. And then APO on the high. That's more energy. USO. So oil's back in the green. And SPY holding up. Yeah, oil futures are down by 0.04, but you are about to go green on that. Trump's $175 million civil fraud bond approved by judge. Yes. It died like a dog. They approved my bond. It pays 5%. And now I'm going to run for president. So let's see. I'm excited. It's going to be in November. And you all better be prepared. I just sold almost 70% of my shares in Tesla. Why? Was it a long term? Why? It's good though. Not really, but if it's a long term, unfortunately, I've been seeing this. It's like something about the market red for 7 days, but in the last 7 days, last month, I'd say, I've heard more random. I sold this from my long term. I sold this from my long term. Well, okay, that Trump is very good. I've been working on it, but don't worry, I'll be back. Good. Why not average down? And I mean, just hold, man. You know, you got to think about it. There's not many things you've done in life for 10 years. Unfortunately, some of you are older and you may have had more life experience, but when it's all said and done, like, what have you done for 10 years? You know? And then that's why I just don't underestimate just sticking with something for 10 years. And that's, the time element. Time. Did you guys watch Fallout? You guys don't know? Come on, man. What's the greatest weapon of mass destruction? Time. How do you beat your competition? Time. No, time, baby. Time. It's all about time. So that's kind of where, again, that's where I just seen as of late. I see a lot of people, just, so this, that, it's been a year, it's been 2 years, or this, and then again, the market makes you feel some type of way, you know what I'm saying? So it's wild. Fallout was good. Qualis on the high. What's this? It's kind of going crazy. Qualis up 3. Time. No, I'm trying to see. Reintroduce itself to channel under new sales leadership. They're up 3. UBS on the high. Another bank. Bank of America, Wells Fargo were killing it. And then SPY's near the high. Remember, this is where we stayed pinned in the morning. So what would really suck is, like, if we did sell off from here, it'll look hideous. But for the most part, you were just back up to where you were pinned at in the morning. And bonds giving up a little bit. But yeah, man, I've seen a lot. Again, the market. Anytime there's that's why I keep making that joke, where I'm just telling you, just sell now if you're gonna be one of those mother effers who ain't got no idea of what a plan is, because I'm just telling you, if everybody's starting to do the same thing all over again, and it's I just noticed more and more. Oh my God, I need to get out all of a sudden after this, and then it's like, I want to sell, and I've been hearing more. So I say because eventually you're going to just look back, and then the prices are going to fluctuate a lot, but generally the best answer is hold. DJ, we're going to buy this long term. No, that's not Panic at the Disco, but still, it's close. Would you hold NVIDIA as it is now, or time to sell? I'm not in it. I've traded it at random prices, and it's always been wild. But yeah, yeah, I'm not like, I'd wait on a lot. So like that's because it's hard to answer those questions. That's why I never really got in the middle of them. So we'll see. That will be interesting though. That whole conversation we just had. Because now imagine if we go down another week, how do you think people are going to feel? So if I'm already telling you I've heard more, I'm selling this. Imagine if the earnings aren't good, and then this and that and the data, and then if people are already feeling a certain way now, oh man. So we'll see. We will see fast. HUD, actually, dude, the high ticker is on 100% right now almost. So high ticker is actually doing very well. And then you are still near. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I need to get this thing moving. You know what I'm saying? I need to either hit up the bathroom. Because it's just staying pinned at the pin, you know? Pinned at the pin. I'm going to be talking about pin. Issuers by Total AUM. All right, follow me on Instagram at the
You were
Trading
not a first
Fraternity.
mover when it comes to spot Bitcoin ETF. It happened before your time, but you guys pulled the application for a spot Bitcoin ETF. Was that a mistake? Do you wish they hadn't pulled that before you got there?
The view around that and the way that played out, to me, makes a ton of sense relative to how we thought about our product offering and ultimately our business, which is one around, I've used the word innovation. The other word I will use is differentiation. I think it's difficult to differentiate in that space, as you well know. We have done a lot of thinking around how you can differentiate around that space, as we have others. And that's a very long-winded way of saying, no, I don't see that as being a mistake. And yes, I see our approach as being aligned with how we thought about it otherwise. Yeah.
And just real quick, I showed earlier that robotics AI is the big theme, right? So how much resources are you putting into it? And help clear up the confusion. Bots is robotics, and then you have AIQ, which is AI. What's the difference?
So AI is something that we talk a lot about, of course, not just from a fund perspective, but from a business perspective. And the one thing that I would hone in on AIQ is we have the only pure play AI fund, which is over $1 billion. So from our perspective, to answer the first question, Eric, we are spending a lot of time thinking about it, talking about it, and amplifying that message to our clients. And we see that trend continuing to persist.
All right, Ryan, really appreciate your time today. Hope to speak with you again soon. Again, appreciate the time, especially on day 11. I know it's pretty busy over there. Brian O'Connor, he is the CEO of Global X. Now coming up, BlackRock laying out plans for its first mutual fund to ETF conversion last week. We'll discuss next. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
At Roto-Rooter, we've tried everything to address plumbing emergencies.
Roto-Rooter. I do like that commercial, though. That one has grown on me. Freaking getting rocked. Oh, should we see what we're pricing in for the week? Because we got PCE. Everybody in the PCE. Put your mother and hands up and follow me. Yo, nobody stand tough. Notice that that spot is still holding up. Okay, the 26th. Yalla. 49765 348 plus 410. We got like 750, 78. We'll go 760, give or take. DJ, you gonna burn that spy right there? No. 760 divided by 497.68. 1.5 again, dog. So I guess ever since we like started going down with the volatility, but you're pricing in another 1.5. So 1.5%. Same exact thing as last week. And I mean, you already moved 0.5%, so maybe 2% when it's all said and done. But yeah, decent week. So PCE. And we have event. The event, it's crazy because you have the earnings, but a lot of this stuff doesn't happen towards the end of the week. So like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, especially Thursday and Friday, that's where GDP and PCE, as well as Thursday, you're going to get the mega cap earnings, or at least a bigger amount of them. Because remember, this week, 100 billion market cap, 30 companies above 100 billion will be reporting, some of which are, I think, half of the Mag 7. I'm going to turn this down right down. Russell, new highs leading again. It's right behind the NASDAQ, 0.53 and 0.54. But yeah, that's crazy. And then SPY too. SPY's doing very good because SPY, last time both NASDAQ and Russell, they went down to come pick up the SPY. Love the pricing in, not quite macro, but always seems to hit the micro. Yeah, I mean, it's just options. The options market, it's been on it, or at the very least, and then, like, if you don't want it to, like, hurt you, you know, because sometimes if you're only looking for 1.5, it can move more than that. Last week it moved more than that. It's just that it's letting you know kind of the event risk, right? In that, like, you know, this, like, every time we've priced in 1.5, the market's, like, giddy. Like, the market picks up. It starts moving around. There's, like, bigger swings. Volatility picks up in a couple of areas. So, at the very least, it just seems like the same setup from last week, that same sort of environment is what we're going to be getting here, if not more, with all of the events and data. And SPY, man, 497.91. He's running. $4,993. The high of the day is $4,996.48. So a little bit more. We'll see if we hit a new high. And again, you have been up since Euro close, like literally right before it. Good morning. You sold 1/8 of your stocks Friday. Thanks for the accountability. You're welcome. That's another one. But like I'm saying, yeah, we should count them. We should count it up, how many. But in general, I'm sure we'll come back to this topic in 6 months. 6 months to a year. Goldman. Goldman 1.7. Not bad. Microsoft's still in the red. What are we counting? How many people who have, like, sold out recently? And just, like, random just sellouts out of the 7 days of red? Or I guess this last month. So remember, long term, baby, long term. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. On Geo. Well, their earnings will probably do good. I think Globe Life was one of the best on the day earlier. Tesla came back up, back above 140. Bro, SPY, we might be able to do it. Reports of heavy rocket attacks in northern Israel from Lebanon. Multiple attacks, reports of around 30 rockets fired from Lebanon. I'm getting that right now. Let's see if gold's not really moving. Oil's staying pinned there. TJ. And then SPY breaking out now. There it is, Chad. Honestly, I think we needed Euro close. So we gapped up, almost filled the gap, but again, all of Europe did amazing. And then now you are starting to rip. So 5,000. Let's see if we get above it. You have the momentum. I mean, if it's going to do it, it should do it here. Like, literally, you're going nonstop. But then again, we'll find out how strong the ceiling really is. We will see. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. A-Lab. Ford. So they're going again. We hit the level watch. I mean, just keep your eyes on it. Again, This is what I was looking for 5. We hit 5,000, so you just went above it, and then you came right back down. It kind of is a ceiling, but this momentum is good. And then again, Europe was good. You have everything flowing in line. You don't have any headlines working against you. So it's looking decent. Market becoming immune to smaller scale developments. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I think in that case, if you don't get a reaction, any attacks from Lebanon, like, again, last week was attacks from Iran and then attacks from Israel on Iran. So it's like, dude, you saw some of the worst possible things last week. So what's going to top that? It'll be pretty hard to. But then again, we'll find out. The banks have been carrying the market the last couple days. I mean, tech did come back here a little today. It is still kind of shaky. You've seen how many times it's kind of already pulled back there with the chips, but general attitude of today is relief. It gave up some of that there halfway through the morning, and then now we're back up, and now you could feel the same way of general relief. Even the bonds now, if anything, now the bonds cooled down. So now the market's cooled down, but then the bonds are now cooler. So that kind of helped. Passover is just starting, yes, I believe. But that's another part of it too. Israel news hit the mainstream. I don't know, but it might. I don't think it'll move it that much. Because again, like we're saying, like the attacks from Lebanon it's different than Iran. TSM on the high again. What is it? Attacks northern Israel from drone attack in Lebanon. Yeah, I only see it on Twitter. But even then, that was like 20. There's even like 20 minutes ago. It's crazy. If you go on Twitter, man, there's so many war headlines. You can find every war headline on Twitter, but there's so many of them. You're gonna be like, the world is ending today. I think it just ended. I really think it just ended. GH up over 6. Wall's on the high. They just had earnings. Guardian Health. And XLV. I mean, SPY's still holding up. Just get ready for 500. I mean, let's see what happens when it breaks. Another question, have you seen on X that H100s are being sold in China through SMCI? X has screenshots of Baidu. Maybe someone of the Taiwanese here can help. Chad, I did not know about that. Remember, it was just last week, too. There was a couple. Remember, we just had even sanctions on China. They are beefing still with the chips. And then AMD and Intel, there's warnings even from the China government, too. But I didn't hear about that. PRM, UAL, bro. Airlines, nonstop. Again, TSM's been holding up. Micron, they came back up. Dell, ARM. I mean, ARM's still up 5. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's holding up 3. SMCI's murdered. Tesla came back a decent amount. Not bad. The guy kick the flag over the weekend and blow up? No, I did not. This weekend, I saw that the dude who lit himself on fire. They left his Instagram up. That was shocking. Usually they take that down before any of these TikTok teenagers turn into a militant. But he's like, dude, they left it up. But like, dude, I watched that. That was the only drama. I went through it while I was taking a dump. But other than that, let's chill. Lawmakers push for probe on unfair trade in aluminum extrusions. Check Alcoa. Check also, who's the other one? Is it Cleveland Cliffs? There's a booby trap flag. I did not hear about that. GLNG at solar. And then, bro, I don't know. That sucks, bro. We got to wait a little bit. That looked really promising. That was a fat rally, and then you have Europe on your side. But, dude, you hit 5,000 and said, no, no, no. No, no, no. Oh, wow. Did you guys hear that? Oh, wow. We should do push-ups. It's almost 9. Did you hear that? That was my neck. That was insane. No, that was my neck. That was a neck crack, bro. So, like, if we ever got into, like, a fight, I could crack my neck like that. And then you'd be like, oh, man, he's serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could... You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go. Like, I can make a lot of intimidating noises. And then I could also, like, I could do mating calls, too, if I need backup. I got, you know, and then I got animals popping out of, like, corners and shit. It's good. It's good. Can you run fast? I mean, I used to. Like, I still think I'm, like, faster than probably average, but then again, I got that old manness. So, like, I just know now I'm not as fast as I used to be. So, like, I don't know. It's a tough question to answer. It just depends. You be stretching? Yeah, I got some good stretches. We got push-ups in 2 minutes. 2 minutes in push-ups, and then we'll be good. Just drink me some water, get hydrated before, and we'll be good to go. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Hey. Not behind the days. Do I do any martial arts or sports? No. I play basketball like once a year. Once a year, I go into that LA Fitness gym and I run with the kids. You know what I'm saying? So honestly, some of them are older than me. But once a year, I get in there and I let them know. Back in my day, I was Steph Curry. I was Steph Curry before Steph Curry. You know, like that's like I was Steve Francis. Y'all don't know who Steve Francis is. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like the Houston Rockets. Y'all, smoking that la la la. Man, singing, smoking that la la la. I'm in that era. I shouldn't be because I'm still younger than that era. But like, you know, yeah, I'm the franchise, baby. They don't know exactly, baby. Tell them, baby. Tell them. Old enough to play pickleball now. I don't want to play pickleball. I'm scared. I might like it. They call me Steph Tabule, baby. Steph Tabule. That's funny. Because, like, you know, like Steph Curry, but like Steph Tabule. They don't get I enjoyed that one. I am Steph Tabule. Man, if I didn't have a gamer tag already, I would make it Steph Tabule. Steph Tabule. They don't know. They don't know. Well, on that note, man, get up, man. You know, laughing's a good exercise. It's good. But Chatadonia, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Natalie Wises and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But Chatadonia, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We have 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees. Do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything. Oh, excuse me, but get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. There it is. Then I need you to just do this, man, for real. Just, you having lunch right now? Cool. Just relax your shoulders. I don't know why you're scrunching your shoulders up like that. You know how much tension you are putting on your traps right now just to fucking use a fork? This is not heavy machinery. You know what I'm saying? Relax. To lift the sandwich up to your face, it does not require that many neck muscles. You know what I'm saying, y'all? So some of y'all sitting at the computer right now, why are you activating that many neck muscles for what it doesn't require that much? Look at the market's like, okay, Josh, I'll relax. So listen, clear your mind, and just focus on letting your shoulders drop. That's it. That's all you got to do, just for a little bit. Just for a little. Just let the shoulders drop. Don't think about anything else and breathe. There you go. Then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. And that's it, man. Just like that. That's it. It's done. That's it. Now move around. Boom. So I'm going to get my resistances. I'm going to get my movements in, and then we're good to go. You know? Mm-hmm. There you go. The shoulder drop is real, man. I'm telling you. It's good, man. It's good. We'll get a couple of these in. It'll be good to go for the next segment on the market. Arm circles added. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, I'm doing like 10 different sets. That's why it takes me so long. I know sometimes it's like I'm doing 4 different workouts with the resistances, and then I'm doing another like 6 different like arm circles or like wall stretches. It's good though. But like honestly though, my shoulder does not click as much anymore. I've been telling you guys that. Remember I was like 6 months ago, but like low key, them shoulders have not been clicking as much. I really thought I was gonna have to get a what's it called? A rotator cuff surgery. I was kind of nervous. Let's get some more. I'm going to hit my arm circles now. Yeah, the guy who set himself on fire is still alive. You know, so it's kind of good, you know. At least he didn't die. I thought he died. No, I think he's in the hospital. It's sad. I think. Wait, did he die? He died on Saturday? Oh, really? Oh, well, last time I saw it, like he was still alive. It was sad though, dude, because like I read his Instagram, and like his mom passed away. His mom died in May, I think, of last year, and like you could see it. He posted like one picture of his mom, and then every picture after that, he went full Kanye pretty much. Like it went down like again when Kanye's mom died, like low key it was kind of like it was a struggle, but he every picture from there, and then like people in the comments, this is the sad part, because like even like people who knew him, they were like, yo, are you okay? And like in the comments are like 47 weeks ago, and and then he was like, the market's a Ponzi scheme. So yeah. All right, let me get a couple more stretches in here. And we'll get the wall stretch. I'll play this. I'll leave it unmuted if you want to hear my breathing sounds. I don't know.
Just a couple of days ago with earnings, really pitching that retail product, but in private equity. And private equity has been a complicated space to really handicap lately under a higher interest rate environment. How much demand should there be, frankly, from retail into private equity versus some of these other alternatives?
I think if we just step back, I think the question I would ask is, why would the retail investor look radically different than the institutional investor? And today, the institutional investor has a private market allocation anywhere between 10 and 20% on average. You see some exceptions on the endowment model, which going north of 30 or 40% into the private markets. Yet the retail investor right now is running an allocation that is well below 5%. And frankly, a lot of retail investors are sitting exactly at 0%. Now, we also know that over the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years, the outperformance of the private markets versus the public markets has been significant. And so I think that simply has the retail investor asking, hey, why not me? Why am I not sort of experiencing the same benefit that the institutional investors are experiencing? So whether that's in private equity or private credit, I think you're seeing, and that is a big driver of why these fund flows are moving the way they are.
You know, let's take devil's advocate for a second to the people who think that getting out of public markets into private markets would help you escape volatility. Because interestingly enough, Eric, we've seen plenty of volatility when it comes to private investments. How do you navigate that?
I think there's two pieces to this. I think one, it's a less liquid asset class. So the move out of publics into privates, you're recognizing that you're changing your view on duration. Now, there's some new technology, there's some new fund structures that are helping to mitigate some of that, but there's no question you're going for a longer duration, and you're going for less liquidity. As to volatility, I say to investors, they're both equities. They're both going to be correlated. And so the fact that private markets don't mark on a minute-by-minute basis and mark on a quarterly basis, I would say puts in some sort of false muting of volatility, but we should recognize that there's obviously volatility there. It is still an equity strategy.
Another thing that we were just talking about a little earlier was that volatility in private credit markets starting to emerge as well. What is the warning sign here? What is the big disclaimer when we're thinking about this movement into private markets? If you think about the environment we're in, potentially higher for longer, potentially higher for much longer for some of these firms, given the credit ratings that they have, how do you kind of avoid the pitfalls?
I think one of the big questions is, in the retail world, when you see these fund flows coming into these managers, you have to have real confidence that monthly inflows can be met with good, solid monthly outflows. And I don't mean redemptions, I mean deploying that capital. So I think one of the warning signs that you'd want to look at is, are firms sort of seeing their cash balances ballooning, meaning they're taking in more money than they're able to successfully invest in good opportunities. That's one of the things I would keep a close eye on.
Where's the biggest opportunity now? Is it really in private credit, as so many people have been talking about it, or is it somewhere else entirely?
I think it's actually not one thing. I think there is a lot of opportunity in private credit, so I don't think that the sort of fund flows are misguided. I think, again, yields continue to be good. The banks continue to be majorly disintermediated. The private credit managers are filling that gap. And deal flow is beginning to pick up. Deal volume is picking up. Financing needs are picking up. So that continues to look like a very, very solid place. But on the private equity side, we're also seeing, again, deal flow beginning to reemerge. And so I think both sellers and buyers are kind of calibrating to what is the new normal, and we're beginning to see transactions pick up there. I think where you're not seeing a lot of great activity is on sort of uber high growth, non-profitable businesses. More of the private equity capital going for more traditional, well-run, high cash flow, good margin businesses, and we're seeing some nice opportunities there.
Hey, Eric, another thing, too. We're just days off of the halving of Bitcoin, and a lot of people talking about cryptocurrency assets. When you think about the future of crypto and tokenization, is more of that going to happen on the institutional side, tokenizing traditional assets, or more demand coming into traditional crypto assets like Bitcoin, Ethereum, from your view?
Shanali, I spend basically zero time thinking about crypto. I spend a lot of time thinking about tokenization. So I would put those two things in two wildly different buckets. To me, tokenization is simply an access tool. It is about using good blockchain technology to provide an easier access methodology for particularly retail investors wanting to access the private markets. So think about taking traditional funds, think about tokenizing them on blockchain so that investors can more easily come and more easily go. Retail investors want things simple, they want things fast, and they want things efficient, no different than they do in every other part of their life, whether it's ordering food or ordering a ride. And so the private markets need to adjust, I think.
All right, man. That took 10 minutes? Wow. Did it? Yeah, I guess this, man. I'm telling you, I got a lot of good workouts in there. That's it, man. We're going to fight the shoulder clicking. We out here, baby. But yeah, Monday morning, we're back near the highs of the day. General relief has held on for 3 hours. I mean, it's kind of crazy that the time is flying because we are near the end of the day. What was the Amazon news? I don't see any Amazon news. Oh, right there. Later this year, customers in West Valley, Phoenix can get Prime Air drone deliveries at same-day delivery site. They're working with FAA and local officials in Tulsa to obtain necessary permissions to conduct deliveries. Is it Tulsa or Tolleson? Interesting. Amazon drone delivery in Phoenix. So my Arizona people. FAA. Tolleson. I think, doesn't Walmart do it already? I feel like I've seen it before on a video. But you guys know they have those? So you can get a drone to deliver you shit. Well, I guess they're still going to be rolling those out. And then SPY going up. I mean, high ticker is really gassing. I'm seeing a lot of value. Coca-Cola, Walmart, the bank stocks, a lot of banks on there, but you are moving up again. Bonds have not moved. Tech not moving. Again, Amazon, even Meta, a little bit ago got a price target raise, but they're not even going up off of that. I think they need clearance. Yeah, I think that's why they're working with the FAA. Dash was trying it in Australia. That'd be crazy. But how does it it has to pick the food up. It's like a drone, like fly into Chipotle. Like I'm on like that'd be crazy. Unless they have like a drone drive-through. Maybe that's the future. Schwab is on the high. That's a 52-week high for Schwab. And then JP Morgan, CWeb even. So China plays too, but really banks and then those value plays. But remember, I mean, NASDAQ's back up. That's where we got lifted back up again. So your tech is playing along for now. Some more than others. Again, not all the chips are covered though. But some of them are actually doing good. CLX, that's another value on the high. Is Amex through Schwab? No, I don't think so. Yeah, but Schwab. AXP's on the high. Damn, AXP, remember on Friday, those were some good plays if you grabbed them. But they're going up, AXP and then Schwab, SCHW. Again, remember Schwab? Schwab was at like $30 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And homie went on CNBC. Yeah, gotta buy it. I'm buying it. It's good stock. It's a good place to be. We're gonna buy. We're gonna be a good place. RY, yeah, Schwab up 1.6. Everything financial. Again, KRE is doing very good today. Kremlin on seizing frozen Russian assets. This is an encroachment on property. Kremlin says that if West seizes frozen Russian assets, such actions will lead to retaliation and court proceedings. They said this is a dangerous precedent. Coca-Cola on the high, ODFL on the low, Enovix in the dumpster. Enovix, are they materials or solar? I feel like I saw their solar names doing good today. No discount Russian yachts. I mean, it sucks because, like, even then, I think the reports are, though, like, it's a weird situation because, like, do you think about all of those ships that got seized? What's happening to them? They are depreciating very fast because some of them require a lot of maintenance, and I don't think they're allowed to maintain them. I know one of them, remember there was that story about the people who still live on one of the ships, the crew? But it is, like, a lot of those assets, I mean, they're depreciating because, like, dude, they're just not being upkept. It's actually kind of crazy. Enovix. SPY coming up. So let's see. We have not gone. We went about 5,000 barely, like 0.09, but it has been a very big resistance. I mean, it wasn't on Friday, but we'll see how that plays out. So you're getting another green shoot after holding up. Let's see where this takes us. Not 5. Enovix's wearable batteries. Oh. GPN on the high. Macy's, Nordstrom's, they're chilling. MP Dub. They're back to the high. I mean, this is good because you got to realize they sold off that 3% from their divvy. But if they could get back to 475 after ex divvy, I mean, that's great. But still, we want a little more on that. So UVXY on the low. So VIX is coming down. Again, VIX was a problem the last couple of days. It's still elevated. VIX the last 5 days was at 17, but it's off of the 20. Am I going to play Tesla tomorrow? Not for earnings, no. I'm not. I think Tesla's going to be cheap, but last time Tesla burned me, and this time again, I mean, it sold off heavy from the deliveries. So, like, what? Ever since deliveries, the stock's probably down another 10%. Right? Stock was at 175. I think more. Yeah, Pinduoduo up all day. I mean, a lot of the China stocks went up here. And SPY, those candles are building now. High ticker, fully active. You got XLU, utilities coming up. But 499685. Let's see where this takes us, brethren. Let's see where this takes us. Bro, City all day, 2.5 or 2.05. XLF's even up 1. Again, KRE was up 1.5, 1.75 now. BLK. Enovix. Baba literally barcoding. Damn, Baba was at 69. Booking on the high. I don't check the Airbnb. GE, I do not know. They've moved a lot, so that kind of turned me off from it, but I'll keep an eye on it. How do you find people? Excuse me? Like, are you looking for hide-and-go-seek strategy? Are you, like, talking about, like, Liam Neeson, I will find you? What are we, you're talking real estate leads? What are we talking about here? How do you find people? And then bonds getting their first little red there. Honestly, bonds have been lowest they've been in like 50 minutes here. Maybe 40. This guy was like, how do I become Liam Neeson, Josh? I don't know, bro. You got to develop a special set of skills. Duh. Let's get working. EBS on the high. And then JetBlue, again, they have earnings coming up. I mean, they're oh no, that was the JetBlue former CEO going somewhere. Biden, Zelensky discuss new security package. You just got $60 billion. That was the headline. So literally after approving $65 billion, the newest headline, after getting $65 billion, Ukraine still will not have enough supplies for 2025. So now, we're already talking about more. So they just fought for months on that $65 billion, and we just gave it to them. And now they're like, yeah, but like still like 2025, like we're going to need a little more. How do you find people with real money to work on wholesale finder fee deals? I mean, it's just anybody who's in the process of buying. Anybody who buys properties. So literally, like, go hang out at an open house. Go hang out at an open house of somebody flipping a house and talk to buyers who come in. Literally go on forums. I mean, I'm a buyer. I'm always ready to go, but like usually you could find buyers pretty easy. Most of the time the problem isn't, I think finding a buyer is the easiest thing in the world if you have a deal. Is it hard to find a buyer for a deal that is bullshit? Yes, that's difficult. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to sell, you want to wholesale me a property that it does not, my margin is 3%, 4%. There's nothing of value, right? That's going to be hard to find a buyer. But if you're telling me you have a contract signed for a property at a price that is low and you're going to sell it to a buyer where it's low enough even where they're going to make a substantial profit, and you're able to skim, enough where you get your finder's fee and then they still get that margin, that's the easiest deal in the world to sell. Anything with equity in this market, filled, with cash on the sidelines and everybody has money, bro, if you have a deal with equity, that's the easiest deal in the world you could sell right now. That's why even if you have foreclosures and prices, and because there's so much equity, it's not even hurting people as of now. But yeah, but that's how you do it. So, but then again, like real estate events, go to real estate things that are being listed and talk to buyers, and then even online forums, you could easily find people online who are down to buy. But like I'm saying, it's just a matter of the deals usually sell themselves. I'm telling you. The upcoming mortgage approval from Canada in 25, they're reducing leverage from 7.5 income to 4.5. Oh, that's good. That's it. Aren't forums sketchy? Bitcoin scams? I mean, yes and no. I mean, the thing about, like, I love real estate is just because you kind of know who's serious or not. There's proof of funds, there's deposits, escrow and outside agencies to handle things. So that's it. You just got to be wary of sending the address around. That's all. Like, depending on how secured the deal is or how you've communicated it to your buyer. Because, like, I'm telling you, there was that deal a year ago. A Chad found a good property. It was a good deal in Arizona, and I was going to buy it. And it was his friend who got the deal. And he sent it to me. And I told him, I said, listen, I was like, all right, we like ran the number. There's 2 crackheads living in it. Like it was a fucked up story. The pipes are all fucked up, but the price was really, really low. And I was down. So I was like, and it was end of the year. I needed it for taxes. But this guy never wholesaled a deal in his life, but he just told his friend who was a Chad, and his friend was like, oh, I know a guy who buys them. And so I told the guy, gave him the offer. I said I was going to pay him, I think it was like 15 grand or so was going to be his profit. So he found the deal. He was just going to get $15K. But then I forgot what he did. He weirdly delayed, but then long story short, he was like, well, now that I got one offer, he took it to another guy. He took it to another wholesaler or another like buyer. And then he sent the guy the address. And then the guy just went to the crackheads and got them to sign a contract. So, and then now the kid had to figure it out. And then I was like, yeah, well, shit, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Then not that they wanted more money, just the other guy, the other buyer just snaked him. He just went to the crackhead's door, and then he was like, hey, you guys want to sell this shit? And they're like, yeah. How much money? Okay, I'll give you $1. And they're like, okay. And then that's it. And then now pretty much the kid had a secured contract, and now now he's going to have to deal with it in the question, go back and forth with these people and do all that. So what I'm saying is verify the funds, verify your buyer has money, try to show as much as you can value, but, just try not to send the address around too many times unless you have the deal fully locked down. You've talked to the seller and you tell your seller, hey, people might try to contact you, and let them know and tell them you're marketing the property. Otherwise that's the only way. But yeah, in retrospect, well, the guy, he should have gotten a more solid contract down, and he didn't really talk with the sellers too much. So he wasn't fully straightforward with them, and then the guy was just trying to hit up everybody to see how much money he could wholesale it for, but then it caught up with him, and then someone just snaked him. So does that make? I think it makes a lot of sense. Goes up to crackheads, tells them the price, says, hey, I'll buy it, do this, doesn't fully disclose all of the info, and then he gets greedy. I give him a fucking good offer. He can make $15,000 in a day. And then he's like, yeah, okay. And then he goes to the next guy trying to get $20,000. And then before you know it, he just sends it out too many times. All these other people are like, fuck it, I'm just going to go to the house. And then, like I said, if you don't disclose with the seller accurately, they probably offered the seller $1 more. And then now they're like, okay, whatever. And then, yeah, he may have a contract, but if he doesn't know what he's doing and go through the legal stuff, is like, is he going to have that house could be sold by the time he could even get to small claims court? Fully and then he could still challenge it, but it'll be money, work, effort, and then but before you know it, you just lost the deal. My wife and I are looking to sell our home. Would you be interested in making an offer? We have solar that we need to transfer and paid off. So I'm like, I don't know, Randy, you're trying to build another property, right? Maybe if you need convenience, I could give you a good offer, because then I could buy your house from you and let you sell it. I could let you live in it, and you know what I'm saying? And we could work out a deal, but I'd want the house at a discount. Otherwise, you're probably better off selling if you have no special request for your sale, you could top ticket, get top dollar. The market is still very hot right now. So you're better off kind of selling off. Otherwise, if you want to sell me 70, 80% of the value of what it's worth, give me a 20, 30% discount. But then if there's strategic benefits, you need to live in it for a year, that would make sense. But other than that, if you don't need anything special, email me it and I'll send it to a cult agent, and then they'll list it for you, and then they can make sure you get a good amount too and not charge you as much. A dumb question. What would have been better in the situation? Kept his mouth shut and better contract? Well, either or. So if he had a better contract and real full disclosure with the sellers, and really solidified his right to that property, then he could have been greedy. You know what I'm saying? Then he could have shopped it around, told everybody and his mom, you know what I'm saying? And he would have been good, because nobody would have been able to go to the seller. Nobody would have been able to undercut him if he really made sure his rights were in place and, was straightforward with the sellers from the get-go. Otherwise, in the other situation he should have just took the money, gotten paid, and then it would have been my problem. You see what I'm saying? Because these people were a mess. Bro, they were crackheads, I'm telling you. Like, they were like no teeth, 5, 6 other people living in there was so much not disclosed. And like this guy just like, and before you knew it, they were all like, literally everybody was just signing deals on this property now. And then it just got out of hand. Like, does that make, like, dude, imagine put 5 crackheads in a house and then tell them it's their house. They're all, and then have these people like, hey, I'll give you $200,000. They're like, yeah. And then literally at the end of it, I think like, dude, there's like 4 other contracts, and like everybody was just kind of questioning who. I was just like, dude, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. Because he came back, they were like, yeah, we'll give it to you for like this. I'm like, dude, there's no deal anymore. There's nothing. And then SPY breaking out, Chattadonia. We're not above 5,000 yet. I'm just getting excited. 4,999, 75, 86, 88, 5,000. It's here. And now we're back below it. We hit 5,000, though. Let's see if this actually holds, man. Let's see if this actually holds. Pump it up. Should we pump it up for old time's sake? Not. Yin Yang KRE still going. I need it. Need hype music. No, okay. DJ, we're gonna buy this. It's puts right down. No, I like that song. It's a good one. It's a matter on the options. DJ. It's a matter in the market. But you better not kill the price. Power. We're gonna buy this till it's all-time highs. Woo! What do I think about stochastics? I don't know, but I think people think I have. I think I have stochastics. I've been called stochastic, but I don't use them in my trades. People suspect I might be a little stochastic. RTX, they're tomorrow morning. So they're up a lot. I think LMT is better value. Who was it the other day? Weren't they saying go long? They said long LMT, short RTX or something like that. So like low key, LMT has better value out of those. But then LMT is struggling more. RTX can struggle. They're only up because of the recovery after they struggled. So take that all into play. Wolf. Yo, wolf. Ruff, ruff. No, but like literally wolf. Big pop. Yo, 5-6% wolf speed. No news on that. Wolf. WOLF. If you say it too fast, it sounds like a bark. I don't have news. Up 8%. Big pop. No news on that. Ukrainian president. Wolf. Bro, 8%, one candle. That's related to chips, no? Aren't they silicon carbonide? Jana Partners urges Wolfspeed to consider possible sale. Yeah, there you go. So, again, I got that one early. The headline came in later, but the stock is moving. That's 9%. You may have missed out. I don't know. It depends unless you're already in it, but I haven't checked the premium. I'm just stream alerting that now. 10, 11%. Shit. Yeah, that rocketed. All right. I don't know unless you want to go with shares, but even then, it just urging the sold. It might come down, but we had that early, and it still might be too late. Yeah. I think if you got in the first couple of seconds, you could have got. There was a couple in there that you could have gotten for like 10, 15 cents, but it's too late now. It's literally just hit 11. SPY breaking out even more. Again, we're above 500. And then that reminds me, because I was like, wolf, and then I barked. Again, we're high. Remember on Friday, after we sold below here, we never got this high again. So This is starting to get into some of the lows of the pre-carnage of Friday. But are you guys ready for this? Did you guys like the video? I'm about to blow your mind. You know, you guys remember Sierra Mist? You guys remember? It was about 4 years ago. I blew some of your mind. I gave you the damn Da Vinci's Code, and I let y'all know that a Sierra Mist is the same thing as the dew of a mountain. You know that? So a mountain dew, the dew on the mountain, is synonymous with the Sierra Mist, the mist on the Sierras. Isn't that crazy? Mind-blowing. Some people, you may have just learned that today. But I have another one for you. Are you ready? This one's going to be mind-blowing. So I need 1,700 likes for this one. I need like 70 more likes right now. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're seated. I need your thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up. That's all we need, man. That's all we need. No offense, but duh. Hey, man, not everyone's as smart as you. Okay? Not everybody could be an elite human being like yourself. So, you know, just have pity on us normies. Marcus Hanlon. And then Spy still going, baby. Amen. IWM calls. Let's go gift the chat. 5,002, so 5,003. That was the low from Monday. We need 9 more likes. I just need 9 people. If 9 people hear me and anywhere in the United States of America or the greater National Geographic, I don't know, but just like the video, if 9 people could hear my voice, I need 9 of them. There's 9 beautiful souls. That's it. It's so crazy, though. Wow. You did it. You could actually hear me. I love it. I feel connected. Feel so close to you, right, pal? In a rate cut. I feel so close to pal right now. And the rate cut. 5,000. All right, this is literally low candle of where you opened up on Friday, man. Wild. Actually wild to think about. Because remember, Friday, a lot of carnage. And then again, Wolf's still going. All right, here's the deal. So, you guys know the word tomb, right? Tomb. How do you spell tomb? T-O-M-B, right? Okay. Tomb, like a tomb. Okay. Now, how do you spell womb? You know, like I knew you in your womb. You are marvelously created. He knew you in the womb. Right? W-O-M-B. Okay. Now, Chad, how do you spell bomb? It's mind-blowing. It's B-O-M-B, but think about it. If you said bomb, how you say tomb, it's an onomatopoeia. Now it's boom. Isn't that what? Okay, maybe Mountain Dew was a little better. But that one got me thinking this weekend. I saw that video and I was like, wow. That's crazy. This chat is now being monitored by NSA. Good job. Man, you forget I'm already Middle Eastern. And I'd say about 25% of the Chads have a Chad fax that sounds like the Ponzi Papers guy. So you guys are already being monitored. Okay? Okay? That's all I'm telling. I already know, man. You know how many times? Half of the shit, I read that guy's Instagram and I was like, Chad's already told me this. Say Chad already put me on. I could show you like 3 Chads. I'm like, they had this like a year ago. They just didn't. That's it. They just didn't go crazy. I'm not gonna lie though. I did learn something. I didn't know Peter Thiel had a boyfriend. That is something I learned. I'm surprised. he also has a husband, and then his boyfriend cheated, or he cheated on his husband, and then I think his husband got mad. But yeah, Peter Thiel, yeah, I learned that. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I had no idea Peter Thiel had a husband or a boyfriend. But then his boyfriend died too. His boyfriend died like a week or 2 weeks after SVB, and that is actually like true. It's not. I'm not saying they're connected, but the time frame, like there was an incident with one of his lovers, and I was like, bro, what? I had no idea about Peter Thiel. Mm-hmm. I'm shook. Yeah, you didn't know. But yeah, that's what I learned. Am I going to talk about relevant trades or go on and on? I don't know, but whenever I do it, if it's that interesting to you, I hope you're here, because I'm not going to repeat it. I'm definitely not going to repeat it. So, but yeah. And then if I can't control when news comes out, if I did, I'd be a lot richer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be like, if I really did, I'd be like, what's up, man? And then today's a chill day for data. Next week or next couple of days, and then towards the end of the week, we're going to get a lot more. DJ, we're going to burn it and spy right down. Is it going up? Another new high? 5,004. Is Mr. Crazy Josh jumping from a bungee, no rope? Even in the power, no cuts. So this is level, I mean, again, use 5,019, and then I think like 5,027. So we'll see. $5,000. It's holding up, and like we were saying, like if you were gonna do it, this would be the moment. And we actually got above it. It's still holding up. I mean, take it how you please. Like, anytime I pull the chart out, it's still magnificent. Because, like, you pull this shit out, man, we're still, like, really low. The carnage from last week was real, but, you know, first sign of relief. Not only did you have the relief, sell it off, but you're actually holding. I don't think you've done that on any of them. Any of them where you've had relief, if you sold off the relief, you sold off the relief. So we still have the whole day ahead of us. We got a lot of time. Still got 2 hours. 2 hours, 45 minutes. Bond it. My damn. The delay stuff getting annoying. Well, it's earnings. Remember, too, there's Fed blackout because of the Fed. There's earnings buyback blackouts. So these also affect kind of, and then waiting for earnings. So there's going to be a lot of red light, green light in the next couple of weeks. But, you know, there will, eventually you will watch the floodgates get open to the upside or downside, depending on the data. Citron, is it still up? DJ. Spotfall, honey. Let me check Baidu. Volume super low. I wouldn't call it super low. I haven't checked in about an hour, but in the morning there were some signs it was a little lower than the other days, but not too bad. 28 million. We're almost at hour number 4. It has slowed down considerably, actually. So we'll see, but yeah, compared to the last couple days, Yeah, first sign of relief. Up 0.7, 0.3 quarters on the SPY. NASDAQ's coming up. Another new high there. Baidu is still looking good. Apple, Tesla, that was crazy. Meta, too, they came back to green barely. Any words on Meta dividend increase? No, I don't think so. Dude, they just paid it out. You know, let them ease into it, bro. Let them ease into it. ARM even coming back up. High ticker almost on 100% right now, every single time period. A lot of tech names starting to work their way up, not to mention you already had the value names already at the high. TLT is coming down. So literally, just like this morning, market dropped, TLT got a bid. You'll notice ever since here, like I guess right here was the last peak. So from this same exact thing on the way down, actually. But right when we got up here, market started going up. Bonds did give up. But so once again, though, they are inverse, and keep your eyes out for that moving into it. DJ, Google, man, Google's on the hot. That was crazy. Because I said if Google went red, that'll be bad. And they did go red, and then they came right back up. They were strong right off the morning. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA, that's part of the recovery. NVIDIA. Yeah, they're up 3.5. SMCI, if they could go up, that would help the market out. But low-key, they've been clapped. And then TSM. PHILO today. I don't know. It's Monday. And there's a lot going on. But I don't know. Do you feel lucky? I guess that's the real question. You feeling lucky? Are you feeling lucky? Twitch? No. The Twitch is back. I'm unbanned on Twitch. I just didn't turn it on today. I followed through with my own personal ban. So I didn't want to set it up in the morning. And I said, I'm going to enjoy my peacefulness and let Twitch know. Just let them know. I'm letting Twitch know. Not you, just Jeff. I feel like I'm communicating with him. But I'm letting him know. It's my boycott. We're going to turn this house right there. We're going to burn this house. Why are you turning the house? How you turning the house? No sense. D. We're doing great. Again, X, CLF, materials. All fire. I mean, everything now. We finally have relief. Let's get a real quick checkup. See where we're at. In the morning, more names were green. In the morning, everything was trading green. Far along off the lows from a market that is so cracky. How could it be so crackhead? How could you be so crackhead? So, SPY, 412 names green. So, only 89 names in the red. Dow Jones, 23 green, 6 in the red. 1 break even. And then NASDAQ, 80 green and 20 in the red. Two, three, four. Gold's coming down. Where's silver? Chad, it's time for your daily episode of Guess the Metal. Are you ready? That was the first one. You've said your answer, but you could listen to the second one. SPY still working its way up. Again, China names, Pinduoduo. I'm seeing biotech starting to go up here too. And again, regional still doing good. That's the second one. That's silver. The first one was gold. You guys got it right if you said gold. Silver. Oh, what was it? I heard something about silver over the weekend. Someone told me a fun fact. Oh, I'm blanking. How are you hitting it? You take 2 coins, and then you balance one on your finger, and then you take the other coin, and then you hit it on top of it. And then it goes ding. What was it? I heard something about silver. It was related to industrial stuff and like production. Is gold still dropping? I was down earlier, but we'll find out. I mean, silver's already gave up. So if this was silver, I think it'd be down. It would be down at 210. But I mean, gold has still been quite stubborn. Where was it? It was last year. It was like, or during SVB, I want to see gold. No, I don't know. Gold hasn't really even, I guess, the futures don't show the gaps. I want to say, man, when was the last time gold even gapped like that? We'll see. Then SPX still at 5,000. Pinduoduo 5,004. Remember, this was the low of Friday. XLU utilities. That was going up too. Again, that was kind of surprising. High ticker is very active still, man. So you are hugging into these highs right now. I mean, you're right there. Still so many ways you could go here. I mean, it's still early. Kind of. You have 2 hours, 2 hours 40. Mind-blowing Sierra Mist was 4 years ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jake Hendricks. That was a while ago, man. I remember you 4 years ago. Isn't that crazy? PHILO. Are you feeling lucky? I asked. Well, let me go to the bathroom, okay? While you think about your luck. Follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. I love you. Good morning. Happy Monday.
30% of the companies in the S&P 500 are scheduled to say how much they made during the year's first 3 months. That includes several companies that have come to be known as the Magnificent Seven. 4 of those are going to report this week. Verizon Communications helping kick off this week's reports by disclosing a drop in profit. Its shares right now down close to 4%. Then you have Truist Financial among the regional banks reporting today. Profit better than expected there. Those shares up about 4.7%. The financials, the best performing industry group in the S&P 500. Most active shares of Tesla after announcing those price cuts over the weekend. They are down about 3.4%. Overall, the S&P 500, 38 points higher. That's up about 0.75%. Above 5,000 again, 5,005 in fact on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 253 points, and the Nasdaq 100 right now up 127 points. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues with Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
All right, John Tucker up in New York checking on the markets. Meanwhile, me, Kaylee Lyons, and Joe Matthew are here in Washington checking on whether Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to have changed her mind yet about whether she thinks Mike Johnson should keep his job as House Speaker. Well, as of an hour ago, Joe, it does not seem so. Her latest post on X, Mike Johnson still hasn't shown Congress or the American people the proof that Russia intends to invade the rest of Europe after finishing its campaign in Ukraine. It goes on for a few more sentences and ends with, "We need a new speaker," 2 exclamation points.
Okay. The refrain, though, over the weekend from Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tom Massey, is that they wanted him to resign, that they would ratchet up the pressure until Mike Johnson had no other option but to leave on his own. And, of course, Kaylee, he already articulated last week the words, "I will not resign," leading us to doubt that as a viable option. But they could pull the trigger on this. He could still lose his job. And so we may as well dive in there with the panel, right?
Sounds good.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. I have to apologize to both of you in advance. I really don't want to do this to you every day, but it's hanging out there. Jeannie, what are we going to do about the motion to vacate, or should Mike Johnson resign? That does seem to be what the 3 Republicans who have their name on this believe. All the while, some are arguing he's more powerful now that he got these bills passed. What do you think?
Yeah, he seems to have found the secret sauce, which is, 100% Democrats, 50% or so Republicans, and he can pretty much pass anything there.
That's the recipe,
I think it's probably not what the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world want to hear, but, I think as it pertains to his job, number one, who wants it? Number two, I think he's probably safe until November. It depends, obviously, on what happens in the election, and I've never thought he had a real shot at keeping the job next year. I, in fact, think that's more likely now than I did before. But I think for the moment, he's probably safe. That doesn't mean she can't move forward on the motion to vacate. But I think we're hearing enough Democrats who would be there to support
5,008.
him, and that would keep him safe.
So this is a baby level, 5,007, 5,008. Remember,
Rick,
on the
when
way
we think
down,
about Mike Johnson
we stayed here before ever
especially
flushing.
if the cost of staying safe is having Democrats step in to help you. Is he safe with no real power? You keep the gavel, but your ability to wield it for your own purposes is kind of not really there because you need Democrats to do anything, and your own party has members that really would not like you to be in the job. I just wonder how we think about what safe is for Mike Johnson.
Spy might go back to
really
500.
Nothing safe about ever being a speaker. So the whole concept of safety is not really relevant to politics in general, because you never know what shifting alliances are going to occur. And of course, in this day and age, when you have such a divided country that's extremely well represented in almost a completely divided House of Representatives, there's no place to hide. There's no safe place. And so I think that the Band-Aid has been ripped off. I mean, you now have a coalition government in the House of Representatives. And that coalition government will probably stick together between now and the election because there's nothing new to happen, right? They can just band together and pass whatever they want. And frankly, the things that would get passed probably find ready acceptance with the president and with the Senate. So they could actually be a more productive House of Representatives between now and Election Day, even when usually that's when people shut down and they go home to campaign. So it's an odd upside down world we live in, and it's currently being well represented by the House. So
we'll see. 50-12, bro. You're rocketing. That's it, man. Again, ever since Euro, we were talking about Europe being good. IBM is coming up pretty good off the bottom there. That is pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. So we'll see. SPY might go to 500, but now, I mean, I think it is a good time. I think it's a great time right now, actually. Oh, Chedadonia. Happy Monday, baby. The market's getting relief. Remember, it was crazy last week, bro. Even on Friday, man. So I'm very glad that we're here. I hope you're feeling good, bro. It's crazy how many things can be happening on a day-to-day, man. So it's very humbling, and it's great that we have the opportunity, especially now too. The relief is calm, man. We have opportunity to talk about a couple of things, and like I've been telling y'all for a long time now, man, I'm very grateful for those of you who have participated in this in PHILO and, made it something a part of your lives, but like really just like been involved with it, man. I'm telling you, it means a lot to me. And I mean, just like I'm saying, to have thousands of other people, bro, just like kind of on the same vibe, man. I like it's powerful, bro. It's powerful. Look around. You ain't the only one. And that being said, you ain't alone, man. So I love all of you, and I'm just very impressed. Again, even the accountability, the personal responsibility, the way I've been seeing y'all bring it to real life. And remember, too, man, I mean, this is a wild year. SPY hitting a new high. You're about to do 500 on this SPY. It's a wild year, man. And there's only going to be more, so a lot of things coming up. So I hope you guys always, got the armor on and even got some tools in the tool belt, baby. You know what I'm saying, Chattadonia? But good work, man. Good work, and keep it up. And I love to see it. 5,015. So before I get into the PHILO here, I think 5,017, 18. These are going to be your little levels, and then like 5,020 or like 33, back up to like 47, then 50. All right. So we'll see, but that's a good look, man. We're up 1% now. Again, everywhere around the world did very good today, and we have been ripping since Euro close, man. But Chattadonia, so now. Oh, there's a lot of things we could talk about. I don't know where I'm gonna start this PHILO. I'm gonna start in one area, but like the main thing I'm gonna want to talk about is different. It's gonna be different to what I'm gonna start with. But let me tell you this, man. I was telling you guys to get rest this weekend. I tell you every weekend, but like we were talking about it on Friday, and I was like, man, I was excited. It was a wild week for me. I got worked a little bit. And I was just like, man, I can't wait to like enjoy the weekend. And honestly, I'm glad I got to enjoy it. I feel great. I'm very excited, but I did have a lot of rest, and I was thinking about things, but it was funny how it arrived to me because it wasn't anything that I sought out for. It was weird. I don't know. Just in the doing what I normally do, man, I felt a sweeping sense of peace, and I don't know, I got in some good prayers and some good word, but the thing about it was this. It's very simple. Let me just ask you guys this, or let me just tell you this. If I could frame it as a question, but I'll put it as this. Sometimes if you feel like God is silent, just remember, people don't yell when they're right next to you. But that's the vibe I had. And that's where something I was like, man, I really hope some of y'all took the advice I gave you, because I got to. I got to enjoy it. But that's what it felt like, honestly. And that's where I was like, like where I was saying, man, get into the word, relax a little bit. And hopefully, you're able to see, and the thing it really was like, get your rest, but it was something where I wasn't looking for it. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted it, and I knew, but like, it was something where it's like, and I hope sometimes too, and you feel, you're looking for this, looking for that. I need to get this. It's like, man, don't forget, it's closer than you think. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sometimes it whispers, but like, and I don't know. You may like, I don't know, I'm not getting it. It's like, dude, it might be right next to you. God may be silent, but you don't need to yell. He's right there. He's right there. So that's the first part, But there is something about it, man. There's something, again, I mean, one of my favorites. This shows up everywhere. Proverbs, Romans. They'll talk to you about it, but dude, I was thinking a lot, and I really think somebody asked me a question about option today, and I went out 6 months on the chain. I was like, damn, that's already October. Bro, this year is flying by, and it's going to be over before you know it, man. And if I'm going to give you, like, you know, if I'm going to give you anything and you want something practical, dude, you want to know what it is, like the answer to everything in life right now. And I'm telling you how, if this year is going to be good, if this year is going to be bad, if it's going to lead in, if it's going to change the trajectory or not, it's all just discipline. That's all. And I hope we never forget it. I've had thousands of PHILOs on discipline, but no, for real. Like, and again, I mean, I feel very rested. I was excited. Like I say, man, I felt very peaceful, but you know, the concept of discipline always remains, and it's so beautiful that, you know, the discipline is a lot of sacrifice, and it's funny how sometimes that sacrifice, by giving things up, it gives you more. You know, it's very, very paradoxical. By the more you give up, the more you will gain. It's a paradox. You know what I'm How will I restrict myself and get more? How will I partake in more things by partaking in less things? But nah, that's really what it is, man. And let me just tell you, I hope this speaks to you, and it should. Like, for real, some of y'all, if I really speak to you, then this is gonna speak to you. If not, then you know that's why we never connected in the first place, you know. You know what I'm saying? But, like, for real, you were not meant to be one of those people who was like, oh, I was meant to be the one. I was gonna be the one. I was gonna be close. You were not meant to get close. You are the one. Do you understand me? Whatever you're working on, but listen, and if you really feel that, the answer is discipline. Remember, I told you there's versions of yourselves. You are the same person that you've always been. You've developed, you've changed, but there is a disciplined version of you, and there is an undisciplined version of you. Every single day, you are feeding into a more or less disciplined version of yourself in everything. You could start with your trades, but I think it probably starts with what you eat, with how you move your body. It starts with everything. Literally every part of your life. And there's more disciplined versions of you, and there's a less disciplined version of you. And that's why I'm saying, man, some of y'all, what's going to stop you is going to be you. We've talked about that, bro. The flesh is crazy. For real, the flesh is weak. The flesh is an enemy. You are your own enemy. And how and just let me ask you, 4 months into this year, what is the output? And I'm not talking about what you've done. I'm talking about, is there a more disciplined version of you that has been output, or a less disciplined version? Again, that's talking trajectory. But that right there is the key. And don't let time be the killer. I'm telling y'all, relax, be at ease, bro. You will realize there's a lot less to worry about in life once discipline is worried about the most. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. So Chad, you've gotten the PHILO many times, but I don't know, man. We've had a lot of PHILOs. You've given me the right to gas you up. You've given me the right to give you the reality. So I hope the discipline, and at the same time, man, I don't say this as like I'm saying, don't burn yourself out. Don't wear yourself out. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, for real, rest. Be at ease, bro. And I'm telling, like, I mean, I think God is closer than you think, you know, and you gotta listen and see where this world and life is taking you to. But at the same time, there is a responsibility, and your responsibility, I mean, you do need to show up with a highly disciplined version of yourself, and you need to work and aspire to that. And the moment you let go of it, I mean, you're going to watch, so other things will let go. You let go of that discipline, it's gonna work its way like the yeast, and vice versa. And it's never enjoyable, ever. No discipline is enjoyable ever. In the moment, afterwards, always a great benefit, always. So Chad, I hope you feel me on this. I hope that's a great way to start off Monday, man. If I could get anything on your mind, bro, just think about it. And remember, you will accomplish it. That's what I'm saying. That discipline, you have a lot. And it's not going to be, I did it this to get this far, to come this close. No. You will accomplish it. But the prerequisite and the thing necessary with it are our good friend discipline. He's our good friend who we hate him. We hate to see him in the moment. But you know what I'm saying? Afterwards, you love to shoot the shit with him. Love to kick it with him afterwards. You know what I'm saying? It's the guy in my like Siri. Do I like waking up at fucking 5 a.m.? No. I could sleep like an animal. You have no idea. The days, it's funny because now it's even hard sometimes to sleep and like to sleep in. Do I like that? No. But you know what? I could kick it with. I'm like, I love it now. I could talk to him. In the moment, and the idea, getting the discipline, the commitment, staying to a schedule, staying to a boundary, never enjoyable in the process. But afterwards, you're gonna look back, like, I'm glad I could do that. I'm glad I have that. Wow, it's I could do it with a certain level of effort. Don't take the same amount of energy. So Chad, I hope y'all feel me, but I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Screaming Large Boot campaign real estate course. And there it is, chat. There it is. See your boy. And then Spy still holding up. Even Spy loved the PHILO. Can't stop it, man. Can't keep a good Spy down. Oh, Vice President Harris participates in round table. Nice.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside.
Money, I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate to love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Cold.
Servant more worthless when treated as a god. Oh, Chattadonia. There it is. PHILO, their uncle. Big man milk can? Yeah, that's what he says. Big man milk can. No, he says milking. Big man milk can. Like the bond, I don't know if you'll Google it. So you got a little history lesson in there. Now you could learn about bonds and milking. The lantern. Just go to this channel, and then it is on the community tab. And it has everything you need to be fly in these streets. Palantir CEO, more out-of-pocket comments. Okay. Does he say anything bad?
But
I have the quote. It doesn't look that bad.
I am not a legislator, but I am running one of the coolest companies in the world. And I'm telling young people, you are breathing the vapors of a dangerous, new, fake, and self-destructive religion when you are sitting at your elite school pretending because you watched TikTok twice and got an A+ on some crazy paper because your professor couldn't get a job anywhere else, that you actually understand the world. And you're not welcome at my company. I am not a legislator, but
I like him, but he scares me. I'm telling you. I like him, though. That's funny. He's growing on me. And I like he had the crazy hair. Me and him, we share that. So that's good, bro. Rob Irwin, 51 months. Shout out the greatest community on the planet, Josh. Never forget you are great in the eyes of the Lord. Let's go, baby. Tell him. Horn up. Amen. 51. 51, 51. Let's go, baby. You are great in the eyes of the Lord. Amen. Amen, baby. Amen. Amen. And then SPY's going up more. Bonds creeping back up. High ticker. Even the last 5 minutes. That has the most momentum. You are about to go through Friday's high, which was the low of Thursday. That's so funny, man. So 50.22. This will be like your next level, or like 50.25. And then I think it's like 50.37-ish or 50.30 to like 50.40. And then 50.57. But we will see here. 50.18. But you're going up. Going up. No, you did not really get, again, today very quiet. The next couple of days we get more data, more earnings, all of that again. Some of the biggest companies and 40% of the S&P will be voting. SMCI is still murdered. IBM started running up there. Again, RTX, they got earnings in the morning. What was SMCI? Bump, 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 bump. Oh, Biden has remarks to commemorate Earth Day. So that sounds exciting. What time is it? 10:40? Still got a little bit of time. Let me see. We'll do a couple of the previews for tomorrow. Yeah, we have GM, UPS, Pepsi. After hours, too. I mean, SAP, Nucor, Cadence even. Isn't that one related to, this is related to chips, so we'll get a little bit, actually. And then Globe Life's after the bell. But yeah, Lockheed, RTX tomorrow morning, then Spotify, then JetBlue, and then Halliburton, UPS, GM, GE. Yeah, Joey, 2 terms. Fuck yeah. I love Earth Day. Fuck yeah. I was about to say, have a good day. You know what I'm saying? So lending tips. Said 13 people emailed their resume for cold calling. You're doing group interview at 4 p.m. Pacific time today on Zoom. Last call for anybody who wants to join. So if you want a real estate job, LT needs 2 people. Schedule appointments and wholesale deals. I don't know. It's not even that much like work hours, but I think he will pay you by the hour. And then you also get a cut on the deal. Anybody, yeah. Email cultrealestate@gmail.com. 4 p.m. today, there's an interview. That's your latest text message. You could live anywhere. Just it's on the phone. That's it. I think so. Pretty much, I think he wants 4. I think he's looking for 4 people, 2 to 4 people, to just cold call or like warm call, pretty much, like an hour or 2 hours a day. That's it. And then if it leads to a deal or you schedule it, you'll get a cut of the deal. And then I think he will be providing the leads. coltrealestate@gmail.com. Email your resume, and then, today, be available at 4 p.m. if you want to do it. SPY going up. 50.23. That's it, bro. You're higher than dude. This is even a level, right, bro? You actually went through both levels. So again, 50.22. You just rocketed up through that. So if we could go a little higher from here, you're going to, again, I'd say 50.57 might be the top end, but who knows? Remember, we were at 5,100 last week, but you're starting to kind of launch up here a little bit. Do you need experience? I don't think so. I think the best thing to do would be to just email and just talk to him at 4, but generally it's just going to be calling related to real estate. Like I said, most of them will be warm. Like, I don't think you're not trying to convince people to do shit as much as it would be they've already either spoke with him or you're like setting up appointments for him. Can you write an AI to do it? Shoot an email. Spot, bro, it literally, you're rocketing up, like it's actually getting kind of nuts. So both of these right here were 2 different levels. You went through it all in one take. 5024, so you're above that. Again, I think, where is it? Like 5027, and then I think 533, 50 like 31, 32. Yeah, 27 and then 32. And then 40s, then 57. But that's starting to get a little crazy. No news on, and we don't even have any data scheduled. NASDAQ up over 1.3 now. SPY 1.1, Russell 1.2, Dow Jones 1.0. Value led the way in the morning, and then just tech came back, and then now a lot of your chip plays they're not dying the same way. It just really depends on which name it is. Like Intel pretty much hasn't moved, held on to a gap up. ARM is going up, and then again, like ARM's up 7, and then NVIDIA, they're literally up 4.3. You're still going. Literally low ticker now. It's just the volatility index is dying. Again, VIX is now down 10. So this is the lowest the VIX has been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So you're about to, even then, you might just wipe out all 6 days off of the first little sign of bounce. Yeah, no, the VIX is getting murdered. Again, even gold is down. Gold's down almost 3 on the day. No fear headlines, even any Lebanon. Dollar's negative on the day, which is kind of weird. Next data tomorrow morning, and then pretty much Thursday and Friday is the big data. Thursday, Friday, GDP, PCE, and then mega cap earnings Wednesday, Thursday. So like towards the middle, we get a little bit more active, but there's still a lot this week, and we are pricing in 1.5. Ironically, we were at 0.5 then, so we've already moved like what? Almost 1%. Pfizer 2650. UPS, I do not know. I don't think so, even after the other one. After FedEx, yeah, Pfizer's up. SPY's going apeshit right now. NASDAQ almost 1.5%. Again, if SPY goes up 0.5, that'll be like 1% from here. Remember, we were pricing in 1.5 on the week, and you're almost doing 1%, 1.5 right now. So 5033-ish here. Remember, this was the level we really started to flush from. This filled the gap from last week. So 503, bro, you're above every single, even 27 now. So 5033. And then we'll see where this takes us. My goodness. A 3-3 to 3-2. Is this the crackheads? It is relief. I mean, the title of the watch list was the market bounce. So, again, like I was saying here, there was a lot of fear last week. Anything that could help out the bonds or give anybody a good thing. But honestly, I think Europe, like I was telling you guys, even when we were down, Europe had a fat day while we were trading negative. SMCI, let's see. Pfizer's killing, bro. High ticker, full gear right now. It's not stopping. Even then, if we get above 5033, that'll be a very good sign. I mean, if remember, 5,000 was a damn ceiling. So if there is going to be a little baby ceiling here, it'll be right here. Otherwise, if we could get above that, that's a lot of good momentum. Have to go to real estate. Got 4 under contract. Let's go, Kevin. Go work. That's crazy. 4? Oh, man. Visa, don't they have earnings? Bro, SPY, Toll Brothers on the high. There's so many names on the high. But again, a mix of both value and tech is rocketing it all there. You hit 5033. We're not going any higher, but watch here. SMCI is trying to go green. It's only down by 0.43 right now. Apple rocketed up 129. Microsoft, again, Google, I'm sure, even crazier. Amazon's getting back closer to 2. Remember, they were up a lot in the morning, and then Meta's back up to 0.9. See, even Snap went up. My goodness, Airbnb getting volume right now. The market is in. I do think earnings is a big factor. There is data, but the earnings are going to be pivotal. The gap down that you knew, the technical, I didn't use any. I mean, even then, we were just talking. I mean, this morning, we were just talking about being down, watching the levels. The only thing that stood out this morning was that Europe was very strong. So we knew that while the market was red. And we discussed that having some effect, but I wouldn't say there was any real like, oh, yeah, we knew exactly. But then again, after last week, though, I mean, there's a lot of things this week that could lead to relief, but also, too, whatever you see today, if the earnings and chips are bad or any of that data gets the bonds near 5%, just don't forget how fast we have sold off. Like, excuse me. So, I mean, just take it all with a grain of salt, more or less. But, you know, we're pricing in a lot this week, and we have a lot that could make us move. The Passover pump. Well, we'll see what happens on earnings, man. We'll see who has the blood over their door, because that's really gonna be the thing. So, because again, if you don't have NVIDIA above your door, like, I don't know, but if NVIDIA do bad, like, we got a problem. Like, chips are still. I mean, you saw it this morning too. Like, we were doing good, but the minute those chips turn down in tandem, there's too many of them, and they have a lot. So, I mean, they could move you a ton. So, depending on those earnings, I think that will determine the pump or not. My email address is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Do you think Iran-Israel news could bring some fear? If they fight again, like actual soil, like bombs from Israel on Iran and then bombs there to Israel, that would all be negative. We've heard more news. Well, like, because the new, it wasn't as, like, direct. So there was a base in Syria that got bombed on Sunday. No, I mean, gold's still down 3 almost. You had 20 or 30 rockets from Lebanon this morning. No reaction. And it's just, so again, the scale, what you saw last 2 weeks, that stuff never happened before. Iran directly attacking Israel, Israel directly attacking them. We haven't seen that. So that's why it was like, but that's why also in the same breath, it's very hard to like even now get even more scared from that, because that happened and then nothing happened. NBA's exclusive negotiating window with ESPN and TNT is expiring today. American base. Yeah, that was the one in Syria. But we'll see. I mean, if oil, I think oil, though, that will need to come down, and then people will really, that's how you'll know they're really not reacting to the war tensions. But for now, today was just, compared to the last 2 weeks, how you're opening this week with war tensions, I mean, was a noticeable decline. I mean, again, every other weekend, even this weekend, I wasn't expecting much, but there's still a lot of people like, wait, Iran's still going to do it and all of this. But, kind of just very quiet in terms of what we saw compared to just how intense the last 2 weekends were. And then bonds, low key, ever since we rallied, though, the bonds, they want to do that delay. So this is going to be interesting. Pump it up. We hit 5033 right to the level. I don't know, though. It might be able to make round two. J&J, more value. Wayfair on the high. Again, Pfizer too, man. Kind of crazy. I'm down now. Yallah, Habibi. Maybe mini rebalance. Future margin requirement went up again? Really? That's crazy. They raised it at the beginning of the year. Whoa. 17,000 now? Damn, son. That's crazy. And then 25 on the NQ? Habibi. Yes, was 12K. Yeah, I think it was even lower. I think it was 9K at one point. Like 9 to 11. Yeah, even the MES was like 1,100. Now MES is 17. Yeah. CR. That's on the high. VWAP can't pick up. I mean, is the volume elevated? Because remember, the volume was lower today. Nah. Volume's only at 36 million. So like I'm saying, I mean, this is just relief, but when it's all said and done, and I mean, again, I was telling you guys last week, once the bonds calm down, there's going to be one window of relief we will really get, but this is on lower volume here. And we just still have all of the data here this week, so all of it could flip. And there's 2 years, 2 hours left. 2 years left in the day. 2 hours. APO on the high. What day was that? April 15th. Yeah, big day. Big down day. Now you're back up to February. We're like halfway through February. This is literally where you're at, halfway into February. Raul's working. You worked more the last couple days, but today, GLD. So, I want to go get some of these previews. Like, Biden's not out yet, but your boy Blinken. I mean, I don't know. It might be, I don't know, war related. Let's see what he says.
Of universal rights, civil and political, economic, social, cultural. The right to express ourselves freely, to choose our leaders, to worship as we wish, the right to education, to just labor conditions. Standing up for freedom and human rights is simply the right thing to do. But defending and promoting these inalienable and universal rights is also profoundly in our national interest.
Okay, let me grab these.
Countries that respect human rights are more likely to be peaceful, prosperous, stable. The report that we're putting out today presents a factual, systematic account of human rights records across nearly 200 countries and territories. Each one is held to the same standard: developed and developing countries, competitors, as well as allies and partners. While the report focuses on human rights challenges abroad, we recognize that the United States faces its own shortcomings. The strength of democracies like ours is that we address those shortcomings, those imperfections, openly, without sweeping them under the rug. The report illustrates that there is much work to be done to uphold the rights set out in the Universal Declaration. We once again see human rights and the rule of law under stress in more ways and in more places across the globe. Governments continue to lock up citizens who challenge those in power and call for a better future, from Belarus to Venezuela. Many are young. Of the roughly 1,000 political prisoners in Cuba, the average age is just 32. Tragically, as we saw with Alexei Navalny's unjust imprisonment in Russian penal colony, incarceration can come with horrific conditions, with abuse, even death. Governments like Russia also arbitrarily detain foreign nationals for political purposes, using human beings as bargaining chips. Paul Whelan, Evan Gershkovich, and every unjustly held individual deserves to go free. The United States and our many partners will keep working every day to reunite them with their families and to hold accountable governments that engage in this deplorable practice. At the same time, the report shows that governments are extending their abuses beyond their own borders. Nicaragua, attempting to pressure and punish exiled activists by seizing their assets. Tajikistan, working with other countries to forcibly return human rights defenders, lawyers, and journalists who fled abroad. The report documents atrocities reminiscent of humanity's darkest moments. In Sudan, both the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces have committed war crimes. Rohingya in Burma, Uyghurs in Xinjiang, each victims of genocide and crimes against humanity. The United States will continue to raise our deep concerns directly with the governments responsible. This year's report also captures human rights abuses against members of vulnerable communities. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have limited work opportunities for women, shuttered institutions found educating girls, and increasing floggings for women and men accused of, quote, immoral behavior, end quote. Uganda passed a draconian and discriminatory Anti-Homosexuality Act, threatening LGBTQI+ individuals with life imprisonment, even death, simply for being with the person they loved. Across countries and regions, authorities are increasingly using technology to intimidate, to censor, to surveil. Governments are deploying artificial intelligence to spread disinformation and even tracking people based on their DNA. They're cutting off and throttling internet access, as Iran did to suppress protests sparked by the death of Mahsa Zina Amini. The Assad regime and others abusing commercial spyware to target journalists and activists. The United States is also actively working to ensure that emerging technologies are used to bolster rights, not undermine them, to make sure that technology is used to advance equal opportunity, not to discriminate against people. Just to cite one example, we've mobilized a coalition of like-minded governments to counter the proliferation and misuse of commercial spyware. Today, as part of our government-wide effort, we're imposing visa restrictions on more than a dozen individuals who contributed to human rights abuses by helping to develop and sell these tools. Hamas's horrific attacks on Israel on October 7th last year, and the devastating loss of civilian life in Gaza as Israel exercises its right to ensure that those attacks never happen again, have also raised deeply troubling human rights concerns. We continue to work every day to bring the fighting to an end, to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas and other groups, to uphold international humanitarian law, to prevent further suffering, to create a path toward a more peaceful and secure future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. These are just a few illustrations from the many countries covered in this report. And the report itself is just one of numerous ways that the United States is working to promote respect for rights and the dignity of all people. We also leverage bipartisan legislation, like the Global Magnitsky Act, and tools like the Khashoggi ban to hold to account those who perpetrate or profit from human rights abuses. Thanks in part to efforts like these, especially by advocates and citizens who are on the front lines, 2023 also saw some encouraging developments. Despite the proliferation of anti-LGBTQI+ laws in some parts of the world, countries from Estonia to Japan to Mauritius made important strides in advancing the rights of LGBTQI+ individuals. Even as labor activists have been targeted, locked up, and killed, unions from South Africa to Mexico to Brazil improved working conditions and advanced workers organizing themselves, key objectives of the Global Labor Directive that President Biden issued last November. Jordan took steps to ensure that children with disabilities could attend school and receive the support that they need. These bright spots are an important reminder that progress on human rights is indeed possible, as long as committed individuals in every part of the globe continue to work to uphold fundamental dignity for all people. On that note, let me just close by thanking a remarkably dedicated team across this department, here in this building, at our posts around the world, who have spent months painstakingly compiling this report. I also want to recognize everyone who helped document the incidents that make up this important resource. Journalists, human rights defenders, citizens, often at great personal risk. Because of each of you, we have a clearer picture of human rights conditions as they are, as well as a renewed determination to strengthen them for the future. So with that, let me take a few questions, and then I'll turn it back over to Bob and to Matt.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. I have two questions. One is about the report, but let me quickly go to your phone calls last night. You've had two important phone calls with Israel's Benny Gantz and Yoav Gallant, who both strongly objected to upcoming punitive action from U.S. on specific Israeli military unit over human rights allegations. Have those phone calls changed your mind? When will you announce the action? And then coming back to the report again, in this report, you have a sentence saying Israelis operating in Gaza took no publicly visible steps to identify and punish officials accused of committing rights abuses. The accusations about IDF's military conduct in Gaza have piled up. They include using food as a weapon, targeting civilian infrastructure, indiscriminate bombing, something even the president has said is taking place. So I'm wondering, we know you've got ongoing processes about this, but could you tell us why is it taking so long to make a definitive assessment about these? And the fact that it's taking so long leads a lot of people suggesting that U.S. has a double standard when it comes to applying the law with Israel. Does the U.S. have a double standard? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Amira. Let me start with the last part of the question. Do we have a double standard? The answer is no. As this report makes clear, in general, as we're looking at human rights and the condition of human rights around the world, we apply the same standard to everyone. And that doesn't change whether the country in question is an adversary, a competitor, a friend, or an ally. And that's hugely important. With regard to the Leahy Law report that I think you were referring to at the outset, this is, I think, a good example of a process that is very deliberate, that seeks to get the facts, to get all the information, that has to be done carefully, and that's exactly how we proceeded, as we proceed with any country that is the recipient of military assistance from the United States. And again, the same standard applies. I don't have more to say about it today, but I think you'll see in the days ahead that we will have more to say, so please stay tuned on that. On Gaza itself, a few things. First, from day one, we've been working to do everything we can to try to increase protection for civilians, as well as, you know, to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance for the Gazans who so desperately need it. When it comes to allegations of incidents of whether it's violations of international humanitarian law, rights abuses, you name it, we have processes within the department that are looking at incidents that have been raised. Those processes are ongoing, and here again, it's important that we take the time to do our best to get the facts, to get the information, to do the analysis. It's very challenging to do this in real time, and most of, as you'll see, if you look back at other places where we've made determinations ourselves, usually it takes time to do that, to get the information.
Can you at least provide a timeline for any
So
of
I'm
them?
not going to give you a timeline except to say that these efforts are ongoing, and when we feel that we've made that we have the facts, we've been able to do the analysis, we'll make known the findings. Similarly, though, when we see reports of incidents, we also take these directly to, in this case, the Israeli government, and ask for an explanation, information about what did or didn't happen. That too is an ongoing process, and it's, I think, very important to make sure that countries know that we're watching this very, very carefully. But as I say, on the Leahy piece of this, more to come in the coming days.
Thank you for doing this, Secretary. I have a question on the report as well with regard to what it says about Gaza. And it says that war crimes have been committed by Israel and Hamas. And I wonder if this building is actually looking into those allegations to determine their validity, like you guys looked into allegations of war crimes in Ukraine. And if there isn't an assessment happening in this building, who the U.S. government is relying on for that assessment to be made.
Yeah, so Kylie, as I said, we are looking into reports, incidents that are brought to our attention, and we have a process to do that, particularly if there are questions about whether U.S. arms have been involved, and that is ongoing, and we're continue to be focused on that. Every situation, every country is different. For example, the case of Ukraine, where we have made certain determinations. Totally different situation than in Gaza. The Ukrainians, first of all, themselves were not in any way a legitimate target, the way, of course, Hamas is in Gaza. They were also not embedding themselves with civilians, hiding in and under apartment buildings, mosques, hospitals, you name it. And in addition, in the case of Ukraine, when Russian forces, for example, withdrew from Bucha, we were able to see, the world was able to see very plainly what had happened, and we were able to get the evidence. So each of these situations is different, and we have to do our best to collect the facts and follow the facts, and that's what we're doing.
So ultimately, just to be clear, this building will make its own determination if war crimes are being committed by Israel or Hamas or any of those other groups.
We make our own determinations, and of course there may be other bodies that do the same, but we make our own determinations. But importantly, in the case of Israel, Israel has and has demonstrated the capacity also to look at itself. And again, this is what separates democracies from other countries. The ability, the willingness, the determination to look themselves. It's my understanding that they have many open investigations based on reports that have come forward with allegations about abuses of human rights or
That's good.
Use of international humanitarian
That's
law,
good, Blinken.
laws of war, etc. So,
laws of war, etc. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. I needed that. I had to get you the previews. Chattadonia, get ready. 40% of the S&P 500 reports this week. Over 30 companies worth $100 billion. So I needed to get you the previews. We got a decent amount today after the bell, and then we have some in the morning. So what we are about to do now is something we've been doing since the last quarter, and that's why I hope you guys have participated a little bit more. But what we are going to go over now is the earnings previews. I'm going to go over some of the companies that report today after the bell and tomorrow morning. I have previews for them. I'm going to go over them. I'm going to go over the option chain, see what is priced in, and then I am going to assume you know what the next step is, which would be doubling that number up and finding 2 standard deviations. So if you guys are ever confused about what we're doing here, I mean, it explains it very well. You have to understand, if I do make a play on these earnings plays, they are going to be very low probability, but go to the description of this video, how to price in All right, options. ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had... That's me? Yeah, that's me. This is the tutorial explaining what we're going to do. So I'm going to do about 2 of 3 of the steps, but when it comes down to deciding and make a play, I am going to hope that you guys have been trained well enough to find a good play on there. That sound good? That sound good? I think that sound good. All right, we all good? That sound good? We on the same page? Good. So don't gamble. Be smart with it. Again, money that you need is cursed, baby. Don't forget about it. So these are earnings plays. I mean, it could go any which way. And honestly, last earnings, by this time in earnings, we were already up a lot. This time around, there's only been UAL, I would say, has been the only good earnings. So we'll see how it is, but I'm gonna get to it. But here's the deal. I kind of have an idea for today. So I have 9 of them. There's more than 9 companies, but I'm going to be focusing on SAP, Cadence, GM, UPS, GE, Pepsi, LMT, Spotify, and RTX. I'll go over JetBlue too, but I don't have a preview. However, what I want to do, since we are not going to be pricing in the 2 standard deviations, I want you guys to figure that one out. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to run through all of them. So pretty much we're going to go over it, go over the preview, price it in. Once we have that number, we can move on to the next one. So hopefully you guys are going to be with me on that one, all right? But that way we could kind of run through these previews and be a little ahead and kind of have a general idea of what everything's pricing in, and then we could go back and if whatever we decide we want to play, you could start running the 2 standard deviation calculations, and then it could kind of open up the floor for a more broader discussion about all of the plays. That sound good? We'll try that this time around. Sounds good. All right, that's good. All I needed was one. That's it. We got one person. There you go. That's good. So let's go with today after the bell. Again, I think Cliff and Nucor, those can both move, but I'm going to start with SAP. So again, I think CLF and Nucor, again, materials, energy, those could be good. But SAP, man, this thing's related to Germany. I think is it all-time high. We played this one last time. I just played it one direction. If we played the upside, this thing would have hit. But let's see what we got. SAP. And SPY near the high. So this is the chart. They're expecting $8 billion in revenue, 3.9 in cloud, 2.9 in software, operating profit, 1.7 billion, margin of 21.2, EPS of 98 euros a share. Since last quarter in Germany, they're up 12.4. Stocks Europe's up 5.4. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, loss of 1, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. So it doesn't say what it's pricing in. Last time they were not pricing in a lot. I think that's why we decided to play it. Crescent is said valued at 1.3, including debt in any deal. Is Cargill going to buy them out? Cargill. So they don't even have weekly options. This one's going to be a little bit more harder to price. I have 2 calcs open. All right, so even then, 175. We'll go with the third. This one, again, since there's no weekly, it's a little bit harder. But it looks to be about 1350. 1350 divided by 178. 78. 7.5%. That's a lot compared to last time. So 7.5. I mean, again, all you got to do is double up that number and then go shopping, baby. So, but $7 is what the market maker thinks, or excuse me, 7.5%, $13 either direction. So that's for SAP. That's a lot. I think that's pricing in a lot. I believe last time I played them, they were pricing in 2 or 3%. That's why I decided to play them. So again, there's no weekly in this case, so that's why it's a little more difficult. SPY is hitting a new high. So that one's interesting. Next one is going to be CDNS, Cadence. And why? This one's after the bell today. But remember, NVIDIA mentioned them on that latest, what was it, the Blackwell release? So NVIDIA mentioned Cadence and a couple of other people, and they went up there, but they have sold off since then. But they're expecting $1 billion, or analysts expect $1 billion versus guidance of 990 to 1.01. Non-GAAP operating margin of 37.1 versus guidance of 36.5 to 37.5. EPS $1.13 versus guidance of 110 to 114. Next quarter revenue of 1.1 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 42.1. EPS $1.43. Full year guidance December 24. EPS 587 to 597. Revenue 455 to 4.61 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 42 to 43%. Since last quarter, February 12th, Cadence is down 4.2%, SPY is break even, and XLK is down by 3.6%. Near-term options imply 8.5% move. Last 4 quarters, decline of 4, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 11 of the last 19, with 1 in line. So all that matters is their guidance. But they're pricing in a lot if that is correct. So if that preview is correct for Cadence, and it's underperforming, but the SPY's down too, but then it's matched up with Tech. Damn, they only have Maze too. So this one, the pricing is going to be a little difficult. 285, it was like 2380. It's 2390. Yeah, again, why the pricing is difficult? Because there's no weekly. So the only options, if it doesn't have a weekly option, unfortunately, to figure out what the options are pricing in for earnings, we have to include another month of time, which has its own little element of valuation there. So again, these are usually illiquid too. So if it doesn't have a weekly, it means people trade the stock less. That's why it's not even offered, but that makes it a little more difficult. But 2380, that is the price that we have here. So the market maker thinks that Cadence will move $23.80 up or down. Divide that by 286. Isn't that 10%? 8.2? Yeah, so that's a lot. Okay, that one's pricing in a decent amount. So Cadence and SAP, that's 7 and 8%. But both of those, again, Cadence is related to the chips. So the next one is GM. Well, this one I think everybody knows. And honestly, they're up a decent amount. I don't know if it's because Tesla's doing bad and all of that, but they went up a lot on their last earnings. They had a big beat. So they're expecting revenue of $40.9 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $3.11 billion, EPS of $2.13, full year guidance, EPS of $8.50 to $9.50, adjusted EBIT $12 to $14 billion, GM&A adjusted EBIT margin 8 to 10%, adjusted auto FCF $8 to $10 billion, CapEx battery JV $10.5 to $11.5 billion, adjusted ETR 18 to 20%. Since last quarter, GM is up 47.2. S&P is up by 10.6. XLY is up by 1.8. Near-term options imply 6.3%. Last 4 quarters, 8% gain, 9% gain, loss of 2, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20. Not bad. So they're up 50%. They are definitely an outperformer, but they're only pricing in 6, so they have weekly options. That's good. We'll use the 43.50s. That's pretty much right where it is. That's like, what, 246? 242? We'll go like 245. $2.45 divided by 43.45. 5.6%. Not bad. I mean, again, GM has literally moved more than that on some of its other ones, and the stock is up 50%. So 1 standard deviation, the market maker thinks GM is going to move $2.45 either direction. So that's 1 standard deviation. That's all I'm doing is 1 standard deviation, giving you the preview. And then afterwards, I'm going to go back and see if we're going to do any plays. But I do hope you figure out what is a play or not by then. Again, all you have to do is double up these numbers. It's not even hard at this point. So, cannot divide by 0. I've never seen that on a calculator. All right, so that's GM. Not pricing in a lot. Honestly, that one looks the fairest out of all of them. I haven't gone through the whole chain there. But that's tomorrow morning, too. I forgot to tell you. So I went over the ones for today after the bell. If you want to play Globe Life or any of the other ones, those are today after the bell. But GM, that one's going to be tomorrow morning. The next one for tomorrow morning is UPS. Yeah, it does tell you what's priced in without the calculator. 100%. I'm just double checking, making sure. So here's UPS. Again, you just heard from FedEx as well. Revenue is expected to be $21.84 billion, adjusted operating income of $1.64 billion, EPS of $1.31, full year guidance revenue of $92 to $94.5 billion, operating margin 10 to 10.6, capital expenditures $4.5 billion, price history for quarter 1 since January 29th. UPS is down 10, S&P is up by 1.9, XLI is up by 6.1, near-term options imply 5.9% move, last 4 quarters, loss of 8, loss of 6, loss of 1, loss of 10. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. Not bad. This one, too, if they do bad, this could be a long term. So they got weeklies, thankfully. So again, TD saying...
Please welcome Senator Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. That scared the shit out of me. All right, well, Biden and them. I had that thing up in another. I didn't know my sound was on. That was scary. So UPS. So again, TD says 780. We'll double check. It's near 146. I have 790. So yeah, you could go at the 780. I think that's about fair. So again, 781 divided by 145. So this is just double checking. 5.3. So not too bad. Not too bad again. 5. These are lower price. Again, the other two are pricing in 7. So remember, the lower it is, the better. Because then that means it's not pricing in a lot. So if something does happen surprising, you're able to benefit off of it a little bit more. Bernie. All right, that's UPS. Again, that's tomorrow morning. The next one, good old GE. This one's insane. Again, they went from failing to flying. So GE, next quarter, they're expecting adjusted revenue of $15.29 billion, adjusted operating income of $1.28 billion, EPS of 66 cents versus guidance of 60 to 65. So analysts think they're going to do better. Free cash flow of $665.3, full year adjusted revenue $40.41 billion, adjusted operating income $7.82 billion, EPS of 4.33, free cash flow of $5.78 billion. Adjusted revenue plus or minus LSD, operating profits 6 billion to 6.5, and then free cash flow greater than 5 billion. Price history since last quarter, January 1st, GE is up 19.8, S&P is up by 3.6, and industrials are up by 7.1. Near-term options imply 23.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 6, gain of 6, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. My goodness. Tesla, I mean, it was down today, but not anything new. And SPY is near the highs. High ticker is very active. That was just, dude, GE is insane. If that really is pricing in 20, I mean, I think that's obvious. You may not have a play there, brother. GE, yeah, 150. Again, 775. This is 778. Oh, 775. That's not 10%. What are they saying? That's 5%. Yeah, there's no way. That's not bad either, considering how much it's moved. That's really not bad at all. So that's another one. I mean, it would be better if it was pricing in lower, but considering all of these stocks have had crazy ass moves, and they're all pricing in 5%. So we'll see. Not bad. Okay, that's for GE. The next one is Pepsi. So 5-year chart looks good. Kind of looks. Remember, them and Coca-Cola, both of them kind of had a pre-earnings run-up already. So Pepsi, organic revenue growth of 2.1% is expected. Latin America 6.4, Europe 6.7, Africa, Middle East, South Asia 6.2, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and China 2.3. Net revenue expected to be $18.1 billion. Non-GAAP operating income $2.83 billion, and EPS of $1.52. Price history since last quarter, February 8th. Pepsi is down by 1.6. SPY is down by up by 0.8. XLP is down by 0.1. Near-term options imply 3.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, gain of 2, gain of 2, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. I feel like we're still hitting new highs because the SPY feel very strong, you know? High ticker, yeah, there it is. You just hit a new high right now. So again, the high ticker going insane, and the SOX on the low, and you're chilling out there. So again, chips are recovering as well. 1.4 in the SPY, 1.6 on the NASDAQ. So, but again, that was Pepsi. So it seems if they're only pricing in 3, I mean, that's not bad at all. But then again, they do not move a lot. They move 4% the last earnings, but usually not that much. 497. 476. Oh, 475. Divided by 1. So it's about 2.6 per. Damn, pricing in even less. So not bad. Not bad. $2.6. They just don't move a lot. So they're pricing in the least so far, but Pepsi does not have a history of moving a lot. So that's Pepsi. Next one, Pew Pew, LMT. Everybody in the LMT. This one's going to be expensive, even if it doesn't price in a lot. So LMT They're expecting $16.02 billion in revenue, operating margin of 11.9, EPS of $5.80, full year guidance revenue of 68.5 to 70 billion, segment operating profit 7.17 to 7.37 billion, segment margin 10.5, consolidated operating profit 8.1 to 8.35 billion. Since last quarter, January 22nd, LMT is down by 0.6, SPY is up by 3.5, and XLI is up by 6.9. Near-term options imply 3.9%. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, break even, loss of 3, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. I don't know, maybe. I hope it's cheap. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it will be. 18, what is that? I think it's $16. $16.50. Oh, we'll go $16.50. Earthquake felt in Taiwan's capital. Witnesses again. Then more reports of that. That's fine. I see that on a wire right now. But $16.50. So the market maker thinks LMT will move $16.50 either direction. So that's 3.5%. Again, they haven't really moved too crazy on any of their option or their earnings. So kind of pricey, but again, they are kind of lagging some of the other defensives. That one is up to you. All right, the next one in the morning, Spotify. Oh, SPY, yeah, your first little chicle. A decent one. And then Spotify, this chart looks insane. So I think they got a lot riding on it. Big bounce growth name, up a ton last year and this year. So Spotify is expecting $3.61 billion in revenue versus guidance of 3.6, gross margin of 26.4 versus guidance of 26.4, operating income 151.4 versus guidance of 180. So analysts think they're going to make less. Operating, even though they'll do better in revenue. Operating margin 4.2, EPS of 62 cents. Total monthly active users 618 versus guidance of 618. Premium revenue $3.2 billion, ad-supported $386. Next quarter, they're expecting $3.76 billion in revenue, gross margin 26.7, operating income 178.9, operating margin 4.8, EPS 77 cents, total monthly active users 636. I was like, that's a big increase. And then premium $3.28 billion, ad-supported $475. Near-term options imply a 10% move. It does not tell me previous history for some reason. What if that's pricing in 10%? Might be out of reach, my brethren. I think it is. If that's 27, it is pricing in 10%. 5, what is that? 26? 2680? 26, yeah, it's pricing in 10%. 6.0 earthquake striking Taiwan. GFC. So that's bigger. Again, the other ones are bigger than 2.5, but I feel like there was a couple on that list, but there's a report right now, 6.0 earthquake in Taiwan. Watch TSM, maybe? I mean, if it really is, they would dump it. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about that this morning. Again, we have a lot of Chads in Taipei, apparently. On Earth Day. Alrighty. So Spotify 10%. And the final earnings for tomorrow morning. RTX. So like I said, I mean, you can kind of compare it to LMT if you would like. But RTX, they're expecting $18.47 billion in revenue, adjusted operating income $2.21 billion, EPS $1.23, full year guidance $5.25 to $5.40 EPS excluding items, revenue $78 to $79 billion, free cash flow $5.7 billion. Since last quarter, January 22nd, RTX is up 18.5, S&P is up 3.5, XLI is up 6.9. Near-term options imply a 4.6% move. Last last 4 quarters, gain of 5, gain of 7, loss of 10, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. BBG. RTX. So 418, 427, 430. So we'll do 430. So the market maker thinks RTX will move $4.30 either direction. It's about 4%, right? 4.2%. Not bad. Honestly, they're up a lot, though. I like LMT better. Again, LMT is probably going to be a little bit more expensive. Okay. So, we just went over 9 previews. SAP, Cadence, GM, UPS, GE, Pepsi, LMT, Spotify, RTX. I think I haven't gone over 2 standard deviations yet. That's your guys' responsibility. But the lowest ones that were priced in were GM, UPS, and GE, and Pepsi. Pepsi coming in at the lowest premium priced in of the day. And LMT. LMT is also 3%. And then the rest are all 7 to 10%. Visa is not in the morning, is it? If they're after the bell, we'll do that one tomorrow. So, I might go shopping, and then I will let you know if I make a play on any of them. Let's see what we end up with. And then SPY had a little bit of a cheek lay. Oh, bro, they got Bernie.
The American Climate Corps to the public.
And AOC. I don't think I've ever listened to her.
I want to thank President Biden for working with us
well,
to
I'm gonna go shop while listening to her.
Executive action to protect the planet
beautiful.
By launching the American Climate Corps. And also for investing billions in clean, resilient energy via the Solar for All competition, among so many other climate victories. As you'll hear in today's announcement, it is no accident that this president is overseeing the single biggest federal investment in tackling the climate crisis in our nation's history. Over just the past few months, President Biden has paused new natural gas exports, vastly expanded the conservation of our public lands in Alaska, and he has overseen tens of billions of dollars in climate investments across the United States. Today also serves as a reminder of the power of organizing, of what we can accomplish when young people, climate advocates, labor organizers, and working people of all backgrounds come together to demand the future we all deserve. It is especially important that we remember the power of young people shaping this country today of all days, as we once again witness the leadership of those peaceful student-led protests
this is for
on
Earth Day.
campuses like Columbia, Yale, Berkeley, and many others. Just 3 years ago, Senator Markey and I introduced the Civilian Climate Corps for Jobs and Justice Act. People said then it was impossible. And to that, we said, watch us work.
Yeah.
We knew an American Climate Corps wasn't impossible because our country has done this before. What we needed was, because we knew that we have done this before. Apologies.
You just said the same
we
thing?
knew that we've done this before. And what we needed was the political will. It was the power
All right.
of
So like I said, I'm shopping. Don't get too mad. I don't know. I don't want it to be too quiet while I go through these. So I did make a play, not a recommendation. I'm still gonna do some more. I'm gonna look, but I went with GM. I did both ways, 2 standard deviation. So yeah. You got to learn it. So the tutorial's in the description. If you go to the description of this video, you can find the tutorial. And again, I did 90% of the work. All you got to do is fucking double it. I'm telling you, it's easy. But I did GM both ways. So not a I only grabbed one of each. It was cheap, about $30-something, I think, for both ways. But 2 standard deviations, I like GM. I'm down with that one. So that one is play number 1.
Today is the result of the original Civilian Conservation Corps. Today, over 90 years later, the American Climate Corps will follow in these footsteps and go beyond by giving young Americans a chance to take on the climate crisis while training for the careers of tomorrow. Just like a century ago, the Climate Corps is part of a vision affirming that our environmental and economic future are intertwined. So let's invest in both. I truly believe that the young people who joined this first American Climate Corps cohort are and will continue to become profoundly influential leaders in the United States. They will be a part of confronting the climate crisis while building a just economy that works for all of us. So if you are a young person interested in learning the skills to be part of our emerging climate resilience and clean energy workforce, or if you know someone who is, visit climatecorps.gov now and apply today. I applaud President Biden for taking action to create the American Climate Corps, and I look forward to continuing our work in Congress to ensure the growth and success of our climate agenda. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. What the fuck? They ended it? With the jazz? Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. I thought Biden was supposed to come out. I really thought we were going to hear from Biden. Well, I guess not, man. I guess not. Oh, no. He's still talking? You have Blinken, and then you have the angry guy. What is happening, bro? It's kind of a crazy schedule. I'm doing the plays right now. So we went over every preview. But I'm going to go through. I'm letting you know which ones. So I priced it in. I'm asking you guys to do a little bit too, but I'll let you know which ones I like.
Of the government, including President Biden himself making quite clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu that they
GM expected move was $2.45.
Would be that the policy determinations we make will depend on the decisions that Israel makes. So there is a difference in the situation in how Russia has behaved and how Israel has behaved, and we have engaged with Israel to see them allow more humanitarian assistance in. It's not something you can say about Russia, which has continued to intentionally target civilians. As the Secretary made clear, one of the big differences in this conflict is that you have in Gaza a terrorist organization that's embedding itself inside a civilian population. The Ukrainian military doesn't do that. It's not something, and so that makes the entire nature of the conflict different, but it doesn't change the standard that we expect Israel to hold itself to.
Right. But legally, that's even, you cannot target civilians, even if you have a terrorist organization embedded in
6.1 earthquake in Taiwan.
That's what I mean.
I think another one.
About it doesn't change the standard that Israel should be held to. Absolutely.
Right. And just one last thing also about what he said. He said, like, there is a difference between dictatorship and democracy in terms of investigation. Israel does its own investigation. I'm just wondering, because Israel is not just the democracy in Israel is not analogous to Western Europe or to the United States, because it's still an occupying force, and that's the difference, fundamental difference between Israel and the rest of the democracies, because it has an army that's occupying people by force in the West Bank and Gaza as well, even if they withdraw the troops. So my question to you is this...
Okay, I made another play. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did both ways on UPS. So I did actually on the put. I went one strike out of 2 standard deviation to get it cheaper. But UPS was about I played it $50 both ways. So again, they were pricing in about 3 or 4%. So again, they're I think 5. I got to double check. It was about $7.81. But I went both ways on that. One call, one put. Not a recommendation. You will lose money.
its military, and at times imposing accountability measures. We have seen them do that. They have made those accountability measures in public in the past. It doesn't mean that those are always at the level that we would want from the United States government. It doesn't mean it's always at the level that other interested parties would want. But they do have a track record, including in this conflict, of opening investigations. They don't always publicize them, but they have made us aware of investigations that they are conducting. And we will look to see that those investigations are fair, and that if accountability is merited, that accountability is what is imposed. And so they have a long track record of going back of investigating soldiers and others who take actions that are inconsistent with humanitarian law or inconsistent with the Israeli military code of conduct. But that said, we also make our own assessments. And we will make our own assessments based on the facts, based on the law, and we will call it like we see it. But I do think it is a bit of a false equivalency. It's not to say, and by that I mean, I'm not trying to criticize you. It's not to say that Israel should be immune from criticism. They absolutely shouldn't. But it is a very different system than Russia and other countries that have no. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not quibbling with your question at all. With other countries that have no means of mechanism, or that don't have a free press that demands accountability, or don't have freedom of speech and open debate. You see protests in Israel. You see the free press digging into things that they're doing. And you, of course, see their own internal accountability mechanisms. But as I said, we will continue to monitor and make our own assessments. Humera.
Just a couple of small follow-ups here and there. When you were answering about UNRWA,
oh, shit. 5 more minutes till power hour?
The United States has taken into account what UNRWA told the United States. But have you seen any evidence?
Oh, they brought back, yeah, okay, thank you. They brought back the Earth Day.
For young environmentalists like me,
I feel like this is more relevant. But actually, honestly, we don't even need this anymore. I just did the last play. So I'm done now with earnings. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I just played both ways on GE. So that will be the final one. I actually went a little further out, like slightly out on the calls, and then 2 strikes lower than 2 standard deviation, but I played it for about $70. So earnings plays, I did GE, UPS, and GM. You're going in. Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't play any of the other ones. So, and then again, these ones were all, I think every play, both ways was like less than $60 or $70. So some of them, like GM, I played for $30 both ways. And then UPS and GE, you kind of spent a little bit, but I think you're getting some good bang for your buck there. With no RTX, no LMT, no Spotify, no Cadence, no SAP. So last time we played SAP. Oh, last time we hit RTX too, actually. So we hit 1,000% on RTX. We hit 1,000% on UPS post earnings. We didn't hit Pepsi. I don't think we did LMT. Some of you hit LMT. And then I lost on SAP, and I didn't play Cadence. And then I didn't play GM. And then GM hit if you played it. But yeah, all the plays I made today, I like them. Like UPS and GE. And even GM. GM and GE both have moved over like 30, 40%. And they're only pricing in 5%, 4% for earnings. It's kind of surprising. So that's the thing I like about them. And then UPS is just, I mean, it's either going to die or go up. But then again, I mean, FedEx had more of a dramatic, or like they've already kind of calmed down the dramatics. Spotify's too expensive, 10%. They are all for next week's. So if you read it, or if you watch the tutorial, that's the plan, and then that's what we've been doing for a while. Change parent United Health paid ransom to hackers. Dang, UNH. Y'all remember that MGM one? And then, like, what MGM one? You know which one? Which MGM you talk about, Habibi? I don't know what you mean. Dollar cost Tesla. I mean, this could be one level. It's either going to bounce off of this level, but then again, if things get weaker, I've always said it here. I've been telling you guys weeks leading into it, though. Anything above 130, it gets precarious. Because last time it started showing below 130, that's when you started making the plunge towards 100, and then, you know, shit gets weird. So this could be a great level if they could if the ship turns around, but otherwise, I mean, I do think this is kind of a danger zone. The random play today was a Vanny contract, I think, for June. Globe Life. Let me see if I have a preview. I might not have one. So let me check. Globe Life. I don't have a preview. Unfortunately. And then, I don't know. Do they have weeklies? I feel like they do. No, they don't even have weeklies, so it's going to be kind of hard to price. 65. Looks to be about $12, though. Out of 60? Damn, son. That's 20%. So it's pricing in 20% between now and earnings and then a month after. It's not that cheap, though. So you like how cheap. If you were going to play it, I would play it with stock because these options are expensive. So even for May, but you are pricing. I'm just off top of my head. I did it all in my head. I think you're pricing in about 20-something%. Yeah, shares. I don't think shares is too bad of an idea. Oh, Geo preview. So operating estimate, EPS 279, adjusted book value 78.52, book value per share estimate 49.13, total revenue estimate 1.42, life insurance premium 805 million, health insurance 343, insurance underwriting 327, net investment income estimate 277, operating EPS for the year 1160. Say their book value per share is 49. And then adjusted is 70? Oh, okay. I thought they were trading. Weren't they just at $20? So you have 5 buys, 5 holds, 1 sell. Average price target on Globe Life is 121, 84% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 13%. Shares down 40.4 in the past year, while SPX is up 20. And yeah, that's it. They crashed on a lawsuit. But then it was recently. It was just that. It was that Fuzzy Panda short report. The Biden administration preparing a larger than normal package of military aid for Ukraine that will include Bradley fighting vehicles, in addition to urgently needed artillery and air defenses. Express, yeah, they filed for BK this morning. Or at least that's what we heard the headline. The Fuzzy Panda thing, it bounced, but now we're going to see earnings. Then the company said they're going to sue them. And then the company said it's not true and kind of. But yeah, there's just little reaction. Bradley Frazier is a good guy. He's a good guy. And then we went over earnings, and now it's Power Hour, baby. Monday's almost over. Isn't that wild? We got 1 hour left, Chattadonia. The day has flown by. It's a good day, though. You got your relief. It actually held up. Some of you were like, this is disgusting. How did it go up? You got the invitation to the job interviews. It says 5 p.m. Central, but here in Houston, it's Central. What time? I think 4 p.m. Pacific time. I could ask him. But if it's 6 Central, If it is, then I think that makes sense, right? CDST. So it's not CDT. I mean, I would just go with whatever you got back in your email and go based off of that. Does that make sense? So, I mean, because I don't know if your computer's set up to receive, like, you're in Central Time, so it's probably telling you the time in Central. Otherwise, I'd refer back to the email or talk to them again. I'm not the one doing it. So I would probably email them back and verify if you really want to go and show up. Market needs to go. It's been down, I mean, the last month. Again, last 6 days in a row. This will be our first, we'll clear the slate. Unless we sell off 1% an hour. I've seen worse, but yeah. Yeah, you have PMIs tomorrow. We're actually going to get some stuff, start moving around. But seems like people are more fixated on GDP and PCE this week. Not to mention just the, what's it called? The earnings. Even tomorrow morning, again, like GE, RTX, LMT, Spotted. You'll have a lot to react to. You'll get to see how people are feeling, even analysts. We're going to get a lot of data on whether or not companies can hold up after reporting. My goodness. Because, again, a lot of them have just gotten wrecked after they've reported, good or bad. So we'll see. Where's gold? Still down? Well, that was a good one today. We needed that. I'll take it. Kodak. Bob is on the high. Yeah, so that thing's still... NTSM, earthquakes. Got no strings on me. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom, my friends. We've done with previews. We've done everything. Actually, here, let me get... You want some Earth Day? I thought Biden was going to pull up, man. Oh, he's here. Fuck yeah.
Incentives for 80,000 farmers.
Fuck yeah.
To implement climate-smart agricultural practice. So plant what absorbs carbon from the air.
Fuck yeah, you smoke the plant. You absorb the plant, I mean.
We've quadrupled the number of electric vehicles sold, and 11,000 dealerships have now signed up to sell more. We're modernizing infrastructure with better roads and highways, energy grids, and more, so they can withstand and recover from extreme weather. Already underway, we're replacing every single lead pipe in America so everyone can turn on a faucet, home or at school, and drink clean water that doesn't contain lead. We're also reducing flood risk for communities, improving drought resilience, and conserving 41 million acres of most precious and sacred lands and water. I committed that I'm going to try to take of all non-developed land and waters, we're going to take 30% of it by 2030 and make sure it is conserved, period. We're well on our way. We've already attracted nearly $700 billion in private sector investments in advanced manufacturing and clean energy, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And all across the board, we're lifting up communities and workers too often left out in urban, rural, suburban, tribal communities all across the country. But folks, despite the overwhelming devastation in red and blue states, there's still those who deny climate is in crisis. My MAGA Republican friends don't seem to think it's in crisis. They actually want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides the funding for a vast majority of these projects, and roll back clean air, protections for clean air and clean water, And I'm not going to go into it now, but I'm not making it up. It's real. Just listen to what they say. Anyone in or out of government who willfully denies the impacts of climate change is condemning the American people to a very dangerous future and the world, I might add. They want to take us backwards, sideline our workers, let China and others lead the race for clean energy. I'm determined, absolutely determined, that we move forward. We move forward. Let me close with this. In 1933, and it was referenced by the Congress lady, that when Roosevelt outlined the Civilian Conservation Corps, he said, quote, and I'm quoting, "More important than the material gains will be the moral and spiritual value of such work." He always put it in the context that went beyond just what the immediate need was. I'd say the same holds true for what we're doing here today. It has a moral imperative. And I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity. We work together. And so happy Earth Day, folks. And God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. We're going to get this done, I promise you, come hell or high water. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on.
Copyright you for that song, man. Whoever made that's a jam. That's a jam. Hell or high water. They're gonna do it. They're gonna fucking and get Bernie up here. Fuck yeah, Bernie, dab me up. Let's go. Let's get this shit. Let's get fucking money sent on there. All right. Whoa. Power hour, baby. Power hour. We're a powerful hour. We're gonna power. We're the greatest country. We invented power hour. Come on. That break. My goodness. My goodness. Chattadoni. I can't believe Monday's already over. You know, we already finished. No police chases. You know, like, so I don't know, man. Pretty chill day. Flew by. I mean, again, oil is where are they at? Because there was some carnage earlier in oil. Closing barely down. Gold got the carnage. SPY got the relief. Bonds, I mean, still red. Barely red on the day. That's going to be interesting how that plays tomorrow with any lags. You know, the Biden and the cannibals. I don't know, man. That was still the weirdest shit. That's still, because we don't know why. That's it. But maybe he likes it too, though. He's like, yeah, fuck you. I'm talking about cannibals. I'll talk about whatever cannibals I want. Fuck you. Jen don't like it. Corinne don't like it. I don't give a shit. They fucking died by cannibals. Fuck you. I don't care what Wikipedia says. Fuck you. I know fucking Uncle Bobby. That's what happened. You guys, it's an important detail. It's an election year. There's a lot going on. It's an important detail to mention. I don't know why everyone's acting so weird about it. It's a very important detail. Whether I lie about it or not, it's an important detail to mention, you know? You can't forget out the New Guinean cannibals. Simple. I don't know why everyone's so weird about it. Why are you being so fucking weird about it? Everyone knows that. Everyone knows about cannibals in New Guinea. Huh? God. I know. I'm telling you. Joey has no idea what's going on. He thinks cannibals... I swear he thinks cannibals are another country. He has not a clue. And you're gonna vote him in. Well, I'm in court. Well, Joey's... I don't even know what he's up to. Wow. Well, that's good. You like my Trump now. A couple months ago, you guys were not so nice, to put it lightly. Not so nice at all. But now look at you. Okay, it's good. It's fine. Not nice things. Did not say nice things. No, no, no. Of course, I use my hands when I speak. You have to. Took it up a notch. I know, man. We worked on it. That's it. I finally heard it. And once I found the trigger, that's it. We made some significant improvements. Yeah, fuck you. I'm still the best. Fuck all you Chads out here telling Josh's Trump's good. Forget about me. Fucking, you're involved me in again. I'm there. Fuck you. I'm the best at this one. I'm the president. Okay? Don't you ever forget about me. You prick. Yeah, I always win. Always gonna win. I mean it. It's 'cause he's cheating. He's gonna cheat. Do what he did last time, this time, unless you vote. And wow, you realized you have the peach. I'm proud of you. I am. I really am. You're a good guy. Here for 3 years. Much longer. Oh, I swear it's longer. But YouTube and Google, they don't want you. Fake news. They don't want you to have more months than you earned. I get it. Well, I hope you have a good day. I hope your day is good. It's great. We had peaches. We had 51 months. We had a lot. Shout out X from UPS for me. He's moving on. He's the one who put me on the Chad. X from UPS. He's moving on. What does that mean? Did he pass away or did you guys break up? I'm confused. Amen. Have I thought about voice acting for cartoons? I mean, I don't really apply to jobs. I don't know. I haven't looked at what's available and I haven't really pursued anything. I'd be down. I mean, if you have a cartoon, let me know if you have a role for me, but I haven't shopped around, you know? There was only one time I got offered to do somebody wanted to pay me to call and pretend to be Biden, but then it was for a show or a video. But then I was like, I don't know, this could get weird. But then I didn't think, guys, I forgot, I didn't follow up. Think if you said yes to FTX, probably would have bought another Lambo. It'd probably have a weird wrap on it. I'd have to it'd be like when people get tattoos and then they have to change the letters. You know what I'm saying? Because I would have took the money. I've been oh yeah, I'm not paying. And then I would have got a full FTX Lambo. You know what I'm saying? I would have paid no taxes. Said fuck that. I ain't dealing with none of this shit. But then it would have been awkward afterwards because then I'd be can we change the F to... Can we do FTL, for the Lord? No, I'm dumb. All right, damn it. But yeah. You're wrapping your car matte black. Good luck. Good luck. Where you at? You in Arizona? Have Steven wrap it. You need good wrapping. Make sure it's good. Margaritaville wrap. That's so funny. Imagine, dude. You know, you imagine all the Sam Bankman Margaritaville jokes I've made. But how crazy. There's a dude right now in prison and all he could think about is going to Margaritaville. His cellmate is I want to see my family. The other guys are I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? They just want to go see other things. I swear to you, bro, his parents don't love him. I don't think Sam wants to see his parents. Fucking Squidward already abandoned him and snitched. The only thing he has stable in his life when he gets out, and even if they let him out early, is Margaritaville. That's it. That's all he has. And he's looking forward to it. I bet you his worst day in prison was when he woke up from a dream. Richest Man in Babylon, where he's oh, I had a dream I was a rich man. Sam's worst day in jail is that he woke up he woke up from a dream that he was in Margaritaville, and then he woke up in prison. And he's like, no. He owes them $40K. You don't think they'll let him back in? They're gonna let him back in. They fucking love him too. They're like, bro, honestly, they're like, nobody's ever spent this much here. We never thought you would. So it's okay. We forgive you. Honestly. It's the best marketing ever for Margaritaville. But they're like, bro, in the fucking 40 years of our operation, never in our life could we have gotten Tom Brady to walk through our doors. You got him in here for a whole fucking week filming ads on a TikTok. Thank you, Sam. They love him. Are you kidding me? They're like, $40K charge is on the house. Don't worry, bro. They're like, we increased your credit line. He has a credit line. He has a credit line of margaritas. It's insane. At Margaritaville. You don't understand, bro. You don't understand. If they put his tab on display, I'd go there just to see it. I would. I feel you. I would have framed everything. I would have made a whole Sam Bankman exhibit if I owned that Margaritaville. They're slacking. The last update I saw, FTX's Margaritaville tab swells to 600,000 as it racked up a 400K DoorDash bill. No. Bro, my last estimates were like, I think 55, 75K of unsecured credit line. Of unsecured credit from Margaritaville. What do you mean 600K? Oh, dude. That's insane. I blew your mind with Drake, the 10. Yeah, he is, man. Biden's live again. I can't, I'm always alive. I can't keep a good man down. Fuck you. Where is he? Live at Columbia? There's protests. Is he blinking? Where am I? I'm not live anywhere. I'm not live. I'm good. Oh, he's probably speaking afterwards. Maybe. McDonald's on the high. Again, McDonald's. We looked at them the other day. I would like a bad McDonald's earnings. I'd like cheap for a long time, you know. Very good. Very good. A little lower. I would love to have a McDonald's. The franchise fee for Margaritavilles is from 211 to 400. Is that 4 million? No, it's 100,000. But then the other one's 2.1 million to 400,000. That's crazy. I told you, they built, though. They just put, I'm serious, they put a Margaritaville hotel. They put a brand new one right in 5th Avenue in downtown San Diego. It's actually a great location. It's like the best location ever. It's kind of wild. I went there. I got to stay there once. It wasn't that nice. I was kind of shocked, but yeah. CX, GM, GE, UPS. Margaritaville, next FTX. Nah, man. They've been around for a while. They're just steadily growing, man. I don't know. Like, Margaritaville is not like saying they're going to change the world and donate all. Like, every margarita we sell, we're going to plant a tree. And we're all vegan. Bro, Pinduoduo all day been running. And how much time we have? Just above 30 minutes. 38 minutes remaining. 8 minutes till 3:30. I feel like Friday's 3:30. We got a little crazy. UPS IV crushing. You're up on the put and call. Nice. Yalla. Yeah. UPS puts are up 18%. Calls are up 3%. That won't last. I know. Unless it, even then, they usually won't. Clapped. Uh-oh. Josh flushed. Uh-oh. Can you not hear me? I'm still here. I still feel fine. Can you not hear me? Flappy clapper. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. I did not go nowhere. I don't know why you was there. I'm here the whole time. I went nowhere. I'm here. Still here. Hello. I don't go nowhere. Hello. Why you no? I no leave. I'm still. You hear me? Now you? Hello. Okay, we're back. That's weird. If only we had the Twitch up. Oh yeah, screw you, Twitch. Will Twitch, if my first title back from being banned is F Twitch, will they ban me? Will that, like, how does that work? So, like, if my first stream back on Twitch, will I get banned if it was F for respect. Fafo. Okay, Goolsby. I can't believe you say that. How'd I get banned? I mean, I was one day I was just shooting some b-ball. Like, we were live. I was just shooting around, like, outside the school. And then these couple of guys, they were up to no good. And then they started making trouble in Chattadonia. So I got in one little fight. And then Twitch got scared. And then they told me you're moving into YouTube. Messed up. My Twitch is back. Yeah, I'm able to go live again. But now I'm boycotting them. That's what we call tables being turned. You know? So that's good. So because, like, yeah, I've effectively turned the tables. Because I can go live now, but now I'm like, oh, Twitch, you're banned. How do you feel now? Oh. UNH. UNH selling off. Well, remember last week they were up, I think, 4 out of 5 days. Microsoft endpoint 6. Where was it? Google. NVIDIA 4. SMCI. At least green. It was a little more red today. That was ugly for a little bit. And then ARM. Intel, not so much. MU. And then 4 minutes till 3:30. Can we get Pump It Up? You know you could listen to that song, or like I don't have like an exclusive license on it. So you could listen to it whatever. Otherwise, there's no cause for any Pump It Up in the markets. I mean, we are 265 points off the highs. So we made some progress today, but I mean, it's a long mission, man. It's a long mission. You know, we have a lot of work to do. This, you know, we gave up half of the year so far, and then you're approaching earnings season. So we're gonna see, man. We're gonna see. Yeah, Matterport, they got bought out. $550. You could still hang on to it too. You're gonna get paid cash And then those Matterport shares are going to turn into CoStar shares. Bump it up. Bump it up. Something that caused the green? No, just Euro close. We were talking about it right before, but Europe was on fire today. They went very, very good. They hit another high. But ever since Euro closed, we just flushed a little, then bounced and upheld the relief generally from this morning. Again, earnings weren't too bad, and then nothing got worse. The war didn't get worse. Bond yields chilled out all throughout the day as well. But that was pretty much it. And then Europe. But we get a little bit of economic data with ISM tomorrow. And then, again, more earnings, UPS, and a couple of others, GE, GM. It'll be enough to get the animal spirits moving. So we'll find out. But that's it. Today's very simple. There was not any data at all. And now you have 1 minute till 3:30. The Matterport deal, I have no idea when it will close. No. $50.21. This was the high. I mean, again, $50.19. That was the high of Friday. So we came back there. Still, we did very good. You went above $50.33. Very wild considering you were at $49.50. I mean, today was effectively almost a 100-point move from Friday's low. Wait, I put that on this chart. I don't need this. Yeah, Tessie, man, that was going to be wild here. Again, the earnings is on what? Tuesday? Is it tomorrow after hours? So that's what sucks, too. Again, they've moved a shit ton from the deliveries, but keep in mind, their earnings are this week, and the stock is just down several percentage points. So I haven't priced that one in, but that's already going to be a shit show. That's moved around a ton. Yeah, tomorrow after the bell. That's crazy. At the 140. All right, 3:30, 30 minutes left in the day. I think the volume is still low. No, yeah, today 48 million. I mean, you might do like 60 million in volume probably, but definitely going to be the lowest volume in April, I think. Maybe, no, you did 48 million? Nah. Yeah, that was end of March. So lowest volume in April was the 8th. 48 million. You'll do a little more than that. You'll probably do like 74. NVIDIA, I mean, the chips, they just didn't keep dying. And remember, last week, every day from Intel to ARM and all of those, I mean, they all found something to get clapped on. But, yeah, and then SMCI just hovering around break even. ARM came up a lot, but they dropped a ton. ARM, I think it dropped like 18 or 19 or even more, I think, with it dropped with your boy, what's his name? SMCI. You want a good deal on stock? Where'd I buy? Value? I mean, it sucks because lately, as the market's been dumping, a lot of the value names all found a bounce. So hopefully that made some of you guys confident who like those dividend value names. But other than that, I mean, it's still the same theme. unfortunately, I'm not going to change my mind on that. Maybe ask me in 2025, but I still stand by, I think buy the names that are cheaper than last year, preferably, names with a name brand, good earnings, solid, stable, making money that will be here in 10 years, and that's about it. I'm greedy for saying MMM still has plenty of room to bounce more. No, they do. I don't know about greedy. Maybe impatient, unless I don't know your time frame. That's it. I think MM is great, but just the timing. We need updates on the divvy, the earnings, the spinoff, all that. GM, I went both ways on all the earnings. We crossed 5,000 on the SPX. I mean, even SPY's above 500 right now. And there's TSM. Yeah, ARM, NVIDIA, they're all up. Where's Meta? I think Meta is going to be important. Meta's came down a lot though now. But they're still holding. Again, all the chip makers are down here. So if Meta was like the chips, it would be another $100 lower. I played UPS, GE, and GM. I played both of them, or all three of those, both ways, and I played 2 standard deviations. The 100 billion market cap. It's referring to the fact that this week you have over 30 companies worth over $100 billion that report, and 40% of the S&P 500. Ta-da! You finished writing a paper about how Gibson's paradox and how higher interest rates lead to higher inflation. Wow. Send me it. Can we read it? Can I have Josh AI read it? That sounds interesting. Gibson's paradox. Written by Danny. Once I get my grade, you guys make me nervous. Well, I'll grade it for you. Don't worry. Then you can ignore what the teacher say. Don't worry. I'll show you, Habibi. I will show you, Habibi. You will see. Don't you worry. I say graded. I say Chad. I say too formal language. That's it. You sound so serious. Baba, they're coming off the highs. I mean, SPY, shaving off a little bit of what we did today. You might close below 5,000. I don't know. That's 30 points from the high. That's what's kind of crazy. 30 more points, you're back to the low. So, like, low-key, I want to say this is your midpoint of the day, intraday. From the low, it's not. But I guess, 469 to 5030, it's like 70 points. So, yeah, 35. If you go down like 5,000, that'll be it almost. It's crazy. No, you've given up a decent amount of those gains. So, again, this was a couple of hours of running here, but you've wiped all of that. Again, no real catalyst. Nothing even brought you up, but making the day not as nuts. Another 5.0 in Taiwan. Habibi, what is this? It's looking kind of crazy. That's nuts, bro. I think there was over 55 above 2.5, but then there was a 6.0, and then a 6.1, and then now another 5.5. Interia, PWP. Yeah, Pfizer came back down. MO. The value plays even slipped there. So I think some of that drainage there might be some of the values. Because maybe NASDAQ holds up pretty decent. And then some of that early, because again, you dropped a little bit from here. We have 23 minutes remaining. Yeah, Pinduoduo and the China plays went crazy. And we'll see. You might get a China, if China's surprise rate cuts, that'll be crazy. Are the GEs up? It says the GE call is up 60% now. What's going on with that? Is GE dying? Well, GE puts went up 60%. But wide-ass spread. Yeah, China names went up, but Pinduoduo did do a lot better. Power air. Yeah, a lot of the volatility has brought plays up both ways. We started dropping when Diddy got caught up. Oh, I think he's the reason. Oh. I think it does correlate timing-wise. Even then April. It's weird. April's usually a good month. That's the funny part. March is usually bad, and April is good. So March ended up being good, and now April is bad. Remember the baby indicator? He did drop a freestyle the other day. I heard it. It was good. I was like, there you go. I was like, I'm proud of you, baby. So I said, that's what I'm talking about. Pinduoduo is Temu. Pinduoduo. And there's 2 straight quarters of 10% gains followed by weakness. I thought it meant more gains. I didn't hear anything negative leading into all of it. So again, most of the trends, especially after you held on, things were looking great with it. But so far, seasonality, like purely to the month, hasn't really been a guide. You could get a general idea, but so far, April is bad. March was good. We'll see here. We still got 2 more weeks of April. And again, that's the crazy part. Whatever we feel right now, the ability for so much to change with this calendar and earnings, it's very, very elevated, Habibi. Very, very elevated. You got 3 shirts and 3 hats off of my first Shein order for $12? Damn. Like you got 3 shirts and 3 hats for $12? That's pretty cheap. Some gamified discount codes. What? He's like, yeah, so what you got to do is you got to log into a VPN, then you use a coupon code, then you refer yourself to your grandma, then you get on the Xbox and use the Xbox Live code, and then use your other friend's referral code, and then you save $19.99. You sign up and they give you 10 slot machine things to get discounts. And they're like 90% off. Nice. Shein. I didn't know they had men's stuff. I knew about Shein way back in the day. But I didn't know they had men's clothing. VLTO. It's cringy though. I feel like it's probably like very like streetwear, but not. There's another place. There's another like girls' place. Maybe it was Shein. There was a girls' place I've been to that sells men's clothes, and it was pretty cringy. But hey, man, people liked it. Your 14-year-old boy buys lots of shirts from Shein. You're on vacation in Florida and you looked at the clock. It's 3:42. You were surprised I'm still on. Well, okay, it was Florida, baby, East Coast. See, you better have a good day every day waking up on that East Coast time, man. Am I staying for earnings? Not for today, unless maybe Cadence, but I don't really have any plans to. You stay for earnings. But tomorrow, and then again, we're going to get a lot to react to tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow for Tesla, but then doesn't Tesla's conference call come out like super late? Great day. Still working out on straight though. Brings me joy. Man, it's a good time, man. They got good weather in Florida right now. Get a good tan. Relax a little bit. There's a cool place. I saw this place in Florida. I saw a video and it was a place in Florida and it literally just looked like an island. It was actually insane. I kind of want to go to Florida. I've been missing Florida. Just got back to Panama City. I want to go to Fort Lauderdale. Now that's the spring break over. Unless, I don't know if they turn up for Passover. I don't know. Mara's on the high again? Hi! This guy's been all over the place. I guess crypto has too. All of them. And ELF, that's been all over the place. That was negative. I don't know why it's not showing me gain or loss on the chart. Premium on 23andMe. Remember on Friday, CEO was talking about taking the company private. Is my charts down? There you go. 8 point. Damn, Pinduoduo, they're really killing it. It was up 6% last time I saw it. So they're doing really good. Any realtor friends recommendations in Fort Lauderdale? We have a couple of chads in Florida, in Miami. I think we have 3 or 4. Anytime I put in a couple of offers on Florida properties, I had a cold agent. Pinduoduo, I don't know why it's moving. No, I think I'm surprised all of the China names went up. Alibaba praises restructuring, but no, literally not one headline. There hasn't been headline in days on Pinduoduo. Yeah, Giordano. That's who put in my offers in Florida. Yeah, we have a lot of cold agents in Florida. Email, quoterealestate@gmail.com. Every sector green. A majority of names were red. Even in the morning we started off, we slipped up a little bit, but very early in that rally. I mean, again, it was like 90% green on the day. China, it could be. I mean, the China people are not expecting a rate cut or anything at this thing. But if they did do it, I mean, it would be helpful. But as of now, I do think it would be unexpected if that happened. Any stimulus, any rate cuts, all would be unexpected. But then again, maybe unexpectedly good. Pfizer and Chad, 10-minute rigged to about a minute and a half away. My goodness. The day has flown. You know that? It has flown away. For some it has grown, for some it has withered. But either way, we will persevere. Smucker's still on the high, and again, SPY bouncing, so the more it makes up back here, the better. This is back to the highs, so remember, you did just take a little bit of a haircut from the top. So we're keeping an eye for how this is going to close. Where's the dollar? That dropped on the day after starting off green. Oh, my, get away from me, Pindot! Sorry. You wouldn't leave me alone. Dollar is still red. Still red. ECB cuts rates in June. Will it affect the Fed? Maybe. I think it just depends on what the pound does. But, I mean, it does seem like Powell is in his own little world. That'd be crazy, though, if they did. Because remember, the United States was like the first one to start raising the rates and getting everybody all worked up. So if they started a lot of people are front running it. Again, even the Swiss. So it'd have an interesting dynamic. But it's hard to say exactly like what the breakdown would be. End phase, when's their earnings? I don't think they're today or tomorrow. Unless it's after the bell. And then SPY tweaking out here at 10-minute rigged. So here it is. Again, like I'm saying, where you move from here, it's the difference between being near the high of Friday or kind of giving up all of the rally today. And then just holding your gap up. Because you did move a lot. Again, you were up almost 1.5, 1.7 on the NASDAQ. You're up 1.1, Russell up 1.0, SPY 0.9, and then Dow Jones at 0.69. Market on close, 1.6 billion to the sell side. That could be bullish, man. Who knows? We will see 1.6 billion to the sell side. Or VLRS on the high. After close tomorrow. End phase moves a lot, though. And then solar kind of been running. Again, those GE plays. I don't know, man. Maybe we could try one. Maybe this earnings season we could just sell the pre-earnings. But you have UPS and GE earnings plays. They have gone up. So both pre-earnings plays are already up there if you would like to take them. But speak now, I'll forever hold thy pace. Bearish clause, I mean, at least VWAP climbed up. You're near VWAP, but definitely decent difference. I mean, you may spend all day moving that 30 points, all day tomorrow. You may spend all day moving that 30 points, and, like, again, you just sold off 30 from the high, but we'll see. It's been 3 summers since credit spread summer. We'll see. I don't know if this summer will be the one, though, with rate cuts and uncertainty and pricing lurking and Powell and governments. I don't know if this will be credit spread summer. Maybe like it's Bill, man. Just Bill and chill. Just Bill and chill. All right. Still clock winding down. Not much time left. Do on the low. DOOOO. Agba. Then we see this one just running a little bit earlier. Agba Group up 107. What is this one, man? What UPS? I grabbed 2 standard deviations. I grabbed 1 call, 1 put. So price in the option and then double it up, and you should be able to find it quite easily. A deal with Bill. I mean, Bill, bonds, just in general, fixed income, risk-free rate right now is around 4.9%. So whether you use Bill, a 2-year, anything to get, short-term risk with low duration, that is the risk-free rate right now. So what's special about it is you have not been paid that in like 20 or 30 years. Something like that, like something a little crazy. Boeing says it expects a slower increase in rate of 787 production and deliveries due to supplier shortages on a few key parts. Memo to workers said it still plans to steadily increase its rate to meet strong demand. Memo to South Carolina workers. Boeing coming down off that. And then SPY going a little lower to VWAP. 30 seconds till final 5. Sold 68% of stocks last week. Cash heavy. Well, good luck, my friend. You are number 3 on the day. That's number 3 on the day. That's number 3 on the day. Oh, my goodness. If they could fix it all with bubble gum. I swear, I feel like the people who work at Boeing, they remind me of the people in Vegas Vacation. You know that? Low key. They be like, they do the bubble gum and and then one hole and then another door plug and then I'm like, oh man, that's what it reminds me of. Chevy Chase. I feel like Chevy Chase worked for Boeing. Oh my gosh. We have to prepare for landing already? No. That's crazy. Well, here's final 5. Let's see, man. Back to VWAP. I mean, your rally looked pretty strong, bro. You got back to the 5033, but now you might be hugging 5,000 here when it's all said and done. Remember, we priced in 1.5 for the week from like 0.5. So we'll see, man. We'll see. But Chattadonia, I love you all. God bless you. I hope your day is good, but I can't believe today has already gone by. We have a very exciting week with everything in the market, but we got to bring today to an end. But I have to tell you, it is going to get really loud here. So this is actually a warning when I say earmuffs. That is a warning to you to mute your speakers because it is going to get so loud in here that people have reported it has hurt their lives. It has changed their lives for the worse. I've learned over the years that people on YouTube, they've let me know that loud noises unexpectedly have caused irreparable damage to their lives. And I don't want anybody to go through that. Everything from, just go on WebMD. You could find it all. It's honestly, it's awful. And none of you deserve that. You guys are good people. I don't want any of you to have bleeding eardrums. I don't want you to have itchy anus syndrome. It's very serious. I don't want you to get a gout or anything in between. There's a lot, man. So just protect yourself. You deserve better, and I want you all healthy and safe. So whenever you hear me say earmuffs, just mute your speakers, and you'll be fine and dandy. Fine and dandy. That's all you got to do, all right? So this is not a drill. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. It's happening. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of Sun sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 65 degrees and sunny, looking like a perfect day, especially if you bought the dip and wanted a little bit of relief. Other than that, the other good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Cove Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. Time to bring it home. Wrap it up, baby. Wrap it up. Bring it home. That's it. I don't know, man. It was relief. It was very, very. It's like this was like going to the casino and then like hitting big, and then you put half of it on the roulette table and lost half of it. So you're still up, but not as much as you once were. You finally got relief. No 7 down days in a row, but now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Wrap up the plays. Finalize them. You have them in the morning. GE, LMT, RTX, Spotify, GM, UPS. What are you going to do? You got to make up your mind now. A little bit of data with the ISM, but you got to finalize it. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Wild day, but at least you got relief, Chad. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, info, personalities. All my people contributing, bringing good questions, good info to the table. Way to hold it down, Chatadonia. Good game, baby. Let's go. And listen, without a GG, you're just not a real Chad. That's it. That's it. GG says a lot. If your mama raised it well, we can clearly tell, baby. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts, Twitch, YouTube. It don't matter. Twitch. You might be here tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how the boycott goes, but I love you. I know you here in spirit. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You donated today. You didn't have to. You showed love. You answered another Chad's question, baby. Way to be a part of the community. Way to hold it down. Y'all are positive for no reason. You didn't have to be. God bless you, bro. Good game. GG, bro. GG. Good game. Good game, man. Good game. That's how you play. Good game. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh. No. We need our. Come on. It's a coat, baby. I gotta play Marty McFly. That's it, Chad. That's all I have for you. Thank you for being here. Y'all like the video. Oh, CD, and that's already moved. That's another chip play. But that's it, baby. That's all I got for you. That's it. Data in the morning. A lot more to come, baby. A lot of earnings. It's earnings season. There's cadence.
Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can.
I think their guidance was bad. Cadence C 73 to 77 cents EPS.
Shout out to
remember, they were pricing in 70.
Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith.
Oh shit, that's really bad, I think.
Like her face. Why they mad
They
at
see
me?
revenue
Talking about they
1.03
fantasies.
to
My life is
105. Yeah, they
fantastic.
guided
It's just a
lower.
Fantasy. Head trick with the assets. I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists. The ownership is set me free.
And God's hope. Don't forget how God move.
Only need a little bit. That's the way that God proved. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes. Living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am
So the
that
revenue
dude.
beat
Put 'em
on
in
the
a bad
quarter.
mood. Only time you see
Little
me
bit
at it if I
shallower
buy
than the
bedrooms.
highest end,
I don't
but
feel
guidance was
stressed,
bad.
dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now.
And then they beat on this quarter.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate it, love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the mind of P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
Sleeping while we eating. I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a sovereign, more worthless when treated as a god. But Chad, that's it. That's the day, baby. Thank you guys again for being here. CD&S, it looks like they beat on this quarter. Their guidance a little bit better on the full year, but I still think generally weaker, and I think they guided lower. I have SAP running. I don't have the data, but Chad, that's it, man. We're going to get way more earnings the next couple of days, but we're definitely starting with some, and Cadence not good. That's related to the chip game, but that is all I have for you. I love you all for real, man. Thank you for being here. I appreciate every single one of you. Y'all gave me an opportunity day in, day out, man, especially if y'all really been active, been involved, and been a part of it, man. I hope you've been learning, having a good time, and getting informed and not missing anything. So God bless all of you, man. God willing, we have another great day tomorrow. We get another opportunity, but I'm glad we had today, baby. So members, not members, first time, it don't matter, baby. God bless you and thank you all. Check out the links in the description. I don't know where they're at. I got to go. And again, everything we did for earnings, man, if you guys go and you hit to the description, how we price in options, it's right there, man. I'm telling you, start watching this tutorial, get up to date with it, and you will be good to go. But other than that, check out the links. First link for some secret things and alerts and all that good stuff. Second link for the nightly watch list every single night. Oh, we're going to cover it all. And if we have a live one, who knows? Maybe history happens. Follow me on Instagram if you want to see my face. And fill out the prayer request wall because me and my mom pray for you. And you spend time with these Chads here, so you might as well pray for your brothers and sisters. If not, I'm still praying for you. You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. I'm still praying for you. And that's all. That's all we got. Cleveland Cliffs, they came out too. But Chad, I got to get going. I'm gonna wrap it up there. I'm going to wrap it up. We got to save. We got to stamina. Save the energy. We have a lot more. Globe Life, I'll let y'all figure it out. Oh, y'all figure it. It is Monday earnings, man. Monday earnings. Don't worry. All our plays are for tomorrow morning anyways. So we'll be able to wake up to some things. But Chatadonia, I love you all. Thank you again for being here. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why it's all about discipline, baby. Why you the one. The destiny wasn't to get close. You gonna take it all the way, baby. And it starts with discipline. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, that's all I got for you, man. I hope you enjoy the day, the evening. I'll see you tonight on the watch list, God willing. You have a wonderful sleep and rest, and I'll see you in the morning, and peace. Okay, hold on. I think we should listen to some more Uncle before you end it, Joshua. I don't know. Seems a little bit premature. I know there's earnings, but don't worry, we'll get to it. Play it again. I like it. It's a good one. Terrific. It's beautiful.
It's a cold, baby.
I know. You'll play it again.
And again.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timarad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god.
Yes.
Cold.
That's good. Uncle answers. I've never met him, but he's good, he's a good guy. Terrific. Well, Chad, I gotta go. It's getting late, I have to go to court. Not now, but later. And I know, it's a witch hunt. They're trying to take me out of the race. Only makes me more popular. That's their loss, their fault. But don't worry, we're in the game. Election in November. I know, but you have a good day. The earnings, I will wait till tomorrow. There'll be more. It's every day, a lot of earnings. You'll see.
Yeah, fuck you, Trump. Fuck you. I hate this guy. Fuck you, I'm blaming you. You know what he said fucking 7 years ago? He said he didn't fucking call him stupid. He said the military's stupid. And nine years ago, he's fucking talking about, you know what he was trying to grab? Yeah, you forgot about that. Huh?
What, Joe? Are you gonna smell me? Hold on, is that Joe? I said, Joe, what do I smell like? I feel like Joe loves Bed Bath & Beyond for kids. 'Cause I don't know. This guy talks a lot about me and what I've said. I know, it's weird. You trust these people.
Nah, fuck you. You look like you took a spray tan. Fuck, why are you orange? Why the fuck are you orange? You look like the eclipse. I can't even look at you without glasses. Ah, fuck you. Anyways.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with this guy. He's about to die. He's 100 years old. Who has time? I'm going to be the next president. But they cheat. You know they're cheating. All the cheating. It's bad. It's bad. Okay, you have a good day. I need to go.
Exactly. Now don't forget about me. You have a good day. Thank you. Goodbye.